please welcome to the stage Director of the Aspen Security Forum, Anya Manuel.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second day of the 2020 Aspen Security Forum. We had a wonderful day yesterday. One of the virtues of being virtual this year is that we had a truly international lineup, from former Ambassador John Bolton to the current UN Ambassador Kelly Craft. We heard from Chinese Ambassador Cui Tengkai, all the way to Prime Minister Morrison from Australia, telling us how our staunch ally views China, the COVID response, and other issues. It is the most international lineup we've ever had at any Aspen Security Forum, and also the most ideologically diverse. We asked tough questions of our panelists, and we were strictly bipartisan. We believe this is particularly important because the world is really at an inflection point right now. So it's doubly critical for us to listen to each other and to learn from each other. Today, we will continue on that wonderful path. We have an extraordinary day prepared for you that will begin and end with Asia. We're lucky to have with us next Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan of Singapore, an important US ally. Then our chairman of the forum, Joe Nye, will discuss whether morals matter in foreign policy. He'll be followed by the Prime Minister of Greece, and then by Wes Moore, the CEO of the Robin Hood Foundation, speaking about the link between US inequality and poverty and national security. The day will continue with 2 sessions on Iran and other proliferation challenges. We'll be hearing from Brian Hook, the Trump administration's special envoy to Iran, and then Wendy Sherman, who led the Obama negotiating team that led to the Iran agreement. We're then very proud to host as a special guest Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, followed by 2 former national security advisors, Tom Donilon and Steve Hadley, and then Tony Blinken, a close advisor to Vice President Biden and the former Deputy Secretary of State. Then in the early evening, when Asia wakes up again, we'll be turning back to that part of the world with a panel of US experts on China, and closing with Audrey Tang, who is Taiwan's digital minister and has led their efforts on COVID from an internet perspective, and also the fight against Chinese disinformation in Taiwan's recent presidential election. So without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, who's currently the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. He has been a member of Parliament since 2001. Previous to his current post, he held multiple ministerial level posts, including Minister for the Environment and Water Resources, for Community Development, for Youth and Sports, the second Minister for Trade and Industry. He's really a multi-talented individual, because in addition to this, before joining the government, he studied medicine, did cutting-edge research in ophthalmologist, and was the CEO of Singapore General Hospital. We are very excited to have you here, Mr. Minister. Here to interview him is Gideon Rachman, who needs no introduction. He's the chief foreign affairs columnist of the Financial Times and has reported for the FT from all over the world. Dr. Balakrishnan, Singapore is a very important friend to the United States. We have robust defense and security cooperation. The US, as you know, is the largest investor in Singapore, but Singapore also has an important relationship with China. Your longtime leader, Lee Kuan Yew, famously said that while competition between the US and China is inevitable, conflict is not. So we're here eager to hear your views on that important issue, on your own relations with China, and how the new Hong Kong national security law may affect Singapore as a key financial hub, and also to hear about the relative success you've had, especially compared to us, in your response to the COVID pandemic. So with that, I will turn it over to Gideon. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for being here.
Thank you, Anya. Delighted to join you.
And yeah, thank you, Anya. Can people hear me? Hi. Can people hear me yet?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Excellent. So thank you very much, Anya, for the introduction, and thank you, Minister, for joining us. I mean, as Anya previewed, I'm sure the audience and me as well, very keen to hear your views on US-Chinese relations and Singapore's role in that. But I thought I'd start with COVID-19, which is, after all, the reason we're all meeting virtually rather than in person. My impression is that Singapore has done pretty well, but that you've also had crises, particularly around migrant workers. What's the current situation in Singapore?
Well, we have had a serious problem with the migrant workers living in the dormitories. We have about 300,000 of them living in dormitories. And as you know, with the benefit of 6 months of data, if you live in a dormitory and on an aircraft carrier, on a luxury cruise liner, regardless of the class of accommodation, if you're eating together, interacting intensively together, you're meeting, you're socializing, you're at high risk. So that's where the center of gravity of our infection has been. Fortunately, however, in the local community, as far as local citizens and permanent residents are concerned, we're down to just a handful of cases a day. So we've done well at the community level. We are sweeping up the problems in the dormitories. We would have completed testing all 200,000 to 300,000 of them by the end of this week. And that's why the numbers still look high, because in fact, the cases that we're detecting now are asymptomatic. These are cases that would not otherwise have been diagnosed. But we are testing because we want them to be able to get back to work and to get back to work safely. So that's where we're at.
Back to work. I wondered then about the impact on the economy, because Singapore is one of the great cities of globalization, transport hub, finance hub, you name it. Everything's frozen. How are you coping economically?
Well, first, not everything is frozen. As I said earlier, I think tourism, aviation, certainly that's deeply affected. But transshipment, transit passengers, logistics, all those are still flowing. And indeed, it has been critically important for us to maintain our status as a hub at this point in time, to keep it open and to let everyone know that even in the depths of a crisis, we're not going to panic. We will remain open. We will not impound supplies, whether it's masks or essential drugs or medical supplies. And all these things have continued to flow. So that part has been important. Nevertheless, the fact that we needed to have a circuit breaker of about 8 weeks has had a major impact on our economy. So in the second quarter, I mean, there's a significant dip. And we expect that we will end this year somewhere between -5% to -7%. So that, for a place like Singapore, 55 years of almost uninterrupted growth, that's a big deal. So it has had an impact.
And as if COVID-19 wasn't enough, you also now in this downward spiral of relations between China and the United States. And again, you're a sort of both economic and a political hub between those two countries. And I would say probably the only country I can think of that could really claim to have a special relationship both with the People's Republic of China and with the United States. So you must be in a slightly uncomfortable position. But before I ask you specifically about how Singapore is handling it as a nation state, can I ask you, just as an analyst, how worried are you by this change in the environment and the rapid downshift in the relationship?
We're deeply worried. Let me take a step back and share with you. For those of you who haven't been to Singapore, the way to think about Singapore is imagine downtown Manhattan having been ejected by upstate New York and having to be an independent city-state. And in the case of Singapore, trade is 3 times our GDP. So I say this so that you understand that when I talk about free trade, it's not just a debating point, but it's absolutely essential for our survival and indeed our economic existence. That's the first factoid. Second factoid, if I was to ask you, who is the biggest investor in Singapore? And the answer is United States of America. In fact, the United States of America has more invested in Singapore and Southeast Asia than it has in India, China, Korea, and Japan combined. Every time I meet President Trump, I remind him of that. I remind him that America has significant equities in our part of the world. Third factoid, the largest trading partner for Singapore is China. And if you want to add another fourth factoid, is that in fact, one of the largest foreign investors in China is Singapore. So Gideon, when you say we are in between and we have a special relationship with both the United States and China, that is not an assumption, that is a fact, and it's based on real data. So clearly we watch this unfolding dynamic relation with great concern. And from my repeated trips to Washington, what I have felt is that there is increasingly a bipartisan consensus within America, certainly within the political class of America, that China is a competitor, a rival, and I would say a strategic rival. And they are worried about China. And both parties are trying to look at the entire repertoire of levers which they will use or may use against China.
And when you
So it
hear
is great
your
concern.
when your interlocutors in Washington say that to you, that we regard China increasingly as a strategic rival, what do you say? Do you say you're wrong, you shouldn't be thinking of it that way, or do you see their point?
Well, it depends on how much time they have. And my starting point would be that if you look at the end of the Second World War, the United States constituted 40% of global GDP. At that level, it made sense for the United States to underwrite the liberal world order as we know it, which has been a formula for peace and prosperity, especially for democratic Southeast Asia, of which Singapore has been one. Now, the problem now is that after 1978, China opened up. In 1991, India opened up. And with the fall of the Soviet Union, even the Russia and the rest of Eastern Europe came online. Now, all these actually are positive developments, but what it does mean is that the United States today constitutes maybe about 25% of global GDP, which means it is an entirely legitimate question for the American voter to say, wait a minute, why does the United States have to pay in blood and treasure to underwrite this world order when they're down to 24% and probably shrinking? The key point here is that we are moving from a unipolar world into a multipolar world. And it's very important for everyone to understand the implications of that, because if you wistfully think about the so-called good old days and hope that America somehow will go back into the good old days where it will single-handedly carry this world, that's not realistic. It's not realistic economically, militarily, and it's certainly not realistic politically. So the current administration's focus, in a sense, on putting America first is actually a rational political development to a change in the world, internally within America and at a global level. So I do not start by saying that America is wrong. I make the observation that it is a perfectly legitimate question. The next question then that arises is, what of the future? What does a multipolar world look like? What will American leadership in a multipolar world look like? What should America focus on? And here, let me give you some personal insights. When I was Minister for Environment, I spent many years as a ministerial facilitator in the negotiations that ultimately led to the Paris Agreement. And I can tell you, as someone who was on the inside, in the green room, so to speak, the only reason we could get a successful Paris Agreement is because America and China were on a congruent course and made it happen. And here's the rub of it. All our future strategic challenges are going to be transnational. Climate change, pandemics, which we can discuss more of, cyberspace, outer space. All these big challenges will require cooperation, will require multipolar leadership, will require multilateral institutions and processes. So I just had this chat with Mike Pompeo yesterday, and I said, well, we in fact need America back in the saddle, but there will be multiple horses. It won't be one horse and one man in a horse.
And what did he say to that? Because in fact, I mean, you had the privilege of talking to him directly. I've been reading his speeches, but he's very much on the line now that American policy towards China was a mistake, a misperception of how China was going to develop, that they are ideological rivals, strategic rivals. And I would imagine that he would be sort of putting you on the spot and saying, Mr. Minister, whose side are you on? So what do you say when you're asked that?
We have a great relationship, so I have the luxury of being completely frank and open with him. And I explained to him that, in fact, there is a kind of a Goldilocks syndrome going on here. You know the story of Goldilocks, and you want the porridge to be neither too hot or too cold. And I told him, in Asia, there are two opposite polarities that we worry about. Number one is a collision with a hot war with China. But on the other hand, we're also worried that America may pick up its marbles and decide, well, I don't want to play this game in Asia anymore. In fact, what all of us in Asia want is for America and China to sort out their strategic differences, find a modus vivendi to resolve these differences, and also to be able to collaborate on the multilateral global challenges that we face, and on that basis, to continue to engage Asia. Because both America and China have got huge equities in Asia. For China, just this year, its largest trading partner is now Southeast Asia. It's not even the US or the EU. And for the US, the largest chunk of investments is in Southeast Asia. 500,000 US jobs depend on trade with Southeast Asia. So my point is not to look at things in binary terms and, enemies and friends, true sides, but to actually recognize that we are transiting to a multipolar world, that you must not look at things in purely binary terms. By all means, recognize the differences, resolve the differences, but do not lose sight of the larger equities at stake. And to be fair to the current administration, they listen, they may not agree with me, but they listen politely, and we have perfectly civil and constructive discussions on that basis.
That's nice to hear. But I mean, I've talked a lot about how asked you about how America's attitude is changing. But as I said at the beginning, you know China very well as well. So I think people will be interested to have a sense of your view. Are the Americans and others right to think that something has changed under Xi Jinping, that China has become more assertive? People often say the old days, the hide and bide, are over, that China is clearly intent now on being the dominant power, at least in its region.
Well, a couple of points I would make to that. First is that the transformation in China since 1978, and the way they have uplifted hundreds of millions of people from abject poverty. Through this system, a hybrid system of capitalism, party dominance, and integration into the world economy. This has been a historically unprecedented achievement. And quite frankly, an achievement worth celebrating, both within China and outside China. We've all benefited from that development because, in fact, if China had not opened up, had not reformed, had not transformed 40 years ago, I think the world would have been in a much more perilous state than it is now. That's the first point. The second point is that you need to understand that China is a civilizational state. It's not really even a nation state. And it's a civilizational state with a very long view of history. And when they look back in history, 1,000 years ago, who invented gunpowder, the sextant, the paper, printing? Who had ocean-going fleets, perhaps even getting to America before Columbus? It was China. Did they make a strategic mistake after that? They did, by turning inwards. And for China, the last century or two, because they missed the Industrial Revolution, have been centuries of humiliation. Now they feel, quite rightly, they're on the verge of re-establishing their position in the world order. And that, to me, is an entirely legitimate ambition. Another point worth emphasizing about China, because it is a civilizational state, they don't have the same missionary approach that the Europeans and to a significant extent, even America has had. They have no intention of creating or molding us in their image. Correspondingly, they also have no intention of being changed into the American image. And that's why if America set out 40 years ago, hoping that China would be transformed and changed into its likeness by its engagement, then that was always wishful and misguided thinking. So we need a combination of realism and appreciation of history and culture on both sides. But you see, the point I'm trying to make is that even this rise of China is really part of this transformation into a multipolar world. And into that multipolar world, I will include Europe. And if you look forward over the next 2-3 decades, do not forget that there are significant young, hungry populations, ambitious populations in India, in the Middle East, in Africa, and in South America. And we need to come to terms with this world. You see, so it's important not to hearken back to a past, a misremembered past, but it is important to focus on the future and how a multipolar world is both essential for peace and prosperity, and also for transforming the way we look at diplomacy. And this old point, this old canard about you either with us or against us does not work in a multipolar world. Fortunately, in the case of Singapore, we have had long strategic relations with both superpowers based on trust and openness, and we've been able to speak truth to power. Courteously, obviously, but nevertheless, we've been able to say that and not to be offensive.
Well, best of luck. I sort of feel that we're all going to be put on the spot increasingly. That's certainly the case the UK found, even with Huawei. I'll ask you one more question, but before I do that, I just want to alert the audience that we're taking questions, and the way to do it is to use the hands up facility, and I will then call upon people in about 5 minutes' time. But if I could ask you a couple more specific controversies, though, at the moment. I alluded to this sense that, China's getting tougher, harder to deal with. Hong Kong is something that people are looking at, and indeed the Uyghur issue. When, say, Mr. Pompeo says to you, look, there are terrible human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang, we can't ignore that. I'd be interested in your response to that. And also specifically, as the other great hub city to Hong Kong, how do you view what's happening there? Do you think that Hong Kong's role as a hub is in some sense in question now?
Let's deal with Hong Kong first, because rightly or wrongly, many people often like to compare and contrast Hong Kong and Singapore. After all, we're both entrepreneurs. We're both, paragons of the modern economy. The first thing I would say, as someone with an appreciation for Chinese history, is that in fact, Hong Kong was an icon of Chinese humiliation. It got handed over to the Brits because of the Opium Wars. So the return of Hong Kong to China was both inevitable and essential. That's the first point. The second point is that if you look at what has happened in Hong Kong since the handover, and in particular over the last few years, you witness a deeply divided, fractured society. The riots are symptoms of this underlying fracture, and even the violence that sometimes spills over. And Hong Kong was also always supposed to have been able to pass a national security law. And this was provided for in the basic law. But for a variety of political and social reasons, it couldn't get to this stage. And if you put yourself now in, and I'm not trying to, be an apologist for Beijing, but if you put yourself in their position and you ask yourself, what's going to happen over the remaining 27 years? Is the current trend sustainable? Is it good for stability, for progress, for economic development in Hong Kong? And I think the answer, certainly in a significant portion of Hong Kong population, is that the current trends are unhealthy and not sustainable. So China decided they needed to be more interventionist, which I think we are witnessing right now. And the passage of the national security law from Beijing is an example of that. Now, they have asserted that this is entirely consistent with their sovereign rights, entirely consistent with the basic law. They have also asserted that it will not affect the majority of Hong Kongers and their businesses. And I think we'll have to see how things pan out on the ground, in reality. But unfortunately, this has also now become part of the hurly-burly and the push and shove between China and the United States, and to some extent, the United Kingdom as well. But let me just say, as an Asian or from a fellow city in Asia, that actually all that Singapore hopes for is a stable, calm, peaceful, and prosperous Hong Kong. If they do well, it's good for Northeast Asia, it's good for Asia, and it's good for Singapore. So that's how we look at it. I mean, I can honestly tell you, we wish them the very best in solving what is essentially a political problem, first within Hong Kong society, and also hoping that this does not blow up into yet another international incident that will destabilize Asia.
I did mention the Uyghurs as well. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, we don't, to be honest with you, we didn't discuss the Uyghurs when I spoke to Mike yesterday, so I don't want to make comments.
Okay,
on.
Fair enough. Now let me go to the questions from the floor. If I'm seeing correctly, I've got two possible questioners. Could I call upon Rich Berry? Apparently that takes about 5 seconds or so till he comes up.
Good morning, Minister.
Hi, Rich.
Good morning, sir. Calling from Hawaii this morning, and thank you for joining us. Really enjoyed your comments and getting in your interview. A couple of quick questions. Specifically on Hong Kong, how do you, when you take a look at the agreements, though, that the PRC made in Hong Kong when the British handed it over and the erosion of rights there, because I understand perfectly your point about the history there and how they feel about it. But I think maybe the bigger concern in the US government has been the international agreements that they feel like have been broken based on the handover. And then the second question I want to ask you about, or how do you see the issues with intellectual property that we tend to have with the Chinese, and how that might get in the way of international trade and finance from your perspective there in Singapore? Thank you again for your comments.
Thank you. Well, two excellent questions. I'm not in a position to judge compliance or otherwise with international agreements. But what I would say is that as far as the Chinese are concerned, Hong Kong is an inalienable part of China, and therefore they remind us frequently that this is a domestic matter. And we have to respect this issue of sovereignty. But having said that, as I said in my earlier comments, there is clearly a political problem within Hong Kong society, and this is something that Hong Kongers themselves will have to resolve and have to resolve with their capital as well. And time will tell how this will unfold. I really do not believe that our commentary from outside would necessarily be helpful for this process, this essential process of reconciliation and focusing on the challenges of the future for Hong Kong society. It's a complicated situation, and I really don't think it is helpful for us to simply cast judgment from overseas. So that's how we see it. And as I said, the key thing is, will Hong Kong society become more united, more cohesive, more capable of settling their social, political challenges? For instance, housing for young families, jobs, the economic restructuring which they need, Hong Kong's role in the Pearl River Delta, and indeed as a portal into the larger Chinese economy. Actually, for most people on the ground, and certainly for my Hong Kong friends, those are the key concerns. Jobs, security, homes, prospects for the future, peace and stability. But these are things which, in our conception of a nation state, are sovereign matters which are best handled by the political leaders and the people within the country itself. So that's how I would view it. Your second question was on intellectual property. Well, on this point, I want to say that as far as Singapore is concerned, we have a free trade agreement with the United States. There's a whole chapter there on intellectual property. In fact, I believe that as China's economy becomes more sophisticated, and in fact, they are now I think they are the largest registrants of patents in the world now. China has an equally, if not more important stake in intellectual property protection. And certainly in Singapore's experience in our free trade agreement with the United States, and indeed in the TPP, which the United States unfortunately did not become a part of. But the intellectual property protections enshrined in the free trade agreements, including the TPP, are an important step forward in raising standards of intellectual property protection. So I make no apologies for taking every opportunity to remind America that we've left the door open for the TPP, and the ambitious standards for intellectual property protection, for environmental protection, for labor protection, all those are worth subscribing to. Even China is now looking, a bit quizzically perhaps, but looking seriously at joining the TPP. So the point here is to look at things in a dynamic and in a forward perspective. And I am very sure that China will have to be far more protective of intellectual property as it goes forward. And this is just the natural evolution of things. If you go back in economic history, I think even the UK and US had disputes with intellectual property a century or 2 centuries ago. That's a fact. And these things happen. So let's not be bogged down by it, but let's look at how we can move forward. And I'm optimistic that intellectual property, especially in this knowledge-based economy, it's the new oil. And the difference between oil and intellectual property is that the value is enhanced by sharing and openness, and it's not a question of scarcity.
Okay, thanks. So the next question I'd like to call upon is Evan Marks. Who will be appearing shortly, I think.
Yeah, I think it takes about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning from Aspen, Colorado. The Washington Post made an interesting list of flashpoints between the United States and China. They range from TikTok, Hong Kong spying, Huawei, media tariffs and trades, Xinjiang, travel, research, South China Seas, Taiwan, delisting of Chinese companies, Tibet. However, none of these have had the impact of actually killing as many Americans as the Hiroshima bomb killed Japanese, i.e. the coronavirus. Do you believe, from your perspective, that China owes a debt to the rest of the world for not containing, through international travel, of CV-19 when they clearly restricted and locked down Wuhan to domestic travel?
Well, let me give you a perspective from Asia. In fact, I think China was the largest source of tourists for Singapore. And if you rewind time to mid-January, most of us had not heard about COVID-19. It wasn't even named yet. You just knew there was some question mark about a potential infection in Wuhan, and there's some questions about whether there's human-to-human transmission. But I remember waking up about 2 days before Chinese New Year and hearing that China was planning to lock down Wuhan. And mind you, Wuhan is a city much, much bigger than Singapore. And I can tell you, as an Asian, to contemplate shutting down a city that large 2 days before Chinese New Year is a big deal. So there may have been a delay, but I have no doubts that once they understood the gravity of the situation, they did things which, frankly, most of us would have hesitated to do. And then when they did so decisively, comprehensively. And to be fair, if you look at the results, meaning the outcome within China itself, I think you have to give credit where credit is due. And in fact, they have shown that border restrictions, quarantine, testing, social distancing, the wearing of masks, the willingness to take decisive actions, even at great economic cost, is worthwhile. So I am sorry if I'm not willing to enter into a blame game, because in fact, now with the benefit of 6 months, let me put it to you this way. No government has executed anti-COVID strategy perfectly. All of us have made our share of mistakes. But at the end of the day, this is first an international issue which requires collaboration and cooperation rather than blame. There will be time for blame after the crisis is over. But right now, we need to focus on cooperation and collaboration. Second lesson, we need to act earlier rather than later. And we need to be prepared to pay the cost economically, because as long as COVID is not controlled, the economy can't recover. And opening prematurely or opening in a reckless way is very dangerous and will be completely counterproductive. The third point I would make is the only way we are all going to emerge from this crisis is if a vaccine is found. I know there are a couple of 100 vaccine candidates, but let me say this, that actually, if history is a guide, so far we don't know of any effective long-term vaccine for coronaviruses. So even if vaccine is found, how effective it will be, how long it will last, we don't know. What this does mean is that we are going to have to live with this virus for at least 1 to 2 years, perhaps even longer. And if you want to be more depressed, let me put it to you this way. Look at the figures in Singapore. Our mortality rate right now today is about 0.05%. Now, that sounds wonderful and very low. And of course, it reflects the access to great medical care which we have in Singapore. But let me put it to you this way. I do not believe that it's all due to the wonderful system that we have in Singapore. The truth is, in most parts of the world, where mortality rates are apparently higher, you're underdiagnosing the extent of the spread. But what is even more worrying is this. I do not believe COVID-19 is the real big one. If you look at the mortality rates of the pandemic influenza in 1918, it was far, far higher than this. If you look at SARS, it was far higher than this. So what I'm actually saying is this actually is a rehearsal for the really big pandemic, which I still believe is overdue. And in fact, we need to use this time to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic. And that means investing in research and development. It means governments collaborating, because the only way we're going to be safe is when every one of us is safe. So we believe that vaccines are a global good. We believe in vaccine multilateralism. We believe we need to hedge our bets by chipping in resources into a common pool. And depending on which vaccine emerges, quickly expand the access to it, and especially to countries which are most vulnerable and where the populations need it most. So my point again is that this is a world that's crying out for multilateralism, and we need to do that, and not to focus on yesterday's battles or to focus on the blame game, which is ultimately unproductive and will not provide solutions for the future challenges that we are confronting.
Okay, Minister Balakrishnan, I should add that you are also Dr. Balakrishnan. So when you tell us that this is the not the big one, and that there's other big things around the corner, you speak with
Yes,
kind of professional expertise as well.
yes, but I'm not the only one saying that.
Sure.
This
Can
is
I
really
start
just a dry run.
a quick follow-up to that, and then I'll hand back to Anya, who will close us and ask a question. But a theme of your comments throughout has been really a plea to look at multilateralism and to look at and not to see things in competitive terms. And I get a suggestion maybe that we're looking at the wrong issues, that you think that we're looking at 20th century issues of
Yes.
economic and strategic rivalry rather than things like pandemics or indeed climate change. Exactly. But I mean, I must say, as somebody who writes about international affairs, I can recognize what you're saying. It makes total sense, but I just feel that things are moving in the opposite direction. Is that how you see it?
I guess as a professional diplomat, you have to be optimistic. And yes, I see problems, and it's important to be realistic in our assessments of the problems. The superpower rivalry, the risk of war has gone up. The inability of the world as a whole to cooperate and deal with multilateral problems is plain for us all to see. The impact of the digital economy, its impact on jobs, the stagnation of middle-class wages is evident in all societies. So I say this so that you understand that I'm not, a starry-eyed optimist. But what am I worried about if I look in history? And if I go back to, say, the period from 1870 to maybe 1914, you think about that period. And I spend a lot of time thinking about that period because that, in fact, was a period of globalization. That was a period of technological change. Steamships came about. That was a period when there was a rising power in Germany. There was an old hegemon on which the sun never set, the United Kingdom. And everyone said, well, there's interdependence. War doesn't make sense. And yet we know we stumbled into the First World War. And from 1914 to about 1945, world trade as a percentage of global GDP fell to about 10%. And after 1945, it's really Pax Americana. And as I said earlier, America constituted 40% of global GDP. And it was worth America's while to underwrite the world order. And you saw a golden age from 1945 until about 1980. But that golden age was really confined to democratic, capitalist, free markets. And I say that because Singapore also benefited from that golden age. But after that, after 1980, China opened up, and then India and the rest came online. And in a sense, then, the beginning of the end of the golden age of capitalism was already written on the walls. And 2008, 2009, when we had the global financial crisis, I think that neatly punctuates the end of that age. And the last decade, therefore, has been a turbulent period of political, social, and economic change. And it is important for us, as whether we are professional diplomats or commentators, to understand that and to posit where we are on these global currents. Now, your question really is, at the end of all this, am I optimistic or am I pessimistic? And I still remain optimistic, because if you talk to all the players, and I have the privilege or the luxury of talking to all the major players, the truth is no one is blind. Everyone recognizes the dangers. Everyone sees it from their own perspective. Everyone wants to right what they think is a wrong. But I still believe that because we truly, truly are a more interdependent world, I think America and China, I'm still hopeful, will arrive at some modus vivendi. I say that because I've seen that for myself, at least on the Paris Agreement. I think they will have to work out some kind of arrangement for the weapons of the future. And we know that there are many technological marvels which are going to be used, which could be used for military use. We are all going to be confronted by pandemics worse than what we are facing today. We're going to be confronted by climate change with far greater economic impact than what we have faced. And the two examples I've given you on climate change and pandemic will require global cooperation. So maybe, just maybe, we might be forced to unlearn some old habits and learn some new ways of cooperation. And so that's why I still remain optimistic. Now, perhaps it's just the job, the occupational hazard of being a diplomat. But seriously, from speaking, and again, from the case of Singapore, where we've dealt with both Democrat and Republican administrations, what has been remarkable for us in Singapore actually has been the consistency of American foreign policy. If you take a 70-year period, individual decisions, individual issues, there will be noise, there'll be fluctuation. But generally, America has been, and I know Joseph Nye is going to talk about the moral elements of foreign policy, but maybe I just make a preliminary plug for it. America has been a hegemon in our part of the world, but it has been a constructive and welcome hegemon in our part of the world. Doesn't mean we agree with America all the time, but we've recognized that there is a moral dimension to American leadership. And in general, despite the mistakes America leadership may have made, in general, it has been positive. This formula of a liberal world order, rules-based world order, multilateral institutions, multilateral processes, has been a formula for peace and prosperity. Even in the case of Europe, the fact that they had the European Union and the Marshall Plan has made war in Western Europe unthinkable. If you think about the last century, Germany invaded France something like 3 times in 70 years. The last 70 years, I think war has become unthinkable in Western Europe. Now, if we can continue to build on that, I think the future remains optimistic. So that's my spiel on it.
Well, thank you very much. It's always nice to end on a note of optimism, particularly in a very worrying time. And you even went beyond the call of duty and segued us nicely to the next session with Joe Nye. So you if you could always become a moderator later. But thank you so much, Minister Balakrishnan. That was great. And I'll now
Thank you,
hand back
Gideon.
to Anya.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan. That was wonderful. And thank you for reminding us to exercise our muscles of cooperation. Did we lose the foreign minister? We did. I will close it up there. Thank you so much for hearing from Singapore first. And now I will turn it over to Nick Burns to introduce Jonah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening in Asia. I'm Nick Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group. I must say, I thought that was just a master class in diplomacy. The interview that Gideon Ruckman just had with Foreign Minister Balakrishnan of Singapore. Would we have such leadership in the United States these days? The command of history that he displayed, the command of current issues, of data, the sense that he really does grasp and understand the complexity of global affairs. I've always been impressed by the leadership in Singapore. It's a true meritocracy. And I think Dr. Balakrishnan displayed that today. And lots of important messages for the United States, the need for American leadership, the need for the United States to be involved in global institutions, not to retreat from the world. That was a friend of America speaking directly to us. We're going to go right now from a masterclass in diplomacy to a masterclass in history and international relations. Gideon is going to stay on. In fact, he's still on screen. And I hope our mutual friend, Professor Joe Nye, is going to appear as I'm speaking, because I want to say nice things about him. Joe Nye has been a longtime friend and colleague. We're both colleagues on the faculty at Harvard. Joe is the founder of the Aspen Strategy Group back 35 years ago, the group that's putting on the Aspen Security Forum this week. He is widely regarded to be one of the deepest and most important thinkers about American foreign policy, our role in the world, American history of the last half century. He is the father of soft power. He's a true expert on Asia. He has not only served in the academy for half a century as a professor at Harvard, he's also been both director of the National Intelligence Council and Assistant Secretary of Defense. So he's one of those people who knows both government and academia. Gideon is going to interview Joe about Joe's new book, Do Morals Matter? Looking at Ethics in American Foreign Policy, particularly among our presidents since 1945. So Gideon, I'm turning this over to you, and I expect we'll see Joe any moment now. If he doesn't appear, you and I are going to filibuster until he does.
Yeah.
Actually,
so much to talk about, Nick.
There he is.
you've got to enable my my video, but the sound is all right, but the video it says blocked by host.
I'm sure that the Aspen, there you go, you're there.
There we go.
See you.
Okay.
All right, we're all.
We are indeed. Thank you, Nick, and thanks, Joe. Nice to see you. I gather you're in New Hampshire.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, well, greetings from London via Aspen. But
I'm fine. This is good.
I thought I really enjoyed reading your book, as you probably gathered, since I reviewed it. And I thought one interesting thing that's there, sort of by implication, is that in a way you treat Trump as a normal president. We're so used to, certainly in the UK, of thinking of him as a sort of aberrational figure. But you rate him, you use the same criteria to look at Donald Trump as to look at the other presidents that you examine. So for those of us, probably including me, I must say, who regard Trump as a sort of aberrational figure, what would you say?
Well, I in looking at the 14 presidents since 1945, Trump is an aberration. He is by far the most amoral president that we've had. But as an analyst, I was trying to be as fair-minded as I could, so I used the same criteria and gave him the benefit of the doubt in places where that was possible. For example, on his use of force and proportionality and so forth, he has done reasonably well. But on questions of human rights or of questions of his consequences by destroying international institutions, he really does stand out from the other 14 presidents. So I think that probably he is the most amoral, or if you want, immoral among the presidents. His closest competitor, I guess, would be Richard Nixon. But Nixon paid a lot more attention to the issues, at least the public appearances of values and morality than Trump has. So yes, he does stand out, but in analyzing him, I tried to be as fair-minded as I could.
Mm. And I mean, one of the things that you do in the book is draw a distinction between morality and moralism. In other words, the fact that people use moral language doesn't necessarily mean that they are moral or produce moral outcomes. And
Well,
how is that useful?
The United States is based on a moralistic view of itself. I mean, we go back to Puritans and founding fathers of the Enlightenment, and we've always regarded ourselves as particularly moral, even when we were stealing territory from Mexico or brutalizing rebels in the Philippines. We still saw ourselves as having good intentions. What I try to argue in the book is that good intentions aren't enough. And you have to judge really in three dimensions as to whether actions in foreign policy or otherwise are moral. One is the intentions. It does matter what you're trying to do. But second is the means you use. And the third is the consequences and the question of whether you paid enough attention to potentially immoral unintended consequences. So when you look at all three dimensions, you have a better basis for judging. And that it basically undercuts this sort of moralistic view. Ari Fleischer, who was George W. Bush's press secretary, praised Bush for his moral clarity, but he didn't look at the problem of the means that Bush used in the invasion of Iraq, nor did he look at the unintended consequences, which were quite horrible in terms of reviving al-Qaeda in Iraq and eventually ISIS. So basically, intentions are important, but they're not enough.
And how much time do you think policymakers, and of course you've been one as well as being an academic, actually spend consciously or unconsciously thinking about the morality of their foreign policy? Because you'll have both theorists and practitioners who say, get real. States aren't moral actors, they guard their own national interests, and policymakers who say, look, we don't have time to think about this stuff. But you think the morality is there in the background, at least?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because the answer to that is some do and some don't. When I was working on nuclear issues, I remember asking a French colleague, do you ever think about the moral implications of what we're doing? And his response was, no, there is no morality. There's only the interests of France. And I don't think he realized what a profound moral judgment he had just uttered. But so there are some who are totally unconscious of it, but there are others where morality makes a big difference. I go into this question particularly since we're approaching the anniversary of Hiroshima, of Harry Truman and the atomic bomb. Who, when he dropped the bomb, felt that on a utilitarian calculation, he had no choice. It was the right thing to do. But within a few days, when he saw the consequences of the bomb, and the military asked him about dropping a third bomb, which was available on Tinian Island, I think, he said, no, I'm not going to kill that many more women and children. So a moral judgment by the president stopped the military from following through on a plan to drop a third atomic bomb. So there's an example where morals made a big difference, whereas my French example didn't matter at all.
And didn't Eisenhower make a similar judgment when the military came to him asking to use nuclear weapons?
Absolutely. At one point he said, you boys must be crazy to think we're going to drop this on Asians again within a decade.
And I mean, so a figure who always seems to crop up in these conversations, your former Harvard colleague, is Henry Kissinger. And some have portrayed him as almost an un-American figure, not just because of his accent, but because he was rooted in a more European view, maybe the one similar to the French guy you discovered, which sort of had a slightly more tragic view of history, maybe, or just didn't feel comfortable about moralism in foreign policy. How do you see Kissinger? Do you think he was an amoral figure, or there's now a vogue for recategorizing him as Neil Ferguson called him the idealist, didn't he?
Well, Henry is a very complex person. He was one of my professors when I was a graduate student. I think, in fact, he very much saw the world in European terms, and that meant that he discounted some of the moralism that was typical of Americans with their good intentions. But to see him as an amoralist, I think, is wrong. Henry, his concern about world order, for example, it represents a concern about the implications of the consequences, moral consequences of actions, including the structures that affect states. So when you read his book on world order, he says, yes, a world order depends on balance of power, but it also depends on legitimacy and values. So that's not the view of a pure amoralist.
But do you think it's right to see that America kind of swinging with pendulums, so you have particularly moralistic figures followed by more amoral figures, so the Nixon-Kissinger period followed by Jimmy Carter?
Well, there is something in that. I take it back even further to saying that Woodrow Wilson, very much a moralist, justified our intervention in World War I on very American type grounds. If Teddy Roosevelt had been president, which was a close call in 1912, he would have justified it more, I think, on balance of power terms. But the moralism of Wilson's approach to it led to a reaction in the 1930s that this had all been a mistake and we ought to stay out of that. And I think you can make a case that the ultra isolationism of the United States in the 30s had very immoral consequences, allowed the rise of fascism and the overturn of the existing international order. That was followed by, if you want, Roosevelt and Truman saying we're going to create a world order because we have to promote certain values. After all, the Americans and the Brits never quite lived up to the Atlantic Charter, but it was indeed a very idealistic type of statement. And the creation of the UN followed in that vein. This carries forward into Kennedy, who I think had illusions about Vietnam, but then that's replaced by the amoralism of Nixon's view. We have to get out of Vietnam, even though we're not going to win it, but willingness to sacrifice another 22,000 American lives to get a decent interval, which turned out to be worth about 2 years. And then that, of course, the reaction against that leads to the reforms of the 1970s and to Carter's election, to Carter's elevation of human rights principles. So yes, there is something of yin and yang, or a cycle of the degree of morality on the surface of American foreign policy. Again, if you think of it in all three dimensions, both intentions and means and consequences, there's a little more stability than appears from just the statement of intentions.
I'm interested that you mentioned Woodrow Wilson, because of course there's now this backlash against Wilson, largely based on, well, almost entirely, as I can see it, based on his domestic record on race. His name's been removed from the formerly Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton, which made me think, particularly as somebody who's written so much about soft power, is it possible to make a distinction between the morality of a president acting overseas and what he represents domestically, given the importance of the country's image and what it represents domestically to what it's doing overseas?
I don't think you can sustain that separation for long. At the time that Wilson was president, he was very much a hero in Europe and was lionized, despite the fact that he was taking atrocious actions at home by resegregating the civil service. But at that time, the attitudes toward racism and imperialism were so different that the Americans didn't lose a lot of soft power because of Wilson's retrograde attitudes on race at home. On the other hand, by the time that Eisenhower was president after World War II, Eisenhower was trying to press several of the southern states to change their policies on segregation because he said, we're trying to recognize these African countries, these newly independent African countries, and if they can't drive from New York to Washington without being prohibited from stopping in a rest stop because of segregation rules, we're going to lose internationally. So by that time, Eisenhower was aware of the conflict between domestic policy attitudes and international soft power. And today, of course, it's very much in the forefront of the number of international protests which have reflected the American Black Lives Matter movement is quite fascinating. There is an interesting aspect to it, though, which about American soft power, which is sometimes American protests can help soft power. Indeed, I always cite the fact that during Vietnam, when people were protesting through the streets internationally against our government policies in Vietnam, they weren't singing the Communist Internationale, they were singing Martin Luther King's We Shall Overcome. So that ability to protest, to rise above some of our problems, or at least to show that we're striving to change them, can produce a type of soft power, even if the policies in the short run produce protests at home.
I'd like to follow up on that in a second. I just want to remind people listening in that you're also very welcome to ask questions. If you use the hand raising facility, then hopefully I will see that in my little panel and I'll call upon questions in about 10 minutes time. But just picking up on, since it's so much in the news, Black Lives Matters, protests and so on. I mean, again, I was very interested to see the way in which Secretary of State Pompeo has attacked efforts to rewrite American history, but to re-emphasize different aspects of American history, the 1619 project and all of that, as undermining America overseas. I mean, because he says, you are saying to the world that America is not a moral actor, that America, even the foundation of America was built on immorality, and that will damage us internationally. How do you see that argument?
Well, I think Pompeo is mistaken on that. I think it was best put yesterday morning in our Aspen's strategy forum by my co-chair, Condi Rice. And Condi said, yes, we've got these flaws, we've got these faults. What makes this country different is the ability to admit it and to strive to change it. And the fact that we're continually struggling to improve ourselves and to deal with these problems is what really is the source of our attraction or our soft power. And I think that's right. I think protests in that sense are not something that damages us. It's something actually that helps us.
But again, sticking with the current, sorry, it's a slight journalistic sort of problem, but Trump, I mean, if he, the poll suggests it's unlikely he'll be re-elected, but there's a long way to go. If Donald Trump is re-elected, do you think that represents a really permanent, possibly irrecoverable shift in what the United States represents to the rest of the world?
Well, I think if Trump is reelected, there probably will be a more prolonged decline of American soft power. The public opinion polls worldwide show that our soft power, our attractiveness has gone down quite dramatically. There was a recent poll a week or two ago that showed we were about as attractive as Russia and China in many parts of the world, down around 30% or so. On the other hand, a number of countries are saying that this is an aberration and the Americans will someday recover. But I think if Trump's reelected, that's going to be harder to maintain those attitudes. As one of my European friends once put it to me, you can hold your breath for 4 years. It's hard to hold it for 8 years.
Yes, indeed. But I mean, I guess there is a sort of difference in tone between the president, though, and Secretary of State Pompeo, in that the president, as we were saying earlier, is almost gleefully amoral, doesn't, likes to praise dictatorships, one of the few, possibly only American presidents I can think of, who doesn't talk of America as a shining city on the hill and all of that. Whereas Mike Pompeo's argument with China is increasingly being cast in moral terms. How do you see, firstly, that tension within the administration? And also, do you think it is inevitable, kind of following on the session we just had with the Singaporean foreign minister, that we are moving into an era where US-China is once again an ideological conflict and a moral conflict?
Well, I do think there is a difference in Pompeo and Trump. Pompeo appeals much more to ideals than Trump does. Trump is not a man who, anytime through his career, has paid a lot of attention to these issues of values. You read the recent book by his niece, and indeed, if you read his own autobiography, The Art of the Deal, and you look at the way Trump responded to the murder of Khashoggi, in which he said, well, get over it, these things happen. Pompeo has done much more in terms of appealing to values and ideals. So it is quite a different style. The question of how this will affect the relationship with China is still somewhat uncertain. Indeed, Americans are going to need to express their value differences with China over things like Xinjiang and Hong Kong and so forth. On the other hand, we're going to have to learn, and I try to deal with this in the last chapter of my book, with a different world in which we're going to have to understand what I call a cooperative rivalry. Because if you go back to what Minister Balakrishnan was saying a few minutes ago, there's some issues where we're going to have to work with China, even while there are other areas where we'll be competing with China. And we're going to have to learn to do that simultaneously. For example, on climate change, there's no way we can solve that problem alone. There's no way China or Europe or anybody can solve it alone. And if you look forward to the agenda of world politics in, let's say, 2030, it's hard to believe that climate change and pandemics are not going to play a much larger role than they are today. So a strategy that looks only at great power competition and thinks of it in traditional terms is going to miss the importance of this change in the agenda. So we're going to have to learn to deal with what I call power with others as well as power over others. And that ability to do both simultaneously is not easy. And we haven't begun to resolve that.
So when you look at the moralistic language that is now becoming more and more prominent in the, certainly, as we were saying, Pompeo's discourse on China, do you think that's in some ways a welcome development, that the US is returning to being true to itself and speaking up on issues like Xinjiang? Or are you worried, as I was talking to a friend on the other side, on the Democratic side, who said that while he shared some of Pompeo's concerns, he was also worried that America tends to overshoot, that it will, once it discovers a new moral crusade, won't be able to retain that kind of balanced approach that you were describing earlier. How do you see it?
Well, there is a danger that if you overdo the ideological component, you make it impossible to work on things where you have the need to have power with others. On the other hand, the last thing we want to do is give up our expression of values, which is a very important part of our soft power, but it's also who we are. And keeping that in balance is going to be the difficult issue. So I think the interesting question, if you have a Biden presidency next year, will be whether you get a better balance on these issues than we've seen in this administration.
Yeah. Before I come to the participants, slightly off topic, but related to it. I mean, there's a lot of talk now about this being the new Cold War, the second Cold War. Somebody's been writing about foreign policy throughout the first Cold War. Does that analogy make sense to you?
I think the Cold War analogy doesn't make sense. We should get out of our mind historical analogies, whether it's the Peloponnesian War or the Cold War, and realize that the agenda of world politics is changing. And if you look at the real Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union had virtually no trade with each other. Now, if anything, we have too much trade with China. We had virtually no social contact with each other. Now there's something like 370,000 Chinese students in the United States. And there's a whole new set of global issues that technology has put on the table, such as climate change and pandemics and so forth, which weren't there in the Cold War. So to use the metaphor of the Cold War is not the best way to think of a strategy.
And yet there are elements of it. I mean, the military confrontation side of it seems to be becoming more accentuated. I saw Kevin Rudd, who we were talking about earlier, has written about this the last couple of days. And you were, I think, in the Pentagon at the time of the Taiwan Straits crisis. Are you, specifically on Taiwan, are you concerned now that that's the next front line after Hong Kong? And how do you think America should handle it? Because I think there's a warming to Taiwan. Is that something you welcome?
Well, we definitely want to keep the policy we've had on Taiwan, which is no unilateral declaration and no use of force. So that within that box, let the two sides sort of work out their arrangements. The danger I see is really miscalculation. After all, if we go back to 1914, none of the great powers wanted the 4 years of devastation which toppled 3 empires and which essentially set the world back drastically. It was based on a miscalculation. They expected the Third Balkan War. What they got was World War I, which was a much worse thing. So my worry is that if we overdo the great power competition and miscalculate, we can have profoundly immoral consequences. So that ability to keep a perspective and manage a relationship, which has both competitive and rivalrous as well as cooperative elements, is going to be the key to a good strategy and a good foreign policy. The danger, of course, is that, as Lyndon Johnson once said about Jerry Ford, Americans aren't very good at walking and chewing gum at the same time. So the key question is going to be whether we're going to have the sense of balance that we need to avoid that type of miscalculation, not just over Taiwan, but also over the South China Sea.
Sure. Okay, we've got a couple of questions. The first person to put his virtual hand up was Michael Nelson. So I think it takes a few seconds and then he should appear to ask you a question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. So happy that this topic was on the agenda. I work on technology and international affairs, and so I wanted to ask whether you see any new moral questions arising as artificial intelligence becomes more common, as we have a way to reach 3 billion, 4 billion people through social media. Particularly interested in your thoughts on the moral implications of disinformation and the kind of things we've seen in the last 4 years in terms of election meddling.
Well, those are great questions. And I conclude my book in the 9th chapter by saying, what are the big challenges of the future? And one is what I call the power shift from east to west, or west to east rather, which is a traditional from the West to Asia, and how do we manage that? But the other is the change in technological parameters, which are putting a whole new set of issues on the agenda, and we have much less experience in dealing with that. You mentioned AI. We already have seen the problems of how do you deal with various forms of cyber conflict. So yes, I think these are going to be the big issues of the future.
Okay, next question is, I believe, from Tom Pickering.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, Don.
Great to join you. Joe, it seems to me the thing that we haven't talked about, but the great ghost at the picnic here, is the question of deterrence, the immorality of planetary genocide to preserve planetary life. And what one seems to be is the comfortable nature of where we are and the directions of shooting off toward a nuclear arms race in one way or another, and the absolute failure of any alternative arrangements, thoughts, policies to deal with this huge contradiction, the frightening difficulty of accidents leading us, in fact, to the immoral end in order to preserve, but inadequately, the moral end.
Joe,
Did you hear me at all?
Joe, are you there?
I am here.
I
want me to-
heard you, Tom, so I'm hoping that Joe and I also heard you. But he does not appear to be.
Joe looks frozen, but I'm not sure that the quality of my question made that possible.
No, it's a big question, isn't it? Nuclear deterrence. Maybe it's frozen in horror at the thought of nuclear holocaust. But well, I guess we'll just leave it to the computer team, and hopefully he will reappear. Tom, can I do something unfair while we await Joe to return?
Sure.
What's your answer to that question?
My answer obviously is that we need to reverse the process of destroying the arms control agreements and increase the necessity of dealing with them. We need to very, very carefully limit the nuclear arms race, which seems to be getting us nowhere. We need to find alternative ways of increasing the confidence against accident and miscalculation. And despite the fuzzy, wobbly nature of the other long-term answer, we do need to look again, as the team of four told us years ago, at the zero possibility, which is made a great deal harder by the increasing skepticism of the rampant mistrust in the world community. But I think there are no other solutions that are out there, but the failure to tend the garden, so to speak, a George Shultz phrase, on the nuclear accident issue should not be something that should totally disappear behind the miasma of US-China competition.
Okay, well, I don't think yet we've got Joe back. Well, I do see Nick Burns appearing on the screen, who I think was...
I'm a poor substitute for Professor Nye, but when I came on, I think we've lost connection with Joe. I hope he'll come back before the end of the hour, but what a pleasure to welcome Ambassador Pickering. And Tom, I just caught the last end of your comment. I thought, Tom, your comments were so important because we heard from Ambassador Sui Tong Kai yesterday, kind of the cool confidence, I would say, of the Chinese leadership that they have the momentum in the world and the United States is a little bit on the back foot. We heard from Prime Minister Scott Morrison of Australia that the Australians very concerned, obviously, with the push for power of China, building up their own military. And Tom, you have so much experience. What we're trying to debate here at Aspen is, of course, we're in a competitive phase with China, militarily, ideologically, economically. There has to be a balance, and we do need to work with the Chinese on climate change and the pandemic. Your views on that, Tom?
I think entirely right, Nick. I don't believe, in fact, that we have to adopt a totally soft, compliant, and wobbly position to China to lure them into a new adherence to the progressive international order. We need to have our feet on the ground, firmly planted and put down on those issues we feel are most important. But I do believe that your suggestion of climate change takes us to the point where over the period of time, great power competition has been tempered by existential concerns with which they both have to deal. The US and the Soviet Union after the Cuban Missile Crisis sharpened the concern I expressed in my original question. And the second question is climate change existential? I believe it is a slow rolling but inexorably existential problem. Therefore, we ought to find a way to deal with it. We are not exclusive. neither the US nor China nor the two of us in doing that. But our relationship, if we in fact adhere to a set of actions that helps us avoid existential catastrophe, that in itself can cover over the second order problems we have, which are legion, in a way that does two things. It helps enhance the do no harm aspect of that. And secondly, creates an environment for further solutions. So it has an offshoot as well in terms of the US-China relationship. It will never be perfect, we know that. And we will have to live with a competitive activity with China, as Joe has said. But at the same time, it doesn't mean we are condemned, as Americans are wont to do, to substitute demonization for foreign policy and find the solution in complete cutoff, isolation, further military confrontation, and the prospect of a nuclear catastrophe between us as the only outcome.
Tom, thank you very much. And Tom and Gideon, we have just a couple of minutes left. We still don't have Joe. Let me just say
I believe
this.
you actually. I think you
and ask
maybe.
Gideon, maybe ask you to react to this. At the end of the interview with Sui Tong Kai yesterday, and I've known him for 25 years because we interacted as respective diplomats. I felt it important to warn him that in the United States, there is a high degree of, there's much agreement between Democrats and Republicans that China's push for power, Hong Kong, Uyghurs, the Indian border, the harassment and use of force against the Philippines and Vietnam and the South China Sea, against Japan and the East China Sea, has gotten the attention of both Democrats and Republicans. I think there's a high degree of unity in the United States that we have to stand up to the Chinese. Yes, we do want to cooperate on those issues, but there's also a competitive factor here. And I just felt it was important to say that to Sui Tong Kai. And now we have, for the last 2 minutes of this interview, Professor Nye is back. Gideon, I'm going to turn this back to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I will come back to Joe Nye, but I think you're, as an outsider, that description of what's going on in Washington seems accurate to me. And I would add, there's actually been a shift in mood in London, really, in the last couple of months, where you saw a reversal of the decision on Huawei, concern about Hong Kong, and so on. So I think you could almost supplement your kind of slight warning to the Chinese that I think there's a shift in mood across the West now about what China's up to. So perhaps we can end on that note with Joe. I mean, what's the moral way of guiding our way through this and balancing the issues that Tom Pickering was talking about, and indeed the Singaporean Foreign Secretary, Dr. Balakrishnan? How do you balance these planetary concerns, the absolute imperative to cooperate on climate change, with the more traditional moral concerns about human rights and great power competition? I mean, is there a way of balancing?
Well, I think that is key. I apologize for the technical failure, which apparently happened right after I'd answered a question about technology. But there is, I think, extraordinarily moral significance to this ability to have a sense of balance, to be able to, if you think of a cooperative rivalry, to pay attention to both terms, cooperation and rivalry at the same time. Right now, the political mood in Washington is all on the rivalry, and if we're forgetting the cooperation, then the key to success is, for a moral foreign policy, is having that sense of balance and prudence that will require looking ahead to a strategy for 2030, in which the agenda is going to look somewhat different than it does today. So I think we'll hope that after this, the silly season of elections is over, that we'll get more discussion of what that balance means.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Joe, and thanks for coming back to round off the session. And I will now hand over back to the Aspen team. Thanks to all of you. So I believe at some point Anya will jump back in. Yeah, possibly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. Next, we will have the Prime Minister of Greece with us, and we should be starting this session in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned and stay in your seats, and we will be back with you in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Nicholas Burns, the Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Aspen Security Forum. And good afternoon, good late afternoon to all of our friends in Greece and in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome a friend and the Prime Minister of Greece, Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. I think you'll see his image and his screen pop up in just a minute. Prime Minister Mitsotakis doesn't need a big introduction for an American crowd because we know him very well, but he's been the leader of the New Democracy Party in Greece, Nea Demokratia, for 4 years. I know that he modernized that party. He rebuilt its base, he rebuilt its platform, and he won a major electoral victory with an absolute majority in the Greek parliament. That stunned a lot of people, but frankly didn't surprise me, knowing the gifts of this politician. He's been very skillful, in my judgment, in recreating Greece's relationship with the European Union. I want to ask him about that, about the recent marathon overnight summit meeting that he endured with Chancellor Angela Merkel and President Macron and the other EU leaders. And as we in America know, he's also rebuilt in many ways the long relationship, the alliance between the United States and Greece. He has a very good and productive relationship with President Trump, which is positive for both of our countries. So Prime Minister, it's great to see you in Athens. Welcome.
Well, Nick, it's a real pleasure. Thank you for hosting me. And I can't imagine being interviewed by anyone more knowledgeable about our part of the world. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
Well, thank you very much. And I should say to people who are watching in the United States and Greece, around the world, the Prime Minister and I have known each other for, it's amazing to say, over 20 years. I knew early on, Prime Minister, that I know you were involved in business, you were involved in finance, you made your own way in the world. I would hope that you would come back to politics. You did. And the result is a very close relationship between the US and the United States. We're going to have a conversation about a lot of issues. I want to ask you first about the biggest crisis in the world today, the coronavirus pandemic. We are suffering here in the United States. Nearly 160,000 Americans have died. We have the highest number of infections in the world and trouble across many of our states. you've had a very different experience in Greece, and I've admired from afar your ability so far, and let's knock on wood, to curb the pandemic. Tell us how you approached it and how you listened to the epidemiologists in Greece, because you do have an outstanding record.
Well, Nick, thank you, first of all, very much for your kind words. As far as COVID is concerned, it was not really rocket science. We listened to the experts. We decided to shut down the economy sooner rather than later. We let the experts do the talking. We focused very much on our message, and we tried to convince Greeks that this should be a collective effort, and that we all had to gain if we were to succeed to contain the first phase of the epidemic. And indeed, it was quite remarkable how the Greek public reacted. They were extremely disciplined. This essentially allowed us to fully contain the first wave of the epidemic and to gradually relax our protective measures. And bring the economy back to some sort of normal activity. Of course, I do need to point out that as we open up the economy, the cases have started to increase, which is something that we expected. We also do much more testing, and we're also much smarter regarding the testing. But one word of caution, because I had a meeting with my team this morning. We should not fall victims of our own success. People do become complacent. And yes, it is tiring to do social distancing and in particular to wear masks. We're very big on masks, and we've essentially made masks mandatory in all, everywhere indoors, but also occasionally outdoors whenever we cannot ensure social distancing. I changed my profile photo and put a photo with a mask. We want to send a signal that masks do matter because, frankly, Nick, we cannot shut down the economy for a second time. And everybody acknowledges that we need to find a way to live with the virus until we get to a point where we have a vaccine. So we're much smarter when it comes to contact tracing. We try to isolate, the outbreaks sooner rather than later, and we can still afford to do that. And of course, we were also quite clever in the way we've opened up the country to foreign tourists. Everyone has to fill out what we call a passenger locator form. And we have a very complicated algorithm that essentially determines who needs to be tested. We've tested more than 240,000 people from the almost 2 million people who have arrived into Greece since we opened up. So we have, a big database that also gives us a very good indication of whether we have problems in other countries. For example, we very quickly identified that the Balkans was a problematic region. So we restricted access to visitors from Romania, Bulgaria. We asked them to actually submit a negative test to come into Greece. So this has to be a data-driven approach. It has to be scientific, but I think it also needs to demonstrate enough empathy. You know the Greek word philotimo. You know that very well. We can't exactly translate it into English, but it's a sense of pride in our own sort of accomplishment. So now that we see the cases sort of move in the wrong direction, we have to make the extra effort to make sure that we adhere to the guidelines that the epidemiologists have told us actually we need to follow. So it was a very interesting experiment, also a very interesting social experiment. I'm happy because people restored part of their trust in the state. You know very well that the relationship between Greeks and the state was always a troubled one. There wasn't much confidence in the ability of the state to actually perform its most basic functions, which is to protect, the life and the property of individuals. The state actually responded in a professional manner. I think we were quite competent in the way we managed this whole process. Huge leaps in terms of digitalization, lots of services being moved online. So we cut the interaction. We used this as an opportunity to cut bureaucracy, hired lots of people in our national health service, almost doubled the number of ICU beds. So under the emergency, we use this as an opportunity to make sure that we also make some long-term investments, which are going to be extremely valuable in the long term, even in the post-COVID era.
Well, Prime Minister, I was going to remark, and you've just said it, one of the things I always loved about Greeks from the time that I lived in your country was they are very independent-minded people. And it's one of the most attractive qualities of Greeks. And so How have you managed to convince Greeks that is it a patriotic thing to wear a mask now, pride in Greece, to protect
Yes, it's, we have our masks with the little flags on them. So it's always a good idea to put the flag on your mask. But frankly, I think we were lucky enough that, our chief epidemiologist is someone who, he was a fantastic scientist, but he also proved to be an extremely skilled communicator. So until May, he was on TV every day. We actually recruited him yesterday to do another, extraordinary briefing, because we wanted people to be aware that we have an issue that we need to address. But essentially, people understood that we had an opportunity to also break the stereotypes, and a lot of stereotypes regarding Greece were I think, broken during the times during the first wave of the crisis, and people really felt proud about what we achieved. But then, of course, they became slightly complacent. This is not just a Greek phenomenon. I was speaking to lots of my colleagues in other countries that have done well. You think you've done well, you think you've eliminated the problem, but the virus is still there, and the virus is contagious. What we see now is a different pattern, where it spreads more amongst younger people. So we have no pressure whatsoever on our national health system, but we want to make sure we keep it that way. So when it comes to convincing people, I probably gave 7 or 8, I don't remember the exact number, direct addresses where I tried to explain to people in very plain language what was at stake. But we relied heavily on the experts doing the talking. So I didn't do daily briefings. I had daily meetings, but I didn't do daily briefings. But whenever I felt I needed to communicate directly with the people, I just made a nationally televised statement. And I think as a communication strategy, it worked pretty well.
Well, knowing you and knowing about your education and your career in business, I'm not surprised that you were data-driven and that you were science-oriented. And may I just say, from the perspective of abroad, I really respect what you've been able to do, and putting your epidemiologists out front certainly made a lot of sense. Tourism is such an important part of your economy. Our daughter Caroline just spent 10 days in Greece. She went with a friend to Mykonos and to Milos, and then up to Thessaloniki. And Caroline, of course, has lived in Greece before. She was very impressed by how organized it was, and how people did check as to where she had been and whether she had been ill. And she thought it was a very positive experience, but it must be a hard sell. Your tourism must be down from where
tourism,
you're going. How are you handling that?
Look, we knew that we would suffer. And it's a question of what we can salvage from what would have been a lost season. Leisure, travel, tourism were the hardest hit sectors. And I think this is also it's a long-term concern how these sectors will recover. But what we did, we said, we want to open up, but we want to reopen up safely. So we have all our screening protocols for the people who actually come into Greece. We're extremely strict in terms of protecting the employees in the hospitality industry. So you won't find anyone not wearing masks in terms of the professionals. The waiters, the hotel staff, extremely diligent in terms of protecting them. We make sure we have dedicated COVID rooms in all hotels should a case emerge. All our hospitals, even our small hospitals, even you go to a small island in the local healthcare center, you'll find in case you had a positive case, you'll find 2 COVID beds, and of course, we keep, repeating, the messages that you can have a fantastic experience in Greece, but you probably want to avoid, very crowded beach bars or after-hour discotheques, because that's where the problem is. But you can have a lovely experience. You can come, swim in the sea. It's actually fantastic this year because the crowds are not here.
Right.
Fantastic from a visitor's point of view. Actually, not fantastic for us, but from a visitor's point of view, it's great. We're sad that we're not able to welcome citizens, tourists from the US, because as you know, this is a European decision. We don't actually allow visitors from the US into the European Union as a whole. And I do hope that this is going to change, although things in the US don't look to be moving in the right direction. But overall, what we try to do is to use this as a springboard for the next season, to project an image of seriousness, competence, and to make sure that essentially jobs are not lost. So a lot of the money that we spend is going into short-term employment, flexible employment schemes, where essentially, for example, we go to a hotel, we'll tell them, look, you can use, you can put your staff on 50%, employment, so they work only 15 days. We'll pay them for 90% of their salary. We'll cover 100% of the Social Security contributions. But don't fire them. So we give employees the possibility to use their labor force much more flexibly for much fewer hours because the demand is not there. Because we want to make sure that they're not fired during the summer season. So in the winter, then they'll go into short-term unemployment benefits so that they can be rehired the next summer. So we want to make sure that we don't lose too many jobs. But Europe has a stronger tradition than the US in terms of protecting employment. And we've actually spent a lot of money in these types of schemes, because now our concern is, come winter, that we don't see a massive spike in unemployment, and that we can continue to support the more vulnerable ones in an effective manner. And the good thing is that we now are not constrained by European budget guidelines. So we will, as all countries, run a big deficit in 2020. The good thing is that the markets accept that. So our borrowing costs are very low given the historical, the recent history of Greece. And of course, we have I'm sure we will discuss, access to lots of European money, which will start flowing in come 2021.
Well, Prime Minister, I wanted to turn exactly to this subject, and that's your relationship with the European Union, your ability to finance the period ahead. And to me, it's such a big turnaround to see a situation where Greece 10 years ago nearly ended its relationship with the European Union. There was a real prospect over the debt crisis. You seem to have turned it all around. And this extraordinary marathon summit until 5 or 6 in the morning, where you participated with all the leaders, you emerged with a mutualization of debt, with a program to provide grants and loans to Greece and Italy and Spain, the other hard-hit countries, 72 billion euro, I think, of support. Tell us about your conversations with Chancellor Merkel, President Macron. How did it's a big turnaround for the Germans especially, a major change in philosophy. How did that happen?
Europe is never progressing in a linear manner. You have periods of rapid progress, and you have long periods of stasis or stability where nothing is really happening. And I remember, actually, I was sitting in this conference room on this summit we had on March 26th, and it was a disaster.
It was a video summit.
Yeah, we couldn't agree on anything. There was, a great disagreement in terms of actually coming up with some sort of mutualized debt instrument. And that was a time when I really thought, we're in deep trouble. But guess what? 4 months later, Europe has taken a significant leap forward, because we've decided that we will now use our collective firepower to borrow at the level of the Commission. So we will, all member states, guarantee a common debt instrument that is issued, however, at the supranational level. And not only that we will use this money primarily to give grants to the weaker member states. If you had this discussion in Germany, as you pointed out, even 4 or 5 months ago, it would have been inconceivable. And hats off, as I told Chancellor Merkel, she took because it was very difficult for her to actually make that switch. But I think she understood that this is exactly what was necessary. So I don't know if it's exactly a Hamiltonian moment, but I can tell you it comes pretty close, given Europe's difficult relationship with any sort of mutualized debt concept. And I made the argument, not just on behalf of Greece, but on behalf of Europe as a whole. If the Southern Europe were to collapse, the single market would collapse. And even in my discussions with the Frugals, because I had lots of discussions and I'm good friends with all the leaders, I told them, look, your export-oriented economies you sell us renewables or electric cars, or if that part of the internal market disappears, you will also suffer. So I think we ended up with something which is very important, 390 billion euros in total in grants. Why are grants important? Because, we, the Italians, the Spaniards, the Portuguese have high levels of debt. We cannot add significant additional debt to our debt stockpile. So we need Europe to borrow at the European level so that we don't incur the additional debt. And of course, now as far as Greece is concerned, we have 40 billion euros out of the multi-annual financial framework, which is the 7-year budget of the European Union. And we have 32 billion out of the new recovery fund, out of which 19 billion is grants. And I'm telling you, we've already put the teams in place, set up our internal governance structure, because by October 15th, we need to submit our plan. And there will be, this is not free money. This is what I explained to people in Greece. It's not that someone has suddenly printed 32 billion and given it to us to spend. We need to justify the spending. We need to support real reforms. We need to support the green and digital agenda, which is very big for us anyhow. So we don't need to be convinced that we need to spend money in that direction. And we need a very comprehensive plan on how we will absorb this money, but not just for Greece, for Europe. And this, I think, is also important for your audience in the US to understand. This was a very, very important moment, and it was difficult. I don't think I've pulled 2 all-nighters. I don't think I ever did 2 all-nighters in college, Nick, in a row. But these discussions are always very interesting because, beyond the discussions in the plenary, there are always very interesting discussions in the late, in the early hours of the morning with all leaders, and we do understand, their sensitivities. We all have, domestic constituencies. And if you really want to forge an agreement, you need to be able to put yourself in the shoes of the other leaders, because they also have to sell the agreement to their constituencies. And because this is a decision that requires unanimity at the end of the day. Greece is a big, is a big sort of, I hate to use the word winner, but we're getting a lot of money as a percentage of our GDP from this new instrument, and we intend to put it to good use. We'll have 3 years to make sure we complete, to submit the projects, and then another 3 years to get the money. So this is a 6-year time horizon, and I intend to use this money to really transform the country. So it's a cliche to say that the crisis is a terrible opportunity to waste, and you can think of COVID as an opportunity because it's a tragedy given the number of people who've lost their lives. But it is also, it gives us the additional impetus to drive through change that is so necessary in Greece. And because I was elected on a reform agenda, and I never told the Greek people that I don't want to do reforms, now I also have the financial firepower to implement the reforms I always wanted to do. So in that sense, this is an additional, something very important that has come out of the COVID crisis, at least for Greece.
Thank you. Prime Minister, 2 quick follow-up questions on this issue of your economy relationship with the EU. The first is this. Chancellor Merkel, I know you know her well. I know you have a very good working relationship with her. She spoke at the Harvard commencement a year ago, and I spent a lot of time with her there at that commencement. I've always been impressed by her humility, by her intelligence, by her practical nature. Was she the key person, do you think, in this EU agreement? And how do you think of her legacy?
I think, yes, she was a key person for 3 reasons. First of all, she's the president of the rotating council presidency. Second, she is the most experienced leader in the room, by far, longest serving head of state or government. And third, if you didn't get Germany on board, you would never have gotten a deal. So Germany needed to change its approach regarding the necessity of Europe to borrow at the European level and then give out part of the money, most of the money, in the form of grants. So I have tremendous respect for Chancellor Merkel. She is someone who has lots of experience. She's ready to make, she takes her time. She's not someone who's going to be pressed into making quick decisions, but once she's convinced that she has to do the right thing, she can make big she can take very important steps forward. And on a personal level, she's also someone who behind the cameras is also someone who's extremely likable as a person. So I have tremendous respect for her. And given the fact that she is going to be the president for the next 6 months, I think there's still a lot of issues that we need to work closely. One of them, for example, being the new migration and asylum pact, which is another big challenge for Europe, which is another big file that I hope will be completed during the German presidency.
And Prime Minister, in many ways, the hallmark of your time in office as Prime Minister has been this very positive resurgence in the Greek economy. A lot of people had given up on Greece several years ago in terms of its financial and economic future, but you've really been able to stabilize. There's confidence in the markets in you. Tell us about that. That must have been your major goal as Prime Minister, I would think.
No, this is how we started but we've been in constant crisis management mode. So when I came into power, I said, look, my goal is to make Greece a success growth story within the European Union. Attract foreign capital, reduce our borrowing costs, reduce barriers to foreign investment, and really have a very jobs-oriented agenda. And we were doing quite well until COVID hit us. And but even now, our 10-year T-bill is slightly above 1%, which would have been inconceivable even a year ago. So there's clear trust in the financial markets in what we are doing and in our reform agenda. And I think Greece is a very compelling growth story to tell. It has, as you know, unique natural comparative advantages that come, that are the result of its geography, but it's also a country that has very talented, resourceful people, a very dynamic diaspora, 400,000 people who left during the crisis who would be happy to come back and support the economy. And I think if you unleash the potential and the creativity of the Greek people, we could really do very, very impressive things. And overall, the good thing is that we have the political capital to actually do that, because we have an absolute majority in parliament, which is unusual by European standards. So we won 40% of the vote. That makes us one of the strongest, if not the strongest, center-right party in Europe. We're doing even better now in the polls. So there's a lot of confidence in our reform agenda. We want to see results. So we're not that ideological. We want to dominate. We're sort of a radical, reformist, centrist party. So we want to govern from the center, but in a very reform-oriented manner. And I think we've also proven that you can beat the populists, and that there is value. For all of us who have, who take some pride in our CVs and our studies, we got thrashed by the populists and destroyed in this sort of anti-elite and anti-intellectual wave. It sort of feels good that we actually prove that we can get the job done. So I think also in terms of the global narrative, how do you defeat populism? Can you defeat populism by not being a populist, by being someone who embraces change, but also embraces data-driven policy? I think we've done that, and people are actually, we're a year in office, so and we have higher levels of trust now than we had when we got elected. But of course, COVID has thrown all this up in the air, but it has, in a sense, rekindled the emergency of doing reforms, because COVID is going to leave us at some point, but the structural problems of Greece still will need to be addressed. And as I told you, now we also have the funds to drive through some of these important changes. So there is more public, in this case, European capital available. But if you also talk to investors, and even US investors, I'm sure they'll describe you a different story in terms of how well received they are in Greece, how many deals are taking place. If you look at some of the big, US multinationals, Pfizer, Cisco, they're setting up research centers in Greece. Why are they doing that? Because they understand that there's incredible human capital in Greece, especially in the technology space. If you look at our vibrant high-tech startup industry, For the first time, we see big transactions, acquisitions by big US companies. So something is happening beneath the surface, and it sort of is a byproduct of the crisis. Young people no longer felt that they had to bang on a politician's door to get a job in the public sector, which was to a certain extent the case when you were serving in Greece. They understand that they have to maybe take their lives in their own hands. So I think that I'd say the stars are aligned that post-COVID Greece can do something important and be really a pleasant success story on the economic front.
Well, for all of us who are Phil Hellenes and who wish Greece well, and there are millions of us around the world, we're so impressed by this economic resurgence. We wish you luck in it. Now let's talk about a very difficult issue. You won't be surprised to hear me raise the issue of Turkey and President Erdogan. For those people listening here in the United States and around the world, the Turks have once again been contesting Greek sovereignty in the Eastern Aegean. That's not new. They've been doing that for decades. Turkey has been very difficult and I think wrong, frankly, in contesting Greek and Cypriot natural gas drilling in Greek and Cypriot waters in the Eastern Mediterranean. And then, of course, we have Turkey with very unfriendly statements about Greece. Prime Minister, how do you, Turkey is your neighbor. It's been your neighbor forever and will be forever. How do you, it's a big country, it's a powerful country with a willful president, excuse me. What are your relations like with him? How do you handle all these problems with Turkey?
Look, I've met President Erdogan twice since I became prime minister. And our first meeting, I told him that honestly, let's try to do a restart in the Greek-Turkish relationship, because as you said, we'll be neighbors forever. I think our people are quite close, and even culturally close. I think that really there is no animosity in spite of all the stereotypes between the Greek and the Turkish people. Unfortunately, I didn't get the response I was expecting. What we've seen from Turkey over the past year essentially has been, the signing of what we consider to be a null and void and completely illegal memorandum of understanding between Turkey and Libya, which clearly violates Greek sovereign rights because it recognizes no exclusive economic zone to Greek islands. Completely unacceptable, completely illegal, not just in our minds. I think everybody would probably share that view. We've seen completely illegal drilling, not just exploratory work, within the Cyprus exclusive economic zone. So in clear violation of the sovereign rights of Cyprus. We've seen overflights over Greek islands. We've seen the attempt to weaponize migrants and refugees. In the beginning of March, you probably remember when tens of thousands tried to cross the Greek border, and we defended the Greek border and we said, this is not going to happen. I think Turkey is also behaving in an unreliable manner within NATO. There are collective security concerns being raised. Purchasing the S-400 system is an issue of concern to all of us, including the US, because it compromises, the F-35, which is an integral part of NATO as the most advanced airplane that NATO has. Violation of the arms embargo in Libya. So Turkey is behaving in my mind in a destabilizing manner, and this is not just a problem for Greece. It's a problem for Europe. I think it's also a problem for the US in terms of the fact that the US has always been interested in the Eastern Mediterranean. So we made it very clear, and I made it very clear to President Erdogan that I'm always happy to discuss the one outstanding issue which we consider to have with Turkey, which is the delimitation of our maritime zones in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. From your times as ambassador, there were exploratory talks taking place, and we've discussed and we've made progress until Turkey cut off the exploratory talks in 2016. We told them, we're happy to resume the talks, but we cannot do this, at gunpoint, and we will not be blackmailed to the negotiating table by threats that you will violate our sovereign rights. So this is off the table. And we also made it very clear, because we had a recent incident where Turkey issued a NAVTEX threatening seismic activities within the Greek exclusive economic zone. And we basically said that this is something which we will not accept. The good thing is that there was a standstill and the ship never sailed. And I take this as an indication, because I want to see the glass half full, as a positive indication that while we talk, if we really want to talk, we can't undermine the substance of the talks, which is, how do we solve the problem of our claims regarding the exclusive economic zone. And I've also been very honest, Nick, in telling the Turks and the global community, look, if we cannot agree, let's go to court. Let's go to The Hague. Agree that this is the one difference we have, set the parameters, agree on what we have agreed, agree on what we disagree, and we will respect the decision of the court because we respect international law. And I think it's a fair approach to the extent that we cannot, if we cannot resolve our differences directly. But there have been other, provocative activities, converting Hagia Sophia again into a mosque was something which in my mind was completely unnecessary. It's been a museum for 86 years. Istanbul is, Constantinople is not short of mosques. There's beautiful mosques, and many of them. So why take a church which became a mosque and then a museum, but still an indication of intra-faith understanding and dialogue, and politicize in such a manner? A completely unnecessary activity, which I think also raises serious issues, because this is a World Heritage Site declared by UNESCO, and it was declared a World Heritage Site as a museum, not as a mosque. And I've also made it very clear to our European partners that should Turkey pursue on this activity, there need to be consequences. There need to be sanctions. So either the relationship is going to improve, or if Turkey continues to violate sovereign rights of Greece and Cyprus, the European Union has to react. And for the first time, I see a much better understanding within the European Union that Turkey's role, in our part of the world is really not very constructive. Again, we don't want to isolate Turkey. And I'd be the first to champion a productive relationship between Greece and the European Union. I want to engage the Turks when it comes to migration. They host 3.5 million refugees and migrants. And so far we have worked with them, but we cannot work under the constant threat that they will open the floodgates and send us refugees and migrants to put pressure on us. And we've proven that we don't respond well to pressure. We will react. We have the capacity to react, the ability, the willingness, the national unity in Greece to support this policy. So it's a carrot and stick approach. But they need to be of equal. Both the carrot and the stick need to be of equal size when it comes to Turkey.
Well, we've felt the reverberations from these crises here in the United States. Of course, we have a lot of Orthodox Christians in the United States, and it's been a major issue. Hagia Sophia, built one of the most important churches in Christendom, built by Justinian in the 6th century. Of course, a mosque during the Ottoman years, but as you rightly point out, it's been for 80 years, more than 80 years, largely a place of access to all faiths. And now to see it return to Muslim prayers has been disconcerting for the Christian world. You saw a very strong statement by former Vice President Joe Biden,
yes,
and European political leaders speaking out about this. And the issue of sanctions, Prime Minister, one of our most experienced American foreign correspondents is Steve Erlanger of the New York Times. He wrote a piece in yesterday's New York Times saying that Turkey is now a major problem inside NATO, and yet the leaders of NATO are kind of turning away from making a decision should Turkey be sanctioned on the S-400 and on the other. Do you think
Turkey
should be sanctioned?
It's an issue. When we met in London in December, I raised the issue. The truth is, President Macron at the time was very supportive, but and he's been, a forceful voice highlighting the fact that Turkey is behaving in a disruptive manner. But I think the alliance will find itself faced with the reality of its an important member of the alliance, the second largest, military within the alliance, behaving in a way that undermines the interest of the alliance and the interests of members, of other members of the alliance. So I think this is an issue which I also read the piece, and I think it's an issue we can no longer afford to necessarily put under the rug. It will be raised. And of course, the issue, of purchasing weapon systems that endanger the defense arrangements of the alliance is an issue of concern, not just for the U.S. It should be an issue of concern for the alliance as a whole. But again, I do hope that we've sent a very clear signal to Turkey. We will see if we're able to restart exploratory talks. If we do, it will be a good indication regarding our bilateral relationship. It doesn't mean, however, that the problems are immediately going to disappear, because we've seen a pattern that has been going on for quite some time now.
Prime Minister, a happier subject. Let's turn to your relationship with the United States. I'm maybe one of the best people to say that our relationship has been strained in the past. Certainly was during the time when I was ambassador during the Kosovo War. We had a difficult relationship. You and President Trump, and I think President Obama deserves credit here too, in his relationship with your predecessor. Under President Obama and President Trump and you, there has been a new era of relations. And I think all of us who wish this relationship well are happy about this. Tell us about your relationship with President Trump and what you've been able to do here.
I think this relationship has gone from strength to strength. And frankly, I'm quite happy as a Greek who has studied in the U.S. and who really values this relationship. I think it's a relationship of strategic depth. I think the U.S. knows that Greece is a dependable and reliable ally on the geopolitical side, but also on the economic side. There is greater, defense cooperation between our two countries. There's greater cooperation when it comes to energy. So crucial, aspects of the geopolitical relationship are being developed. And for the first time, I also see much more interest, which I didn't see in the past, by U.S. companies in U.S. capital to be deployed in Greece, which is, in my mind, also an important aspect of the relationship. There is a relationship between, Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and the U.S. A relationship between, strong democracies in the Eastern Mediterranean that share the same values. And I'm happy because this is a relationship that seems to have continuity in the US, but also in Greece. As you pointed out, I've a very good meeting with President Trump when I met him. My predecessor, I had very good meetings with President Obama, regardless of who is elected president. I think this relationship is going to continue and will become, if anything, there's room for it to become even stronger. And what's important from the Greek perspective is that this relationship also enjoys bipartisan support in Greece. For me, it's sort of obvious to talk about the value of the strategic relationship. I'm a center-right politician educated in the US. But for my predecessor, Mr. Tsipras, it was not obvious because he made his career, as you remember, as a protester outside the US embassy.
I think he was protesting when I was ambassador. He's protesting against the United States.
Yeah, so for him to recognize the importance of the relationship, that means that across the board in Greece, there is now bipartisan support for the value of this relationship. And of course, 2021 is an important year for us historically. We'll be celebrating the bicentennial of the Greek Revolution, which was very much inspired by the US Revolution and by the values of the US Revolution. So we shouldn't forget that our ties, go back into history. And that, of course, we also have a tremendously vibrant and dynamic Greek-American community, which serves as a bridge between our two countries. And what we also did, which is important, is after 45 years, we for the first time gave the right to those Greeks who have the right to vote from their place of permanent residence, because until now everyone had to come back to Greece to vote. So now most people
in place, right?
Yeah, most people will be eligible to actually vote where they actually, in terms of our diaspora, will be eligible to vote from where they actually live. Especially those who left the country relatively recently.
So you trust mail voting in Greece? You have a good system. You can have secure ballots with mail voting?
We're not going to do mail voting. They will vote in the embassies and in the consular offices. So we will in the next election we will set up voting infrastructure in the places where we have a big Greek or Greek American community.
I almost dragged you into American politics, but you skillfully avoided it. Very good.
I've been very careful not to, yeah,
I know you haven't. And
not to make any comments. Yeah.
And rightly so. Prime Minister, one of the big issues here, we talked to Prime Minister Scott Morrison last evening as part of the Aspen Security Forum. We talked to the Foreign Minister of Singapore, Minister Balakrishnan. We talked to the Chinese ambassador to the US, Sui Tiankai. 5G has become a signature issue in how we relate and compete with China. Australia, the United States, UK, important friends of Greece have all taken the position that Huawei should not be part of our networks. What is Greece's position?
Okay. We start this debate from the fortunate position that Huawei doesn't have a strong presence in Greece, at least in the core network, and it will remain so. That's going to be our policy going forward, and probably so. As far as the core network is concerned, it will be completely Huawei free. And even those operators that have, a Huawei presence in terms of their antennas are probably going to decrease that as well. So we recognize that this is a real security concern for the U.S., but also for Europe, and we will sort of align ourselves with the practices of most European countries. Although our operators are foreign operators, but we didn't inherit a big problem, so it's easier for us to actually deal with it going forward. And we'll be one of the first countries to actually license off our 5G spectrum before the end of the year. So we've actually kept our timetable. We're big believers in the value of this investment, and we want to be one of the first beneficiaries. But we fully recognize, the valid security concerns, and we will do our best to address them. But we're starting from a good position in terms of as we speak, we don't have a big problem.
I know that for Greece, Chinese investment has been important. I know that, of course, the port of Piraeus, the largest port in the Eastern Mediterranean, run by a Chinese state firm. They have a contract. Are you convinced that Greece has been able to ensure that any kind of nefarious Chinese influence through industrial espionage, that you've blocked that off? Can you make that assurance?
Yes, I can. Again, and I think I have good knowledge in terms of what I'm talking about. Yes, the Chinese have invested in the port. Yes, we're happy with the investment. Be very open. They invested at a time when very few people invested in Greece. Piraeus has been turned from a minor player into one of the most important, if not the most important port in the Mediterranean. We're leveraging our geographic position. It's a natural entry point for Eastern Europe. It's a big investment that is taking the port forward. But if you look at our overall portfolio of foreign investments, Nick, we have no real dependence on Chinese investment. If you look at overall FDI presence in Greece, and frankly, we want to attract capital from all sources, and we don't want to be too dependent on any country. So the port is important, and it's been a win-win proposition. But of course, when we talk about technology, data protection, that's a different ballpark. And we have to be very, very careful and very protective, and also very sensitive in terms of the security concerns of our strategic allies.
Very good, Prime Minister. Andy Zemenides has a question, and I want to invite Andy to take the stage. We may have a several second delay, so we'll hope that he'll come on board. Andy, if you are with us.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Prime Minister, good to see you again. Doing a little bit of American politics. A lot of us may remember, since it's a presidential election year, the famous 3 a.m. crisis commercial. Who do you want answering the phone at 3 a.m.? And you've had 3 crises. The Evros crisis, the Corona crisis, and this latest NAFTAX. And I have to congratulate you, because I think you shoot to the top of answering that 3 a.m. phone call. But you've talked about how clear you've been to Turkey. European allies have been clear to Turkey. In fact, there's a report that Chancellor Merkel in this latest crisis told Turkey Greece is absolutely serious. They were clear during the Evros crisis. But I want to contrast that with right now from the US, it seems that we kind of drip and send mixed signals to Turkey. We always kind of start with we refrain from we ask each party to refrain from doing anything when only one party is doing something. Does that mixed signaling and that bad signaling, in my opinion, make these relations more difficult and keep us from getting to the table or to The Hague sooner rather than later?
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, look, well, thank you, Andy, for the question. Frankly, if I look at the official statements by the State Department, maybe with a few slight exceptions, but overall they've been quite supportive of Greek positions. And you're right that when there's an encouragement for both parties to refrain, this is a fundamentally unjust statement as far as Greece is concerned, because we are not engaging in any provocative activity that could provoke. If I look at it from Turkey's side, that could provoke, their interest, while they're clearly not doing the same. When I was in Washington in January and we met, I did sense that within the administration, but also in particular on the Hill, there was a bipartisan understanding that the relationship with Turkey is not the same that it was 3-4 years ago. That it's not as predictable. Turkey is behaving in a manner that is actually threatening U.S. interests in the Eastern Mediterranean. And pieces of legislation, also sponsored by Senator Menendez, are clearly an indication that there is a much better understanding in Washington of what is really happening in the Eastern Mediterranean. And I do want to also use this forum to help clarify what is really happening and what U.S. interests should be, regardless of the historic ties between Greece and the U.S. So I had a very honest discussion with President Trump. I think he understood exactly what I told him regarding what our limits are and what we can and what we cannot accept. And I think also the administration and the State Department bureaucracy, I'm sure, has a pretty good understanding of why things today are different from what they were maybe 5 years ago. And also I think within NATO, it is very clear that this sort of hands-off approach, that we have 2 NATO partners, so we're not going to go into the details, is no longer going to be accepted by me. And I raised this also with Secretary General Stoltenberg, that we're a NATO contributor, we're an ally, and we expect, when we feel that a NATO ally is behaving in a way to endanger our interests, we cannot expect from NATO the similar approach that we don't want to interfere in your sort of internal differences. That this is profoundly unfair for Greece.
Andy, thank you very much. Prime Minister, we have another question from Rahul Sumant. Rahul, you have the floor. Please ask your question. It's extraordinary in these times that we don't have technology.
Hi, can you guys hear me fine?
Yes, Rahul, I hear you now.
Yeah, hi. So the question for Prime Minister Mitsotakis is, you mentioned you're a very data-driven person, and one of the difficult things you've been dealing with, of course, is how to keep the economy open while making sure that people are safe from the coronavirus pandemic. I have a 2-part question, if I may. The first one is, can you tell us what are some of the 4 or 5 metrics your team is looking at on a daily basis to try to determine how to keep the economy functioning? And for each metric, have you guys identified sort of objective numeric inflection points to let you know how are you guys in the red or the yellow or the green? And the second question, if I may, is somewhat open-ended and generic. As a leader, Prime Minister, you're often being presented data sets that are potentially incomplete or inaccurate or perhaps can't. How do you sort of deal with such situations? Again, it's generic, but I'm curious to see if you have any words of wisdom for us listening in.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rahul, for the question. I'll start with the second leg. If you expect to have totally reliable data in this crisis, you'll be waiting forever until you make a decision. So you have to go with what you have. You have to look at trends. we're very data driven, and we have enough data, to draw conclusions. And of course, the good thing, the data is useful to the extent that it allows you to change your policy when that is necessary. And this is a constant readjustment exercise. So, for example, as I mentioned in the discussion, very early on, our data indicated that we had a problem, from travelers who came from Bulgaria and Romania. So we took measures. So we are looking. In terms of the data sets, what are we looking at? The number one indicator is hospitalization rates and occupancy of our ICU beds. We're extremely low there. I mean, right now, just to give you an indication, across Greece, we have 13 or 14 people on ICU, COVID-related beds, and less than 60 were hospitalized across the board. So this is the number one metric, because case number by itself is not going to tell us a full story, because we're doing more testing and we need to be sure we compare apples to apples. And of course, the other very interesting data that we have is because we test arrivals from all countries, we have a good indication as to whether there is a spike in another country that we need to worry about in terms of not importing cases into Greece. So that's another metric I look at very carefully. And of course, if you want to get into the minute details of contact tracing, we keep track of whatever local outbreaks we have, and we have information and very good also visualized information regarding how the outbreaks and the contact tracing actually is going, and where we have small local outbreaks. And when I'm talking about local outbreaks, I'm talking about outbreaks of 10, 20, 30, 40 cases of this sort of size. But I can tell you, sharing data in cross-functional teams has not always been a very easy exercise, and it did take us some time to get to the point where we have one integrated database that all people have access to, and then experts can slice and cut the data in whichever way they find it more useful. But I have on my dashboard, all the data sets that I need to get, my top level information as to what is happening.
Rahul, thank you very much. Prime Minister, this kind of science-oriented, data-driven leadership is most welcome. I think a lot of us are just trying to learn the lessons of this phase of the pandemic, not knowing what's ahead of us. But I certainly credit you for having taken this apolitical, data-driven approach to what you're doing. You've been very generous with your time. If I could ask you one more question, and we'll let you go. You're about to observe your bicentennial as a nation, the rebirth of Greece in the revolution of 1821. That was a significant event in the United States at the time. There was great political support in the United States for Greece. It had so many different manifestations, from Greek revival architecture, which in New England, where I live, is a prominent part of our building, to political philosophy. It had influence on people like Abraham Lincoln. I think we in America want to stand with you in observing this, celebrating the bicentennial of Greece. And I know all the Greek American fraternal organizations, the American School of Classical Studies, our archaeologists who've been with you for, since the 1880s. I assume this is almost a global celebration from Australia to the United States of the Greek world.
Yeah, it's an important year for us. We've set up a special committee that has been, preparing events. We want this to be, we don't just want to, do just, one big parade. I don't want this to be a glamorous sort of celebration. I want it to be a bottom-up celebration that celebrates our past, but also is an opportunity to reposition Greece vis-a-vis its promising future. So another work we're doing is we're working very hard on the new sort of national branding strategy, which will be unveiled in 2021, and which I think is going to show to the world a very different story about Greece that they don't usually associate with the country, which I think is important for us to actually tell. But especially as far as the Greek-US ties are concerned, it will be an opportunity to celebrate the unique bonds which are not that well known. And hopefully, I'll be able to make an official visit to the US in 2021. I think it will be important symbolically to celebrate this relationship, and to also unravel historical aspects which are not very well known regarding the the mutual influence, the support that we got during our war of independence, but also the influence of Greek thought, even classical Greek thought in 19th century US, which is so prevalent, as you pointed out, in many US universities. And of course, no liberal arts curriculum is complete without a study of Thucydides and the Peloponnesian War, as you well know. And I'm just indicating one text of classical Greek thinking, which has made its way into almost all curricula in US liberal arts programs. I can mention quite a few others. But this is not just about our past. This is not about what this country did for 200 years, which I think is overall pretty impressive. We shouldn't forget that we're the first province of the Ottoman Empire that managed to fight and win a war of independence. And I think that if you look at all the provinces of the Ottoman Empire, because that's what we were in 1821, we've done probably better than most. So there's reason to be proud for what we've achieved. There's reason to learn from our history, which has been rather tumultuous in terms of oscillating cycles of triumphs and disasters. Hopefully, this is going to be an opportunity to take a good hard look at our national history, be honest also with the mistakes that we made, learn from our history, and hopefully be the beginning of what I hope is going to be a promising and an optimistic period for the country.
Well, I think that's a great way to end this interview. We who admire Greece and care about the country are so pleased to see the progress made, see how well the Greek people are doing. And Prime Minister, congratulations on all of your progress and achievements. And we look forward, hopefully after a vaccine, to welcoming you as Prime Minister to the capital of Greek America, which is the Athens of America, which is Boston, Massachusetts, where I live. And good luck with everything in the intervening time period.
Well, thank you, Nick. Stay safe, and hopefully we'll be also able to welcome you to Greece as soon as you're allowed to travel.
We hope so. Thanks so much, Prime Minister. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was my interview with Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. We're going to take a short break at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time here in the United States. We have a really inspiring speaker, Wes Moore. He's the CEO of the Robin Hood Foundation. He has an incredible personal story. He's going to talk about poverty and inequality as national security issues. He's going to be interviewed by our great friend, Dina Powell McCormick. That's at 11:15 a.m. here in the East Coast of the United States. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aspen Security Forum. That was a fantastic conversation we just had with the Prime Minister of Greece. We are now turning to an entirely different topic, and one that we thought was very important to discuss, even in a foreign policy forum at this difficult time. Please welcome both Dina Powell and Wes Moore to the stage for the first time at the Aspen Security Forum. We're going to have a discussion here about issues related to poverty, inequality, and race, because as we've heard from so many speakers over the past day and a half, the United States can't lead internationally until we really get our own house in order in these issues. And the last few months have shown that we certainly have a long way to go. We are very lucky to have with us today Wes Moore, who is the CEO of Robinhood, one of the foremost anti-poverty forces in the entire United States. He's also a best-selling author, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, a former Rhodes Scholar, and a social entrepreneur. He has a pretty unbelievable resume. Wes's first book, The Other Wes Moore, focused on the fine line between success and failure in our communities and ourselves. And I know Dina will be asking him a little bit more about that. He was raised by a single mom in Baltimore and the Bronx, and we are just so excited that he is now leading the Robinhood Foundation and is here with us today. To interview Wes, who should be popping up on screen shortly, we have Dina Powell McCormick. She rejoined Goldman Sachs in 2018 as a partner in the investment banking division, leading much of the firm's relationships with sovereign clients around the world. Previously, she served as U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy from 2017 and 18, and earlier in her career had a number of senior roles in the White House and in the State Department, where Dina and I actually worked together and met. So I'm very happy to have you both here. Wes, if you can turn on your camera, then we'll be able to see you and begin the discussion. Give us just a minute, perhaps, for Wes to turn on his camera.
I think I'm on now.
Hi, Dina.
Okay.
We hear you, but we don't yet see you. Hi, Dina. Welcome. And I think, Wes, if you turn on your video, we will see you as well. One of the exciting things about this Aspen Security Forum is that we are beaming people in literally from all over the world, from their homes with varying levels of Wi-Fi connection. So sometimes it takes a little while to get people going. Dina, maybe just while we're waiting for Wes to turn on his camera and his microphone, maybe I can ask you, how long have you been involved with Robinhood, and how did you first get involved?
So I actually first met Wes, which is an interesting story. In 2005, he had just returned from Afghanistan and had been awarded a slot as a White House fellow. And A1 Condi Rice asked me to interview all 12 applicants and to make sure we selected the very best one. So he was our White House fellow at the State Department in 2005 for the full year. And then, of course, stayed good friends with him, admired all of the incredible work that he did after that. And I've been involved in Robinhood for for 12 years, because as the president of the Goldman Sachs Foundation, we did a number of, a lot of work. And then I became vice chairman of the board about a year ago.
Fantastic. And can you tell us, while we're waiting for Wes's Wi-Fi to come back on, will you tell us a little bit just about what Robinhood does?
Sure. It's the largest poverty alleviation organization in New York and the surrounding areas. During COVID alone, we have been the, well, let him say, but the nonprofit that has supported more relief efforts that have been very devastating, as you can imagine, to the city. 1 in 4 children are hungry in New York today, so many of them getting their meals at school. Domestic violence has shot up 50%. So I'm very proud to say that Wes and the leadership of Robinhood and the team, I think, have done more than any nonprofit in New York to try to support the most vulnerable and the need.
They really have. Wes, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad we got your microphone and camera working. I've already introduced you and Dina, and I just want to lead us off. I said by way of introduction, if we're not strong and have our house in order as a nation, and that means in terms of racial equality, income inequality, poverty generally, we cannot lead on the international stage. Now, you straddle that more than anyone else because you served in Afghanistan, you were a White House fellow, now you lead Robinhood. Can you say a little bit about how you see that intersection? And then secondarily, and I'm sure Dina will ask you about it too, what exactly has been going on with Robinhood, because you guys are really at the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the resulting devastation in the middle of New York. So happy to have you here. Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here, Anya, and thank you. And it's great to see everybody. And anytime I get a chance to be in conversation with Dina Powell-McCormick, I'm better because of it. I always have had the pleasure of working for Dina twice. Once when I came back from Afghanistan inside the State Department, now as she's serving as the vice chair for Robinhood. But more importantly, I've had the pleasure of being friends with Dina for well over a decade, and so I'm just I'm honored to be here and honored to be in conversation. And Anya, the question is an important one, because the truth is that American leadership matters. Right? American leadership matters from our very origins and from our very core. If you look at the amount of countries that have framed their constitutions after ours, that have framed their founding documents after the founding documents of the United States of America, the fact that the United States of America on so many fronts has really led when it comes to how we are thinking about the construct of individual governments and societies, to thinking about the giving that the United States has demonstrated across the globe. Now, it's still also understanding that all of that was happening at a time when the history of the U.S. has still been very uneven, that the history of the U.S. has still also been very unequal. And so when we're thinking about the things that we are going to need when it comes to how we think about moving forward, the reality is, and why I'm really honored to be part of this conversation, is when we talk about some of the greatest national security threats that we have, that we have around us, and we can point to a collection of things internationally. But the reality is that some of the greatest national security threats are realities, such as the fact that a quarter of our population doesn't even qualify for military service. And that's oftentimes because of educational or health limitations, things that we know are controllable. The reality is that, prior to COVID-19 in New York City alone, half of the city was living in poverty for at least a year over the past 4 years prior to COVID-19. And so our ability to be able to be that beacon of strength, our ability to have that measure of credibility, our ability to continue to take that mantle and that mantra, take it seriously. A lot of it depends on our ability to unearth as much human capital as we have within our own communities, within our own societies, and that's the things that I think we're seeing where we've got to put that real level of focus, because what we've seen from COVID-19, even before COVID-19, we've had massive disparities that needed to be addressed. But what we watch now is not just an exposing of those, but it's been an absolute exacerbation of the challenge that we've been talking about.
Thank you. You're so right. I'll let Dina take it away, and I will pop on again near the end of our session. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Anya. It's such a delight for me to have the opportunity to moderate this conversation. And I have to say, there's a little bit I just have to brag about when it comes to Wes Moore. Wes grew up between Baltimore and the Bronx, a single mom, an amazing woman who saw that her son was going to play a very important role in this world. And he had a little bit of a rough patch, which we can get into. I think it makes the success all the more amazing. But he eventually ended up at Johns Hopkins, graduating Phi Beta Kappa, applying and becoming a Rhodes Scholar, working at Citigroup in investment banking, but then having a calling after 9/11 to serve and going and serving in Afghanistan as a combat vet. And it's really an extraordinary life. And he is one of the most humble and dedicated leaders. We're very proud to have him leading Robin Hood today, the largest poverty alleviation foundation in New York and the surrounding areas. And I always tell Wes, this is your moment. Your moment has really come. But I want to take Wes back a little bit to some other moments when he realized that there was a calling for him. And it really revolved around two people that kind of crossed his life. The first was another Wes Moore, a gentleman who grew up a couple blocks away, very similar circumstances to Wes, but somehow instead of ending up in Afghanistan, ending up as a Rhodes Scholar, ending up as a White House Fellow, he is sadly serving life in prison. Wes, will you tell the story of the other Wes Moore and why you chose to write that book about him, and how relevant his story is in what we are dealing with today in the United States?
Yeah, thank you. And I remember when I first even learned about him, it was actually from my mom. I was in South Africa doing a study abroad program, and then she called me one day and she said, I was like, is everything okay? Because this is before the days when you could make Skypes and free phone calls all over the world. This is when a phone call overseas was a really expensive venture. And so I was like, is everything okay? And she said, no, she's like, everything's fine. She said, I just have the craziest thing to tell you. She said, there are wanted posters all over your neighborhood. And I wasn't trying to be funny, but I grew up, where my neighborhood was over in at the time over in kind of northeast Baltimore, and so wanted posters wasn't something that I thought really justified a long distance phone call. And I said, okay, that's okay, but why are you calling me to tell me that? And she says, because they have your name on it. And that was the first time that I learned about Wes Moore, and I learned about the crime. I learned about the fact that that four guys walked into a jewelry store one day in a botched armed jewelry store robbery, ended up murdering an off-duty police officer, a person who was a 13-year veteran of the Baltimore Police Force. He was a 3-time recipient of Police Officer of the Year. He was also a father of 5 who just had triplets, and he went to work one day and he didn't come home. And these wanted posters were all over the neighborhood because the police were looking for Wes Moore in connection to the crime. And finally, after 12 days, they finally caught all 4 people. And that was really what made me want to learn more about this crime, made me learn about this tragedy, but also it made me want to learn more about Wes. And one day I just decided to write him a note. And a month later, I got a note back from Jessup Correctional Institution from Wes Moore. And that one letter turned to dozens of letters. Those dozens of letters turned to dozens of visits. I've now known Wes for over 17 years. He is now in year 20 of his life sentence without parole. And a couple of the big things that I learned throughout that process was, one was how thin that line is between our life and someone else's life. Where I say, the chilling truth is that his story could have been mine. knowing my history, knowing my background, knowing the fact that we lived 2 blocks away from each other and came up in similar circumstances, similar challenges, and that the chilling truth is that his story could have been mine, but the tragedy is that my story could have been his. And understanding that line, that distance between who we are and where we go, and those who oftentimes society we think are just so distant and so far off, but actually it's fractions, it's minutes, it's moments, it's interventions that actually do make a crucial difference in where we end up. And then I think the big thing was, he helped me to really think through this idea of environments versus expectations. And I remember once he said to me, we were talking about Baltimore, and he said, and I asked him, do you think that we're products of our environments? And he looked at me and he said, actually, I think we're products of our expectations. And as soon as he said that, I thought to myself, he is absolutely right. And I remember someone once said to me, it's a real shame that you lived up to your expectations and Wes didn't. And I said, actually, the real shame is that we both did. We both ended up exactly where we thought we would at some point. And because the expectations that people have of themselves, they're not born from nowhere. They really are born from the expectations that other people have of them. And they internalize them and they make them their own. And so that was a really important process, getting to know Wes, building a friendship with Wes. And not only did eventually I end up writing about it, but it is something that really does in many ways serve as a compass in terms of how I think about my work and how I think about the things that how I want to spend my life.
Just such a powerful story. And I remember when you first told me, I actually got goosebumps. And he said, basically, I lived up to my expectations.
He ended up exactly where he thought he would.
He really did. And sadly enough, those expectations to some extent were dampened from a very early age. And so were his opportunities, a lack of good education, a lack of a support network. And that's a little bit the story of the tragic killing of Freddie Gray. And you've just come out with a book about his life in Baltimore. And it's really moving because it doesn't just talk about what happened in those 5 days when he was in custody and then very tragically died at the end of those days, but what happened literally from the beginning of his life when he was in utero. Will you just describe all that you found out about his life and how not only were there expectations issues, but challenges from before he even was born?
I really wanted to, in trying to tell the story of Freddie Gray, where I feel like oftentimes the entire narrative that was developed was what happened the day that he died, what happened in terms of police interaction. I make no bones about the fact that we have to be able to address inequitable policing because it is real. And we are watching example after example how it is showing itself, how inequitable policing, shows, right? Whether you're talking about, the names of a George Floyd, or whether you're talking about the fact that George Floyd actually represents a whole list of much longer list of names that are now repeatedly caught into this cycle, whether that is Eric Gardner or Sean Bell or Walter Scott or Philando Castile or Michael Brown or Breonna Taylor or Sandra Bland or Laquan McDonald, right? I mean, so we're watching this list of names. But the thing that always struck me about Freddie was if you look at Freddie's life, we actually have to mourn that just as much. We have to mourn the fact that it's not just his death that should make us stand up and take notice. It was not just the fact that this was a 25-year-old young man who made eye contact with police and ran. And that was his crime, because in a high crime neighborhood, that is enough to justify probable cause. And he's arrested, an hour after he is arrested, he's in a coma. And he spends the next week in a coma until finally he passes away. And we spent so much time focusing on what happened in that time period of the arrest. But really with this book, I also wanted to spend time talking about the 25 years prior and talk about the fact that this was a young man who was born premature, underweight, and addicted to heroin. His mother battled addiction for much of her life. She never made it to high school. She could not read nor write. When he and his twin sister finally gained enough weight to leave the hospital, they moved into a housing project over in North Carey Street over in West Baltimore. And that house that he moved into, along with 480 other homes, were actually cited in a civil lawsuit back in 2009 because of the endemic levels of lead inside of that house. You know, the CDC indicates that if someone has 6 microbes of lead in every deciliter of blood, that person will have cognitive damage for the remainder of their life. Freddie Gray had 36. So this was a young man who was born underweight, premature, addicted to heroin, and was now lead poisoned. And by this time in his life, he was 2 years old. His last recorded date in Baltimore City Public Schools was in the 10th grade. He was 19. He had been in special education classes his entire academic career because of the lead poisoning. And when I think about the reality of the life of Freddie Gray, this is a young man who never had a chance. This is a young man who, and it's really, it's heartbreaking to think about this idea that arguably, maybe, the most peaceful week of his life was the week he was in a coma. Because at least that week he was surrounded by doctors and nurses. And at least that week he was surrounded by lawyers and activists. At least that week the entire city knew his name. And at least that week the entire city cared whether he lived or died. And I don't know another week in 25 years prior where all those factors would have been true. And that's the thing that I also wanted to highlight and profile, is that even in this moment where we understand so much of what is driving us to this moment, so much of what brought not just the nation but the world to this moment, is the fact that we saw on camera a man handcuffed, face down on the ground, pleading for his life until he no longer had the breath to plead for it anymore, while another man had nonchalantly put his knee in his neck. We saw that. And that's what brought us to this moment. But the reality is, when we're talking about justice, justice is not just simply about banning of chokeholds. Justice is not simply about eliminating no-knock warrants. Justice is economic justice. Justice is environmental justice. Justice is health justice. Justice is economic justice. Justice is thinking about why a life like Freddie Gray, that we spend a lot of time focusing on what snuffed it out at the end. But the reality is, it was snuffed out a long time ago. And this was a young man who, in many ways, and for no fault of his own, was living on borrowed time from Jump Street. And that's what we as a society, we've got to wrestle with that. And we've got to wrestle with that complicity as well.
Wouldn't you say that that story, the sad story, the sad life of Freddie Gray, is an example of what you describe when you talk about systemic racism?
Absolutely.
That is an important term that I think we are all finally really recognizing. Institutional bias. Mayor Landry was on the call, and he just texted me. He doesn't go through the chat room because he's got my phone number. Just texts me when he has good points to share. And I would say one of the most powerful things that he saw under his leadership as mayor is that we got to stop talking about this as incident by incident.
Yes.
This is help us define systemic racism. How do you define it? Obviously, it is illustrated in the life of Freddie Gray and many others. What's your description?
It's and hey, Mayor Landrew, it's one of these things, and he's absolutely right that I think oftentimes we misconstrue what actually racism is, because we do look at it as if it's an act, right? Where if a person does something that is an act, like that is racist. So but what it also does is it lets us all off the hook far too easily, where we can say, well, I don't use the N-word, or I don't, attend white supremacist rallies, so therefore I'm not a racist. Racism isn't an act. Racism is a system, right? It's a system that allows these levels of discrepancies and disparities. It doesn't just allow them to take place, but it's the reason for them. It's impossible to talk about the life of Freddie Gray or the life of many people in Baltimore without understanding the history that not just racism, not just incidents of racism, but systemic racism played in the environments and the communities that people are existing in. It's impossible to talk about the way that East and West Baltimore are structured without understanding the history of redlining and without understanding the history of discriminatory housing policies and discriminatory lending policies and the Homestead Act and the unequal distribution of the GI Bill, right? We're talking about policies that were incredibly deliberate and incredibly color coded. And so racism and systemic racism is this reality. It is this distinct understanding of the amount of discrepancies that we see is not because of individual acts or because of individual hard work or an individual not working hard enough. The fact that we have a racial wealth gap in this country that is literally 10 to 1 between white families and black families, it's not because one family worked 10 times harder. And I think we have to be honest about that. The fact that a black woman with breast cancer is a 42% more likely to die from that than a white woman with breast cancer, we have to be honest about the structural racism that plays into the healthcare system. The fact that even right now, when we're looking at COVID-19, when people say that COVID-19 has been the equal opportunity, hitter and killer, that's just not true. And the stats don't back that up. Because if you look at it, also the impact of COVID-19 has also been incredibly color-coded, where African Americans are twice as likely to not just contract and get infected, they're twice as likely to die from it. And so when I think about the fact that, that we are twice as likely to not just get infected, but die from this, and all the issues of systemic health racism that plays into the infection, but also systemic health racism and also economic injustice that plays into why we're twice as likely to die from it. These are things that we have to contend with as a larger society. And part of that, and the understanding of that is not to play gotcha or I told you so or anything like that. But the reality is, if we are going to be honest and truthful, then it means we have to understand that this was a country that was founded on a racial hierarchy. It was a country that was founded with stolen labor on stolen land. We have to understand that it did not just end with slavery, but after slavery, it went into black codes and Reconstruction and Jim Crow and mass incarceration and all these other things that showed themselves in different ways that created these massive gaps in not just outcomes, but opportunities. These are things that we have to wrestle and contend with if we're ever going to be honest about really fulfilling the larger dreams and hopes that this country shared and promised for everybody.
Tina, I think you're muted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There you
Can
go.
hear me now? I was saying that it's also the things that, those very values that America was built on are very hard to promote abroad when we have been on this journey that doesn't seem it's going fast enough. I'll never forget traveling to the Middle East with Condi Rice. I think you were on one of those trips, Nick Burns and Anya. And I'll never forget being in rooms with kings and crown princes and high level ministers. And it was during a difficult time. It was post-Iraq. And some of them would say to her, "We don't want to hear America preach to us about democracy." And I'll never forget her answer and her strength. She would look them in the eye and she would say, "I'm certainly not here to preach to you about democracy. It wasn't so long ago that I was considered 3/5 of a man in my country. But what we have done is we have striven. We really are striving on this long journey to get better, and that's what you should hope for your people." And it was always so powerful to me, the humility, but also the hope that we're recognizing that we are at least moving forward. Where do you think we are today on that journey? Are we taking steps backward? Are we moving in the right direction? And what will we kind of think about with COVID and George Floyd? How can we make sure not to waste this a moment of national reckoning?
I love that story, and it's so true. And it's so true that in order for us to have the kind of credibility that we need, uh, we've got to let people know that even though our history has been uneven, uh, that we have moved towards a sense of progress, and we have to understand that yes, we've got work to do, but also work has been done. I think about it actually in context of my grandfather, and where my grandfather was actually the first one on my mother's side of the family born in the United States. He was born in Charleston, South Carolina, and spent his young years there. My great grandfather was a minister, and a very vocal minister, and started receiving a collection of threats. And first they turned into vocal threats, then physical threats. To the point that in the middle of the night, my great grandfather picked up my grandfather and his family, and they left. They didn't leave Charleston, they didn't leave South Carolina, they left the United States because the Ku Klux Klan ran them out. And so my grandfather then really was raised in Jamaica, despite being born in the United States. And the majority of my family actually pledged to never come back here. And the majority of my family has not. They've never been back to the United States. But my grandfather did. And he always looked at it where he said, this was his birth home. And no one should have any form of jurisdictional authority as to where he spent his time or the place that he felt most connected to than him. That he was proud to be an American. This is a person who, you know, again, always for his entire life spoke with a deep Jamaican accent, but was more proud to be American than anyone that I've ever known. And I think about his existence. I think about the fact that his earliest memories in this country were the country rejecting him. But he still spent his entire life, he moved back here, he went to Lincoln University and HBCU in Pennsylvania, raised his family here. And he always believed in what the hope of this country was. And I think about it in context of where we are now and where people say, have we made progress? And the answer is not enough, but yes. And we have to recognize that and use that as a level of fuel and ammunition as we continue to push forward. Understanding the fact that 2 years ago, we had people who were calling for Black Lives Matter to be called a terrorist organization. A terrorist organization, an organization that was started by 3 Black women after the death of Trayvon Martin, who started off initially as a hashtag, but then eventually turned it into a movement because they said, we feel like we have to remind this country that it's not the Black Lives Matter more, but that they actually matter and you cannot kill us with impunity. Mm-hmm. We now saw where 2 years ago, there were calls for it to be listed as a terrorist organization. Now we've got every corporation trying to figure out a way to put it into their mission statement. 3 words that just could not be more true, but also could not be more obvious when we're talking about the hope of this country, that Black lives matter. We're talking about where even in a short period of time, we now know that the conversations are not just about justice for Mr. Floyd and justice for the individual names that we now know and rattle off and unfortunately continue to get longer, but it's about how are we creating a level of measurable justice for an entire society. Mm-hmm. We're watching how people are making a collective movement, how we've watched a football team in my home state who people have been calling for the name change for a very long time. And now within a matter of weeks, because we see a level of collective pressure, that the name is now gone.
Much more unity. And I'm just going to jump in here because we've got a lot of questions for you.
Sorry, yeah.
But I and not as much time as we wanted. Two men I admire greatly. Senator Sam Nunn has a question.
Yes.
Ambassador Tom Korologos. Let me start with you, Senator Nunn, and Tom, and then hopefully we can have at least one more question.
Wes, terrific words of wisdom. Love your broad definition. Can you hear me?
I do. Good to see you.
Yeah, love your broad definition of justice. Question on national service. There's a lot of talk about national service. It was the first bill I introduced in the Senate in 1972. That shows you how effective I was because it hadn't happened yet, except in very limited ways with AmeriCorps. What do you think of national service as a way of bringing us together and having us understand each other much better by working together and not just talking about it, but doing deeds together.
Miss Senator Nunn, it's great to see you. And also, I say I am not in favor of it. I'm enthusiastically in favor of it. I know that some of the greatest joys and mercies that I have received in my life have not been when I was wearing a suit or not when I was wearing jeans or a t-shirt, but it was when I was wearing the uniform of this country. And for me, it was the uniform of the United States Army. But I don't care whether that is a green, whether it's a red city year jacket, or I don't care whether it is a Habitat for Humanity outfit, or I don't care whether it is as a school teacher in our urban or rural or our suburban school districts where we know we have the highest needs. If we can instill a sense of national unity and collective service for our people, for our young people, we are going to be better off. And actually, I would say I think now is actually a really important time to do it, because I think there's also going to be an economic calculation for it, where because of the dangers of COVID-19, because of not just the health, but the economic impacts of COVID-19, we are going to have more and more people, more and more students, more and more people who are finishing up, who are now going to be thinking very carefully about how do I want to spend these next couple of years. And so we're actually watching a really interesting confluence where we're going to have increasing need for our citizens, and also a population that are going to have some different options and really need to think hard about what do I do in terms of my next steps. If we can come up with a truly calcified way of establishing national service and national service options, paid national service options for our young people, so they can go out, whether it is joining the armed forces or whether it is going to work as a teacher, whether it is doing cleanup supports, whether it is doing with things like lead abatements. We have a collection of issues that we've got to take care of our society. And if we can create a national call and a national will for us to take care of our own issues, our own challenges, and have our young people help lead the way, it's not just going to be better for us in the short term, but frankly, it's going to be better for us in the long term as well. So I'm a huge proponent of it, and I think it's something that we can and should move on.
And there's something right now, Senator Nunn, that they really have done in your honor, which is the CORE Act, that is a bipartisan initiative. Senators Rubio, Blunt, Chris Coons is a lead co-sponsor. I hope everyone on this call will look that up and support it, because it does exactly what you and the senator are talking about: double the number of service slots and increase pay, and quite frankly, recognize that essential workers have finally received the dignity they need: the
Amen.
EMT, the nurse, the grocery worker, et cetera. So thank you, Senator. And last question, Ambassador Korologos, and then we'll turn it over to Anya to close us out. This has been an awesome session. Thank you so much, Wes, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Ambassador? I think, Tom, are you trying to unmute to ask the question?
Yes, how's that?
I hear you.
Well, I start over. Fascinating tale there, Wes. I'm impressed with your record, and Dina, good questions. Let me ask you something. I have long held a theory that the younger preschool kids get into diversity, get into playing with other racially mixed kids. I remember growing up in Salt Lake, and I didn't care about anybody. Could he catch passes? Could he? If he hits well, fine. If he doesn't, go sit on the bench like I did. Is there any way we can promote younger generations of school children as they grow up? Finally, they don't care what color anybody is. Am I wrong on that, or how wrong am I? What do you think of that theory, Wes?
You're not wrong at all. In fact, I can say that some of the most powerful experiences that I had was actually when I had a chance to get into environments where the people who are around were no one like the people that I came up with, right? I mean, I think about my military experience. When I had, one of the things I loved about my military experience was the fact that I was now serving with people who had completely different backgrounds from me, and I was learning from them every single day. But I think you bring up an important point also about history and about curriculum. because also some of the most important things that happened to me when I was coming up was I got a chance, and it wasn't through school, but I got a chance to learn more about history, and I got a chance to learn about the history of not just, my own history, but the history of others. I got a chance to learn about the beauty of the contributions of people like James Baldwin and Langston Hughes and Sojourner Truth and Paul Robeson. And why that mattered is it did two things. One, it showed me that every room that I'm in, I'm there because I belong there. And that I'm not there because of someone's benevolence or kindness, but it was because of this amazing lineage of giants that paved the way for me. But the other reason why that becomes really important is it's important for other kids to know that too. It's important for other kids to understand the breadth and the contributions of people who might not look like them, who might not come from their background, but how it's actually been that kaleidoscope that makes this country so special. And so I agree that we have to come up with ways of having kids, our young people at our earliest stages, being able to work together, learn together, grow together, laugh together, play together. But we also have to make sure we're thinking in a really true and core and crucial way about the curriculum, the stories, the images that we're asking our children to inherit and interpret. Because that also will break down any forms of barriers or fears that our kids have of actually being able to work and grow together as well.
Thank you, Wes. Those are really inspiring words and really important at this time. Let me ask you, we've got very little time left, but maybe just in 30 seconds, leave us with some optimism. I know Robin Hood helps so many organizations that are at the forefront of anti-poverty efforts. What's the best innovation you've seen recently, and what are they doing? And maybe in 30 seconds.
I say in 30 seconds, the most powerful thing that we can and are doing is how are we utilizing what we think is the most powerful element to the organization, which is our voice. Each and every one of us are going to have a collective impact and have an opportunity to have a true collective impact in our society right now. And we can pull together really special initiatives, like we have one called the Power Fund, which is focusing on being able to address leaders of color, because all the third-party research and all of our research shows that people who are closest to the problems are oftentimes going to be closest to the solutions. We can do things like the Relief Fund and get capital and money out the door quickly to be able to address issues such as cash assistance and issues such as infrastructure rebuilding within the philanthropic sector. But I think the other thing that we really want to be able to do is be able to align with community members, align with policymakers, align with philanthropists, and say now is a moment for all of us to say, what else can we do? How else can we push? And I think one of the really exciting things that we're seeing right now in this moment is we are watching a response to that has just been truly, truly humbling. And so I'm hopeful for the future, and I'm hopeful because we all are finding unique ways to have a vested interest in.
Great. Thank you so much, Dina. Thank you so much, Wes. This is such an important strand of the conversation leading through the whole Aspen Security Forum, starting with Condi Rice yesterday, who talked about our ideological divide and how we're frankly not as divided as we have been in the past. Nick Kristof yesterday calling for hope and saying that the national pain and fear and loss that we have now may lead to renewed positive leadership. And tomorrow, of course, we have a panel of multiple mayors who are really at the forefront of this. Thank you, both of you. We are now going to take a very short break and come back in just about 3 minutes and shift gears to Iran with Brian Hook and Nick Schifrin. Speak to you in a few minutes. Thank you all.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
Please welcome to the session Anya Manuel, Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Welcome back, everyone, after that very short break in that amazing session we just had with Wes Moore. We are now shifting gears, and we're very lucky to have with us Brian Hook, who is the U.S. Special Representative for Iran and the Senior Policy Advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He will be with us in conversation with Nick Schifrin from PBS. So let me just give a quick background on Brian. He and I are old friends and served in the State Department together years and years ago. Prior to his current role, he was the director of the policy planning staff at the State Department, and he previously had a consulting firm in Washington, D.C., and served in several other senior government roles before then, especially in the George W. Bush administration. He is also, like I am, a veteran of many congressional delegations with Senator McCain. So Brian, thank you so much for being with us today and being willing to talk about this really critical topic. Nick Schifrin needs no introduction. We all see him and hear his voice almost every night on PBS NewsHour. He is the Foreign Affairs and Defense correspondent. He, of course, has won a Peabody Award and done fantastic reporting from the Middle East, and has reported extensively on the Syrian war and lots of other crises. So no one better to interview Brian than Nick Schifrin. Brian, I don't know if your camera is working, but if you can unmute yourself and join us on video, we are ready to begin. We'll just give Brian a minute. While Brian is joining us by video and audio, let me just give a brief introduction to the topic. As you all know, the Trump administration withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal that was negotiated during the Obama administration. Immediately after this session, we will have Wendy Sherman, who was one of the lead negotiators of that deal, talk about her perspectives on Iran, North Korea, and others. The Trump administration withdrew from that deal and has really tied the hands of its European partners by threatening them with secondary sanctions if they continue to trade with Iran. There's also now a lot of talk of pushing through an extension of the arms supply embargo on Iran, which expires in October in the UN Security Council. We heard UN Ambassador Kelly Craft yesterday talk about the push the Trump administration is doing to get that arms embargo extended and how difficult that will be. So we look forward to hearing from Brian on all of those issues. Let me hold just a second because it seems that we've lost Brian and we may get him back in a minute. Team Aspen, could you let us know if we have Brian back? Thank you.
Anya, I thought I'd pop up and just join you and Nick.
Great.
Nick is, I think Nick's one of the best correspondents in the United States, and he holds down the foreign affairs job at NewsHour. Nick, tell us how you've tried to report this Iran issue.
No, well, thanks, Nick. I paid you to say that, obviously, and I appreciate the nice words. And I appreciate you guys having me back this year again. And what's been interesting, just to very briefly, while we wait for Brian, about
I'm in.
Okay, here we go. No one wants to hear me talk about journalism. Brian, welcome. Thank you. I'm just going to take it quickly from Anya and Nick. So as Anya kind of laid out, we've got a couple of tent poles for this, setting the scene for this conversation. 2 years and 3 months after JCPOA withdrawal, we're a few months before the end of the conventional arms embargo. We're 2 months from President Trump urging Iran to, quote, making the big deal, and saying they would get better terms if they negotiated before the US election. We're just a few days after the Supreme Leader rejected that offer, saying no negotiations because it would help President Trump's reelection. And of course, numerous regional issues, not the least of which the Beirut explosion and what that says about Lebanese government. So Brian, just give us a very quick answer to the fundamental question: has the maximum pressure strategy worked?
Well, first of all, let me thank Nick Burns and Anya, and also you, Nick, for having me on. Pleasure to be here virtually. We are 2.5 years into the strategy of post leaving the Iran deal, but our Iran strategy was approved by principals back in May of 2017. And we have been executing against that strategy now for the entire administration. The president ordered a reassessment, a policy review when we came into office. And what we concluded is that if you want to make progress against this regime, you need to have a combination of economic pressure, diplomatic isolation, and the credible threat of military force to defend our interests. So that is where, that's our theory of the case, you might say. And what we've done on the pressure side has been historically significant. On December 31st, President Rouhani admitted that our sanctions have cost the regime $200 billion. Our oil sanctions alone, we have collapsed Iran's oil sector, and that's where the IRGC gets most of its money. So if you want to get serious about drying up the revenue for the Rev Guards and for the Quds Force, you have to be serious about the oil. And for as long as we were in the Iran deal, we couldn't touch Iran's energy sector. But we have gone after Iran's energy sector, its mineral sector, petrochem, a number of areas. And Rouhani is right. We have deprived this regime of a lot of money, and it is the epicenter for terror finance, money laundering. But then they also have been organizing, training, and equipping these proxies. And in 2014, one of the Iranian officials bragged that they own 3 capitals. Today, we see Iran losing its grip in a lot of these places, where only a few years ago they were bragging. The New York Times and the Washington Post have run a number of stories over the last couple of years documenting how Iran's proxies are weaker. And that is a consequence of our maximum pressure. We have dried up the revenue that the regime would otherwise spend. Consider this statistic. Since 2012, the regime spent over $10 billion in Iraq and Syria and Lebanon. And there was a Shia fighter in Syria who said, the golden days are gone and they're never coming back. Iran just doesn't have the money that it used to. These are the sort of headlines that we ought to be wanting to see. Iran's proxies weaker, the regime having to choose between guns in Damascus or butter in Tehran. We put them, they have to make very hard decisions now. So yes, we'd like to get to a new deal, but don't lose sight of the fact of what we've been able to accomplish by really putting this regime on its back foot, restoring military deterrence and maintaining it. So we're very pleased with our strategy. The door continues to be wide open for diplomacy. The Supreme Leader has chosen resistance over diplomacy. That's his decision. Secretary Pompeo warned him 2.5 years ago, you can either come to the table or you can manage economic collapse.
So I'm going to go about 15 minutes here, and we're going to go through the conventional weapons ban. We're going to go through COVID. We're going to go through some explosions in Iran and some regional tensions. Just a reminder, when I open this up, hopefully at about 12:20 or a couple of minutes afterward, please raise your hand and I will be able to call on you and you can ask Brian your questions. So Brian, there are critics obviously of the strategy, and I want to posit 2 big criticisms to you in terms of the overall approach. Since the administration has left JCPOA, Iran has increased its stockpiles of nuclear fuel, resumed its enrichment of uranium. Does that not mean that Iran is actually closer to building a nuclear weapon than it was a few years ago?
One thing I'd point out is that the various nuclear commitments, Nick, that you described, Iran would be free to do once the deal expires. And so we pulled forward the expiration date of the Iran nuclear deal so that we wouldn't have to deal with an Iran that was much richer, its proxies are richer, and it retained most of its nuclear infrastructure.
Well, you didn't pull forward the expiration date, you left, and the sunsets were a few years from now, right? Rather than today?
Well, the sunsets start in about 2 months. This deal is going to continue expiring. The missile restrictions expire in 2023, and it's going to keep expiring until there's no deal left. And so what we would like to do is get a permanent deal. Certainly we could talk about this, but no enrichment. I think, Nick, your question illustrates the problem. For as long as Iran is allowed to enrich, we're going to be having this discussion. You know, how close is Iran to a nuclear breakout? How close are they to weaponizing a bomb? We need to restore the UN Security Council standard of no enrichment. And when I was in the council from 06 to 08, when Nick Burns was undersecretary, I remember this, in the Bush administration, we were able to negotiate a prohibition on no enrichment. That's binding international law. And China and Russia voted for it. That is the standard that we have to restore. And if you look at Secretary Pompeo's list of 12 demands, there at the top is no enrichment. And it's going to get us out of this debate of how close Iran is. Iran does use nuclear blackmail in order to win concessions. And so we're out of the deal. They are regularly threatening the Europeans with, they've now broken their nuclear commitments no fewer than 5 times. We would like to, we've now put in place, I think, the leverage necessary in terms of pressure and isolation and all of that in order to get the kind of deal that will be necessary. It's going to take a lot of leverage to get a comprehensive deal, but we've got to get no enrichment restored. And we, to be more specific to your question, Nick, we monitor that very closely. The timeline is always classified, but the president has made very clear Iran will never get a nuclear weapon for as long as he is president. I think the Iranians know he's not bluffing.
One other big criticism that I want you to respond to, the Supreme Leader last week said the one accomplishment of the maximum pressure campaign was to discredit the Europeans. Your critics argue the administration has lost the unity that existed leading up to JCPOA with Europeans, with Russia, and with China. GCC is fractured and Iran has been pushed into China's arms.
Well, unity is, of course, always preferred, but it shouldn't be unity for the sake of unity. We have, here's how I look at it. I spend a lot of time with the E3, but I was also in Estonia last week as part of a trip to Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Estonia is on the UN Security Council. So I regularly discuss this with our European allies. We have the same threat assessment. The E3 do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They would like Iran to be at peace with its neighbors. They would like to see an end to the ballistic missile testing. They don't like the hostage taking. We have had a tactical disagreement about how to achieve those ends. The Europeans have stayed in the deal. We left the deal after being in it for some period of time to see if it could be fixed. But being out of the deal, and this is the argument that the president and the secretary makes to the members that are still in it, we need to get a new and better deal. And Prime Minister Johnson has said publicly that this deal has many, many deficiencies. And he has said maybe we should try to get to a Trump deal. I know that the original plan in the prior administration was to start with the nuclear piece and then build out to the others. They didn't get to the other pieces. That's unfortunate. But when you look at Iran's threats to international peace and security, the nuclear is one piece. And we need to get on with the others.
Working with allies, of course, may, as you say, develop next year if there is a larger negotiation, but there is a more immediate negotiation that's happening right now at the end of the conventional weapons ban, October 18th. The administration has argued that even though it's outside of JCPOA, you have the legal right to snap back sanctions. Will you soon table a resolution extending that conventional weapons ban in the Security Council?
Yes, Nick, we are going to be tabling a resolution very soon. And this has been very patient diplomacy, very methodical. In December of 2018, Secretary Pompeo, in remarks to the UN Security Council, said that the arms embargo is going to be expiring and we need to start, addressing that in an early way. So since 2018, we have been talking about this. I have briefed the UN Security Council virtually a few weeks ago when we circulated our text back in June. I made a number of trips up to New York before COVID. This resolution that we've been working on, it's been pretty much been something in the drafting since October. So this has been no rush to tabling the resolution. I, in the last month, have been to 11 countries. I've gotten through the entire Gulf and to Israel. If you listen to the countries in the region that are on the front lines of Iranian aggression, they're all speaking with one voice, that the Council has to extend the arms embargo. It has been in place for 13 years. It has served the cause of peace very well. That doesn't mean we've solved the problem of weapons smuggling by Iran. We have interdicted weapons going to Yemen. Look, the UN Secretary General gave a report to the Council a few weeks ago confirming that the missiles that landed in Saudi Arabia at Abqaiq, at the world's largest oil processing facility, were of Iranian origin. The Iranians are making the case themselves for extending the arms embargo with all of this kinetic activity. So I have not heard a single country make the argument on national security grounds that we should let the arms embargo expire. And I get that people are going to have disagreements over procedures, but we need to, I'm happy to talk about why we have the legally available option to do snapback if we're unsuccessful. But it is very important that we extend this 13-year arms embargo. It was a mistake to ever allow in year 5 of the Iran deal to let the arms embargo expire on the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism.
You may have unanimity in the Gulf, the countries that you've just mentioned, and despite your diplomatic efforts around the world, you do not, though, have unanimity among the permanent members of the Security Council. So is the Trump administration willing to snap back sanctions if it does not have the support of the other permanent members of the Security Council?
Well, I think that's still an open question. We haven't had the vote yet. Some people have signaled their intentions one way, but I don't give up on diplomacy until I see the hands go up in New York. And in the case of the support for this, you have the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, Yemen, and Israel, all in complete agreement that the arms embargo needs to be extended. And when the Arabs and the Israelis come together on something, I really think it's important for the international community to pay attention. And we have to listen to what the region is saying. The region does not want, look, no one thinks that what is missing from the Middle East are more Iranian weapons. They're very good in the gray zone.
Would you support a European effort if it's a 6-month extension?
I don't negotiate with myself. So we have tabled a resolution that we think accomplishes what needs to be accomplished. The Council, by charter, is invested with the maintenance of international peace and security. This is diplomacy 101. This is a test for the Council in some ways. There's no national security argument to let it expire. And so we have the legally available option if we need to. We want to do it the easy way. The easy way is to do a rollover of the arms embargo. It's not difficult. There's all the reasons in the world to do it, but we will do this one way or the other.
We've got 300 attendees and only one question. Raise your hand, and you've got Brian here with questions. Brian, let's try and just tick through a few other topics. Since June 25th, when there was an explosion in a military complex, there have been dozens of explosions inside Iran. Some of them, I'm sure, bad management, bad infrastructure, but one of them, of course, occurred inside Natanz. Do you know the source of the explosions?
I don't have any observations to make on the series of incidents that you've described in Iran.
Hypothetically, Israel believes Iran won't respond to attacks because they're waiting for Biden, and so they're trying to degrade the nuclear program. Or hypothetically, Israel's trying to goad Iran into some kind of response, which would help you with the conventional weapons ban, of course, and perhaps constrict Biden's policy. Either of those scenarios plausible?
I think those are two good questions for the Iranians and the Israelis. I will not speak on their behalf.
Let's go to COVID quickly. I want to take you back to 2004. After an earthquake in Iran killed 30,000 people, the Bush administration sent 200 personnel, 150,000 pounds of aid. I believe the president even offered to send a family member, including and Senator Elizabeth Dole. What did the Trump administration offer to Iran after the COVID outbreak?
As soon as it was clear that they were facing a health crisis, I personally conveyed a diplomatic notice and a dip note to the Iranians through the Swiss. And I said, please let us know the gaps in your system and we can help fill them.
Did you have specific offers in that note?
Well, I'll give you the full picture. So one, I just wanted to reach out to them and say, you know, we've had a policy for 3.5 years of standing with the Iranian people. That includes when there's a crisis. And you're right, citing what happened in the Bush administration. It goes back farther than that, though. Whenever, like, the United States is the world's largest donor humanitarian assistance. And that is something which is an evergreen across administrations. And so I reached out very quickly. The White House did as well. After I conveyed the offer, it was rejected within hours. If not hours, it was within the next day. The White House is also, through the NSC, also rejected. I've done it a few times. And unfortunately, this is a regime, another example of the regime not being able to get to yes and making sort of a common sense, normal decision. Secretary Pompeo frames this as we'd like to Iran to behave like a normal country. And the question that Kissinger asks, is Iran a country or is it a cause? And when Iran, when its leaders behave like a cause, it is to the enormous detriment of the Iranian people. President Trump said in 2017 at his first UN General Assembly address, the longest suffering victims of the Iranian regime are the Iranian people. So that's why we've stood with them. We've done it again. The regime doesn't allow it in. We did support some, we were able to get, I set up with Sigal Mandelker at Treasury, the Swiss humanitarian channel. It's now processed a few transactions, getting cancer drugs and organ treatment therapies. So we're going to continue doing that. That's worked. They rejected our offer on COVID, but that's really a problem for the regime. We do the right thing.
There's more to ask you on that, but I'm running out of time, so let's just do two quick ones on the region. Obviously, one of the main US and international complaints about Iran is its regional activities. Let me just highlight a few recently. In Iraq, Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi, of course, who is a US supported, came to power with the help of some Iranian support in Afghanistan. Iran is supporting the talks that Zal's team is leading. We're seeing some ambiguous, but some positive moves from Iran out of Yemen. Do you believe Iran has pulled back in the region since Qasem Soleimani was killed?
We have seen a change in their tempo with their proxies. I think the president, he did the strikes on Kataib Hezbollah. He's done a few strikes in Iraq and Syria. After an American was killed on December 27th in an attack organized by Qasem Soleimani, the president then struck some Kataib Hezbollah sites. You've had Israel striking Iran in Syria. And so you've seen the tactical displacement of troops in Iranian forces in Syria. That's all to the better. We're very pleased with how Kadhimi has organized his government. He cracked down on Kataib Hezbollah fairly early. We have seen a collapse among the Iraqi people for tolerance of Iranian interference. And Iran knows that it's now playing a very weak hand in Iraq. And Kadhimi is an expression of that. There were huge, like in October, massive protests in Lebanon. You had massive protests in Iran in November, and you also had huge protests in Iraq. What we see are people rejecting this Iranian model of revolution, violence, sectarian violence, lack of opportunity, the usual lack of transparency, the corruption that has really held people back. You know, when I'm in the Gulf, and I've traveled all through there many, many times, you go to cities like Manama and Abu Dhabi and Doha and Dubai, you look at Vision 2030 for the Saudis. These are governments that are investing in their own people. And you look across the Gulf and you get this profound sense that the Iranian people have lost decades of progress. So we like the Gulf model, investing in the future, investing in their people. The Iranian people want that. We see the Iranian model being sort of increasingly rejected in the region. So I see a lot of sort of positive trend lines there.
And in 30 seconds, has Saudi Arabia constructed a facility for extracting uranium yellowcake with the help of Chinese technology?
Don't have any comment on that. We're just don't have any comment on it.
That's why I figured we could do that in a few seconds.
Okay, that's
so
a 5-second answer.
Let's turn it over to questions. I see 5 right now. I saw Barbara Slavin first. Barbara Slavin, please unmute yourself and start your video if you want, and go ahead.
Start video. Hello, how are you? Nice to see you.
Hello, Barbara. You too.
Nice to see you both. The question I have is to dispute that Iran is losing influence in the region. What I see is something different. Khatami has made attempts, but it seems as though the militias are very, very strong in Iraq. The Houthis are doing extremely well in Yemen. Assad is in Damascus, and I don't detect any lack of influence on the part of Hezbollah. So I just wonder how you come to your conclusion that Iran is in the region.
Well, I just answered that. I think you and I just look at the region very differently. You sort of have a glass half empty view of it. I just disagree with your assessment on what's happening in Iraq. We have seen a pretty marked shift since the killing of Qasem Soleimani. He was the indispensable man. He had a cult of personality. He spoke Arabic fluently. He had a genius for organizing. And so, Barbara, I just suggest that you talk to people in the region. They see it much differently. There's been a big change since Qasem Soleimani was taken off the battlefield. He very famously said that the battlefield is mankind's lost paradise. He is responsible for the deaths of 603 Americans in Iraq. That's 17% of the total deaths, and that obviously means thousands that are injured and some permanently. You can't, to sort of accept your analysis, Barbara, you'd have to ignore all of the protests in Lebanon, Iraq, and Iran rejecting the Iranian model. You have to look at some of the polls and the other things in Iraq. Things are not going well for the Iranians in Iraq. So we're very hopeful. Some of this is, I think, fatigue with 41 years. Iran is facing an economic crisis. It's worst in 41 years. They're facing a crisis of legitimacy and credibility with their own people. The regime today clings to power on the basis of brute force. And these are not things that we were talking about 3.5 years ago when we came into office.
Jane Harmon, Representative Harmon, you have the floor. Could you unmute and start your video if you'd like?
Did I do it?
Yeah. Hello, Jane.
Gotcha.
Hi.
Hi, Brian.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine, and I applaud your service. You know this. I think
Thank
the
you, Jane.
administration is very lucky to have you, and
Thank
the
you.
Wilson Center is lucky to have you as a friend. So I have a two-part question, and I asked the first part of this yesterday at another panel, and that is how you assess the capacity now of our intelligence community. I think a lot of senior folks have left for various reasons, and I worry that we have lost the experience to not only collect the truth, but speak truth to power in the IC. And that's crucially important as we assess Iran. And my second question, I heard you didn't answer the Saudi question. I understood that. But is how do you handicap the chances of an arms race in the greater Middle East, not just in Saudi, if the Iranians really start to move ahead on nuclear weapons?
And Brian, sorry to interrupt. You have less than 2 minutes to answer.
Wow. All right. Let me see if I can get through this. I remember working with Jane Harmon when she was on the Intelligence Committee, which she served with distinction. I remember that period, testified before the committee once back then. Look, we on the intelligence side, I think that we're well postured with a lot of good people. Gina, we have a new DNI director, General Nakasone at NSA. I think there are a lot of efforts underway. I know that Iran is a priority. There's no such thing as omniscience in intelligence. But I do think that on the subject of Iran, it is given a great deal of priority. That's been my judgment from being in this role for a couple of years, and I think that will continue. On the arms race, this is what worries me about letting the arms embargo expire. All the countries in the region are going to look and see the Iranians purchasing fighter jets. This is what they're going to be allowed to do on October 18th. Fighter jets, attack helicopters, submarines, large caliber artillery systems, missiles that range up to 300 kilometers, and tanks. And I don't know how this is a good idea for the region. This arms embargo needs to be extended. And I think it's really important for the international community to make the case to the 5 permanent members of the council and to the 10 elected members that this needs to continue.
Brian, with all due respect, I was talking about a nuclear arms race rather than conventional, just very quickly.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let me give you 30 seconds on that. One of the challenges that we've had in the Bush administration, we were able to negotiate the 123 agreement, the gold standard with UAE. And UAE is celebrating now its 10th year of civilian nuclear power without enrichment. That's what we need to be supporting. And the Emiratis deserve a great deal of credit for doing the right thing on the nuclear side. Over half of the countries in the world that have civilian nuclear power do not enrich. The Iran nuclear deal, by allowing Iran to retain its enrichment capabilities, signaled to the other countries in the region that when you show up and you have a conversation, you say, hey, I'd like to talk about the 123 agreement. And the answer that comes back is, you know what, I think we'll take the deal you gave Iran. This is why we have to restore the standard of no enrichment.
Brian Hook, we thank you. There's a lot more to discuss. Sorry I didn't get to all of your questions. There's a couple more, but Anya, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nick. And thank you, Brian, for taking time out. I think this might be your one day of holiday. And thank you for your service in this really difficult time. I'm just going to throw you one last question with the 30 seconds that we have left. I think you're absolutely right that the Saudi monarchies and Israel are very united behind our tough on Iran policy. But, you know, we've been down this road before, and it feels like especially the Arab monarchies in the Middle East are always quite happy to hold America's coat while we are tough on Iran. What are you doing about that? Do we think we're listening too much to that viewpoint? And what are they doing to be helpful?
Well, I think the Saudi embassy just yesterday put out a couple of videos explaining the rationale for extending the arms embargo. Yeah, I would have you take a look at the speech the president gave in Riyadh, his first trip overseas as president. We had the Arab summit. You had 57 Arab Muslim nations come together. The president said that we really need to improve the competencies and the capabilities of our partners in the region so that they can be better postured to deal with regional threats. So we're obviously, after Iran started increasing its kinetic attacks, the president enhanced our troop posture by 15,000. We helped Saudi with their air defenses. So we've also helped organize other countries to improve Saudi air defenses because they were very much focused on the south, the threat from the Houthis, but then they started getting attacked from the north directly from the Iranian regime. So I think we have done a good balance of trying to increase burden sharing in the region. I know that's been the president's goal. We have seen these countries step up. They are doing more. We're going to continue to ask them to do more. We're happy to play a leadership role as the president has. But when I went through the region, I did press conferences with foreign ministers at each stop, including Adel Al-Jubeir. And they're very clear. They're speaking with great clarity, and they're helping. They are helping to organize the diplomatic effort, especially with the P5, to get the arms embargo extended.
Great. Thank you very much, Brian. We could talk about this all day. Lots of regions of the world that we haven't yet covered. Thank you again.
Thank you, Anya. Very nice. Thanks for having me on this program.
Thank you both.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
To our viewers, please stay tuned. Now we're moving immediately into the next session, which will cover some of the same ground, although not all of it. We have for you David Sanger, who is a veteran of the Aspen Security Forum. I think it's his 11th time here with us. And he will be having an interview with Wendy Sherman. While we wait for David and Wendy to move over and to get their cameras up and running, maybe I will begin by introducing them. Hi, David. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you on Zoom. Be much nicer if we were actually in Aspen. But
sure would be, although I'd probably be out fishing and not show up here, for the session, right?
Right. You would. And I know we're still waiting for Wendy to join us, so maybe we'll just give her a minute. David, is it really your 11th time at the Aspen Security Forum?
I was there from the start, from the first year, when it was pretty small and basically all about counterterrorism. So it's just been fascinating to see the breadth of this. It's moved from counterterrorism over the years to much more cyber, to sort of the breadth of the foreign policy issues you've been dealing with today.
Well, you keep growing with us. We're going to call you Mr. ASF. Exactly. Were you able to listen into that last session with Brian?
I was.
So this will be a counterpoint.
Hi,
Wendy.
Hi there. It takes a minute or two to connect us, I see.
It does, but we're all here, if virtually. Great
Yes.
to see you both. I think both of you were able to listen into the last session we just had that was really exclusively focused on Iran, where Brian Hook was telling us about the maximum pressure policy that the Trump administration has. He made a powerful argument that the conventional weapons ban on Iran needs to be extended in the UN Security Council, otherwise it expires in October, and all of the efforts that the Trump administration is putting behind that. You'll have heard some of those arguments. And I now want to introduce both of you and then open it up to discuss Iran, but also well beyond that, North Korea, Russia, China, all of the important issues, Wendy, that you worked on when you were at the State Department working for President Obama. Wendy, of course, needs no introduction. She's currently the director of the Center for Public Leadership at the Harvard Kennedy School, and also a senior counselor at Albright Stonebridge, a strategic consulting firm. And she served as our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs from 2011 to 2015. Famously there, amongst her many other duties, she led the US negotiating team that reached the agreement on the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action between the P5+1, the European Union, and Iran. So Wendy has a lot of expertise in this and a lot of stake, and also in other areas of the world. David Sanger, I've already introduced. He's the national security correspondent at the New York Times and has written extensively on everything from cyber to terrorism to Iran. And so no one better to interview Wendy. With that, I'll let you both take it away. Thanks.
Thank you. David and I are doing the We Aren't Here for the Room Raider Zoom.
Clearly, I'm not, Wendy. Yours was fun. Wendy, great to be back with you. And Anya, thank you very much for all this. So Wendy, assuming that you heard most of what Brian had to say there, let me start with this. 3 years, nearly 4 years into the Trump administration, where are we with Iran, to your mind, compared to where we were on the day that you left office, or the day that President Obama did? Obviously, the president exited the agreement more than 2 years ago. Tell us where you think that's gotten us.
I think it's gotten us to a pretty bad place, quite frankly. I think Brian was very fluent, and he was very well-spoken about his and President Trump's approach to Iran. But here we are, after the deal that was reached in 2015. We have no deal. Iran is now enriching at higher levels with more centrifuges. They are still supporting proxies in the region. They are still undertaking malign behavior in the region. They are still putting Americans and others into Evin prison. They are still abusing the rights of their own people. They are not a responsible player in the international community. So I appreciate that the Trump administration has put on a maximum pressure campaign, and they indeed have. But what it has gotten them, and Brian said this himself, is resistance and actions, in my view, in the wrong direction. So I think the administration has had a series of tactics, but it is not clear to me at all what the strategic objective is. The administration said it's not regime change, and yet I think that will occur. They've said they're creating leverage to get a better negotiation, but I think we all see that Iran is nowhere close to negotiating with the Trump administration. So I think we're in a quite worse place.
Well, the essence of Brian's argument was essentially this, that if you terminated the agreement and put enough pressure on the Iranians, economic pressure, kind of suffering their economy has gone through, cutting off the oil. They will come back and agree to some kind of a revised form of what you negotiated 5 years and a few weeks ago, but that it would include no enrichment ever, and that the fatal flaw to their mind of what you negotiated was that 15 years out from that agreement, they would begin to be able to enrich anew.
Right. Well, we can debate the quote unquote sunset clauses of the deal. And I think every arms control deal generally has a follow on deal. So we could have that debate. But I think this notion of the fundamental issue here of whether, in fact, Iran has a right to a civil nuclear program, which they do under the NPT. And of course, we all would hope that everybody would sign up to the 1, 2, 3 gold standard that the UAE has. But that was not to be here. And President Obama, along with all of the other members of the P5+1, the permanent members of the Security Council, European Union, and Germany, supported 15-0 by the Security Council, believe that it was critical to ensure Iran not get a nuclear weapon, because if they had a nuclear weapon, their ability to project power into the region would be profound, and it would deter our allies and partners' ability to act on all of the other issues of concern, which are of concern to all of us.
You said before that you believe they had a series of tactics, but not strategy. And you wrote last week that belief sort of stretched across a number of other areas. So let me take you into a few of the others, and we'll come back to Iran by reference. But start in the Middle East. A good deal of your concern about the reason we needed an Iran deal was to stop proliferation through the rest of the region. You heard Brian talk a little bit about how the UAE had now been 10 years into their 1, 2, 3 agreement, their agreement to basically get civilian nuclear power without going to enrichment. We now have doubts that the Saudis are staying on that run. So tell us where you think we are in our dealings with Saudi Arabia tactically. Obviously, the administration has given them a very, very long leash. Does that leash extend now to being able to have their own enrichment cycle?
Well, we've also heard President Trump talk about giving nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. And he famously said, so what if everybody has nuclear weapons? Totally misunderstanding the risks that are inherent in proliferation of nuclear weapons. We're really heading in the wrong direction around arms control, around nuclear technology and nuclear weapons. And as you pointed out, and Nick Schifrin pointed out in the last interview, there are now reports that China is helping Saudi Arabia to extract yellow cake from uranium ore, a very concerning step forward. And many people believe that Saudi Arabia has a lock on a nuclear weapon in Pakistan's arsenal. It will be very dangerous if, in fact, we have proliferation of nuclear weapons around the world. And we are seeing that the administration is not moving forward in extending the New START agreement with Russia, and time is running out on strategic arms control as well. So I think we're in a very bad place. And I wrote the piece in Foreign Policy about really the Trump administration not having a foreign policy, because we've seen with Russia no overarching strategy, no ability to take on Russia, including in whether Russia's given weapons to the Taliban, whether they've offered bounties for killing American soldiers, absolutely no action in that regard. We've seen them not move forward on arms control with Russia or push back with Russia in any way, shape, or form. With China, we've seen a trade deal that now is quite suspect whether it'll ever produce any real result, and only a maximum pressure strategy, it appears now, or tweaking China by sending the HHS Secretary Azar to Taiwan to drive the Chinese nuts. We haven't really taken the action on Hong Kong that we need to, or on the Uyghurs in terms of human rights. And finally, coming back to the Middle East, David, you know well that we all waited for Jared Kushner to put on the table his Middle East peace plan. That's gone completely by the wayside. We now see in the terrible tragedy of yesterday, over 100 people killed in Lebanon by those horrific blasts, thousands injured. The Lebanese were already struggling, and now we have a horrifying situation of meltdown, a lot of questions about Israel's future and their security, certainly no future for the Palestinian people in sight. So we're really in a very tough place, and I don't see a strategy to really tackle these issues in the Trump administration.
So let's take it on to Russia. So we're in this critical couple of months. If you go back exactly 4 years, August was where we began to see WikiLeaks documents being leaked by the Russians to WikiLeaks.
Something you know a bit about.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that. We now see the Russians working on a different playbook. If whoever wins the next election, what is the room that we have to deal with the Russians given the current set of behavior, separate and apart from whether we have only tactics or a strategy? Putin's clearly got a strategy, but I'm not sure it's one we can work with.
I think we're in a very tough place in general. Obviously, I don't think it's a secret. I'm a Democrat. I hope that Joe Biden becomes president of the United States. And one of the reasons is because the way that we can operate more effectively in the world is to build back our alliances and our partnerships, whether that's the alliance with NATO, the alliance with our European allies, our alliance certainly with states in the Gulf, our alliance with countries in Africa and Latin America, so that we work in a collective strategy. Europe has much more to be concerned about in an immediate physical way, geographic way about Russia than we even do. They trade with Russia at a very high rate. The United States does not. So Europe has leverage that we do not in building and refashioning a relationship with Russia that is on our terms for where we want to see the future. Likewise, a strategy with China cannot be effectively achieved without us working with others, looking after our national interest in the first instance, of course, because that's any president's responsibility. But unless we work effectively with our allies and partners in the first instance, we won't have the that we need to get things done that are in our interest.
And taking your same argument over to China, it strikes me that in listening to this campaign, there's sort of a race to the bottom here about who can sound tougher on China. You heard Vice President Biden in his statements earlier this year, the argument that President Trump would have been willing to give up way too much to the Chinese for the hope of a trade deal. You've heard President Trump argue a move from that he was cooperating wonderfully with his good friend Xi to referring to the coronavirus as the Wuhan virus or the China virus. So it strikes me that whoever gets elected, we're going to be in a pretty bad place. What's our leverage? If you were coming into the China file today, what would it be?
I think our leverage are several things. One, a brand new day, a forward that will be different, working with those allies and partners to bring us working together to deal with China. There is no doubt there are tremendous challenges with China, but some of those challenges are about the investments we also make in our own economy for innovation, for artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all of the infrastructure that we need to be able to compete with China and work with our partners to do so, to challenge China where we must, whether that's in the South China Sea, if they try to steal secrets from our corporations and from our community, and to see where there are any places where we can work with China, certainly on climate change. Unless we are working as an international community, we will not achieve what we need to achieve. The east coast of the United States just went through a tropical storm of tremendous force over the last 24 hours. I here in Cambridge didn't really get touched except by a downpour. Lots of people lost power, but there were tornado warnings on Cape Cod. There were tornado warnings on the eastern shore of Maryland. That's never happened before. The world is changing and we have to look for where we can cooperate with people as well. But I think that a Biden administration, any administration, is going to have to be able to compete, to invest in our own infrastructure and our own technology, our own innovation, compete with China, be ready to challenge and confront China when we need to, and look for those couple of places where we might actually be able to cooperate. It's a very nuanced and complex strategy. I don't think the current administration is up to such a strategy. It's been a very tactical approach. I think we'll need a pretty sophisticated approach to be successful.
Well, one more question from me before we go to the audience. I'm old enough to remember when you were just doing North Korea.
Yeah, we haven't talked about those lovely folks, yes.
So, so we're emerging after 2 years and a few months after the Singapore summit with a North Korea that by some estimates has an arsenal that is roughly doubled in size. You don't hear the president talk about North Korea very much anymore. He doesn't even talk about the lovely letters he was getting from Kim Jong-un. You never dealt with Kim Jong-un, you dealt with his father. But again, if you were stepping back into your old job on January 20th, and who knows, maybe you will be. But if you were, where would you start with a North Korea that now probably has somewhere between 20 and 50 nuclear, probably 30 and 50 nuclear weapons?
Well, I'd first rebuild my relationship with South Korea and Japan. I wouldn't be arguing over whether South Korea is paying enough for American troops. They do pay for American troops. This is in our interest to have our troops there. We always should look at our force posture. I know that Secretary Esper is going to be speaking next, and he may talk about our force posture both in Germany and in Korea. I think the decisions that have been made there have not been the right ones, but nonetheless, I think that I would be rebuilding that relationship. I would be looking at how we can move together with North Korea. This is a very, very tough problem. It is tougher even than Iran because North Korea has nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. I don't believe that Kim Jong-un is suicidal, so I would hope he would never use them, but he certainly has established a deterrence in many ways. And so this is a tough way forward. I think it'll take a lot of hard work to see if there is an opening, but we won't be able to do it on our own. This may be one place where we can work with China, but probably not in the first instance, because I think China's in a position where they now like having North Korea back on the field as a chip on their poker table, not a chip on ours. And we're going to have to do a lot of work. Use the Security Council, use the United Nations, even use this COVID crisis to try to find our way back. There is no doubt that China shares a lot of responsibility for where we are for not having transparency around COVID. But it is also a place where we are all going to have to work together. One of the things I need to say about not only North Korea, but China in particular, is the current administration's destabilizing multilateral organizations around the world has only left a vacuum for China to move in and try to take control. The WHO, the World Health Organization, is one of those places where we should not lose our seat at the table, because China will only be too happy to take it.
But at this point, don't you think we pretty much have to accept North Korea as a nuclear power the way we've ended up accepting Pakistan as a nuclear power?
I don't think we should literally and forcefully accept them as a nuclear power. I think that it is important to maintain the belief that the nuclear power or the 5 original nuclear powers, yes, Pakistan and India have gained nuclear weapons. They have India at least has become de facto a member of the NPT. They've always been strong around non-proliferation, and the US has had longstanding relationship, which I hope is still intact in terms of the security of Pakistan's nuclear weapons. But I think that once you start announcing that someone is a nuclear weapon state, you are opening the door to saying others can become one as well. And even though some may believe it is a difference without a distinction, I think it's a very important distinction.
Right. So we have a few questions that have come up, and to remind those who are participating, you can raise your hand using that feature in participants. We're going to start with Drew Dornstatter. Drew? Are we hearing from Drew? Drew, are you on?
Maybe if Drew just unmutes, or if someone will unmute him, even if he can't do video.
Okay, we're not hearing Drew, so why don't we move on?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, very good. Okay, Drew, your question.
Yes, thanks. Forgive that delay. Undersecretary, thanks for this question. Would you please address the tension between the US-led construct and the European-led maritime awareness construct around the Strait of Hormuz, and how that creates tension between the United States and our allies? Anything else you'd like to offer? Thanks a lot.
Well, Drew, I don't know you, but I would guess from your question that you either are current or former military and have probably greater insight into the posture in the Strait of Hormuz than I do. But what I will say is we care about commerce being able to move through the Strait of Hormuz, though it is less of an immediate necessity for the United States in terms of oil, certainly these days, but it is certainly of great concern to us. We hope and want the Europeans to help share the burden of making sure that the strait remains open. And I think the differences that we have attest to the issue that David and I have been talking about, which is we simply do not have the relationship with Europe that we must, that we need to. We are always stronger when we are working with others than when we work by ourselves.
Wendy, we're going to go on to Michelle Nichols. Michelle, are you able to hear us?
I think she's trying to unmute or get someone to unmute her because I see her name on the screen.
Yeah. We don't all have this 100% down yet, Wendy. There we go. Michelle, can you hear us? Maybe not. Why don't we go on to Jeannie Nguyen? Jeannie, are you able to hear us? You want to ask your question?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Thank you, Secretary. Would you tell us what you think the Biden administration would do in the South China Sea during the 8 years that Biden was vice president with Obama? They had been very slow and let the Scarborough Shoal been lost to China, to the current situation. Now, if there was a tension, if the tension is higher, would there be a kinetic conflict? And what would Biden do? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm not here as a surrogate for the Biden administration, so I don't want to speak for the vice president. What I can say is that I believe that President Obama, Vice President Biden, Secretary Kerry, Secretary Clinton had a very assertive approach to the South China Sea. Quite frankly, it was Secretary Clinton with President Obama who first raised these issues, spent a lot of time working with ASEAN and with other partners in the region to put together a concerted strategy, including with the Philippines, to try to challenge China in what it was doing in the South China Sea. I would suspect that you would see in a Biden administration, as part of an overall strategy, that challenge continue, and hard work, hard diplomatic work with ASEAN and with other partners in the region to push back, including any legal means to do so, as you pointed out, on the Scarborough Shoals and decision by The Hague. So I think this will, again, be a tough problem, but one that we have to go about in a concerted way, working with those in the region who have much more at stake in an immediate geographic way, even than the United States does. But we are a Pacific power, not just an Atlantic power. So this is an issue of great concern to us as well.
Okay. And one last very quick question, because we're just about out of time, from Joshua Walker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, Wendy, thank you for your presentation. The question I have is hopefully a real simple one, which is there's a lot of news out of the Middle East, not just about the horrific, the explosion in Beirut, but about Saudi Arabia making a deal with China, China making a deal with Iran. What do you think the future of kind of non-proliferation in the region and the world more broadly looks like from here on out?
It's a very concerning one. There's a terrific piece by Jessica Matthews in the New York Review of Books talking about the nuclear future, reviewing 4 books that have come out recently, and none of it looks very good. I think that you point out, Joshua, in your question, one of the points that I think is really important. We see an informal, if not a formal, relationship between Russia, China, and Iran. There has been a strategic document that's been agreed to between Russia and Iran, one with China and Iran that is being undergone. There are other players. Turkey might end up being part of this nexus of players who try to thwart some of the things that are concerned by the United States of America. So I think both on the non-proliferation front, as well as how we are working to solve the problems that threaten our security and the security of the world, including proliferation of nuclear weapons. We have a lot of work to do. I hope that President Bush gets to try to do it, and I think he will make tremendous progress.
Great. Wendy, thank you very much for the time you've spent with us for your previous service. We're going to be wanting to hear from you a lot in the coming months as we head toward the campaign. And we will now thank you and throw it back to Anya and to our next speaker.
Thank you, David.
Thanks so much, David. And thank you, Wendy, for the tour de force around the world, everything from Iran to Russia to the South China Sea. We really appreciate you being with us. Thank you. To our audience, please now, we have a half-an-hour break. Everyone can grab some lunch if they would like to, and then we will come back with a very special guest, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, who will be with us for an hour from 1:30 until 2:30. So look forward to seeing you back here at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Oh, shoot. Neve, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep. My video is disabled, but I'm on.
Please welcome to this session Ambassador Nicholas Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
We are not ready to start. Neve, are you there?
I am here. I'm just, my video is disabled, but I'm here. So I can be brought in whenever you're ready.
Are you seeing the calendar, Dave?
Yes, I am.
Me too. They have not enabled our video. I don't know why they haven't done that.
Please welcome back to this session Ambassador Nicholas Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Dave, let's stop our videos. Okay, we'll come back.
Okay.
Please welcome back to this session Ambassador Nicholas Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin our session with Secretary Esper in a minute. We just need the Aspen control to let Dave McCormick and I let us into the session so that we can see Secretary Esper. We'll wait for that and then we'll start. Thank you so much. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Very, very nice to see you. It's an honor to welcome you to the Aspen Security Forum. Thanks for spending the time. You're probably the busiest person on the planet these days. And I just wanted to say in welcoming you, what an honor it is for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Esper is the 27th Secretary of Defense. He's been Secretary of Defense for the past year. He was previously Secretary of the Army. He has a very distinguished record of public service, having served active duty after his graduation from West Point, 10 years, and then in the Reserve and National Guard for 11 years. We're looking forward, Mr. Secretary, to a good conversation. I think you've met our moderator before. He's a mutual friend of ours, Dave McCormick, the CEO of Bridgewater Associates. Dave also has a distinguished career in public service as Undersecretary of the Treasury, as Undersecretary of Commerce, and Dave and I worked together in the George W. Bush administration when he was in those two roles. And Dave is also a graduate of West Point. I think not the year of Secretary Esper, but there at West Point at the same time. So, Mr. Secretary Dave, welcome. And Dave, I'll turn this over to you.
Great, thanks, Nick. And Secretary Esper, thanks so much for joining us today. It's great to see you. Nick forgot to mention the most important thing, that you were born and grew up in Western Pennsylvania before going to West Point, where you and I both were born. And I know that you've carried that with you throughout your great career. I thought we were doing the Aspen Security Forum, so I dressed appropriately. So I'm sorry I'm not lined up with you, but we're glad to have you here. And I know that you had some thoughts and prepared remarks that you wanted to start with. So why don't I turn to you, and then and once you've gone through those, then we can maybe just have a conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Dave. And thanks for your kind words. And Nick, thank you for that nice introduction. Good to see you again. I'm glad to see that you both are doing well. And I look forward to our discussion today. And yes, I would like to say just a few things up front to kind of set the stage, if you will, to throw out some issues for discussion, if you will, Dave, as we go through this over the next hour. And I would begin this way by saying, when I was confirmed over a year ago during my confirmation hearing, one of the things I made clear is that my top priority would be implementing the National Defense Strategy. And as you both and many of Aspen members know, the National Defense Strategy says, look, we're now in an era of great power competition, that our chief competitors are China and Russia in that order. We have a second tier of countries we need to address. It's countries such as North Korea and Iran. And of course, we have unfortunately, the enduring challenge threat of violent extremist organizations. So since that time, we have been moving out now for nearly 13 months in terms of implementing the NDS. And NDS says that we have 3 lines of effort. Effort number 1 is to build a lethal and ready force. Number 2 is to continue to strengthen our alliances and build partners. And then line of effort number 3 is to reform the department to find greater efficiency. And I translate that into creating time, money, and manpower, freeing up time, money, and manpower to put into other priorities. And what we've done over that time is to really flesh out, and I did this early on with my leadership team, really 10 goals that would guide us over the successive months. And now it's in our rearview mirror, if you will, in many ways, what we've been doing over the past 12 months. So I'll list off some of the goals here. Review, update, and approve all of our China and Russia plans to implement what's called the immediate response force, the contingency response force, and dynamic force employment enhanced readiness. 3, reallocate, reassign, and redeploy forces in accordance with the NDS. 4, achieve a higher level of sustainable readiness. Number 5, develop a coordinated plan to strengthen allies and build partners. Number 6, reform and manage the fourth estate. Number 7, focus the Department of Defense on China. Number 8, modernize the force by investing in game-changing technologies. Number 9, establish realistic joint war games and exercises and training. And then number 10, develop a modern warfighting, joint warfighting concept and ultimately doctrine. So we've been moving out along those 10 objectives. We made considerable progress. Our goal was to complete many of them by the end of this year, and we're on track. One of the challenges we've obviously faced over the previous 7 months, of course, is the impact of COVID, which hit us in January. I've been tracking this since mid-January. As many of you know, the department received its first U.S. citizens from China in late January. We implemented our global defense plan, I think, on February 1st. So we've been at this now for 7 months, and I'm really proud of the Department of Defense. I think at our high point, over 60,000 service members on the streets of America in many of the hot spots, particularly the National Guard, whether it was medical professionals helping out in hospitals, distributing supplies, you name it. Very proud of what the United States military did, often putting themselves at risk. During that challenging time, I outlined 3 priorities. Number 1, take care of our people and their families. Number 2, ensure that we can maintain our readiness to execute our national security missions. And then number 3, of course, is support the whole of government effort. And so we continue to carry on. And to this date, we now have, for example, still have medical professionals deployed in both Texas and California. On top of that, we also had to deal with civil unrest in the wake of the tragic murder of George Floyd, if you will. Our service members, again, did extremely well in serving their state governors, the Guard that is, making sure that Americans had the chance to exercise their First Amendment right of freedom of speech and assembly, to protest and to do that peaceably. So I've been very proud of our Guard in that regard, in that manner. And then, of course, in the wake of that, I've pursued 3 initiatives to address racial discrimination, diversity, and inclusion in the ranks. And we could talk about that in some detail. But clearly, while the United States military has been a leader when it comes to dealing with discrimination in its ranks and making sure that it's not part and parcel of our force, we're not immune from what's happening in the broader society. So we're taking a number of actions to do that for 2 reasons. First of all, it's the right thing to do. But secondly, it's important to our readiness. We need to be able to recruit and retain the best and brightest and make sure that they all feel respected, regarded, and have all the equal opportunities that everybody else does in our force. And that applies not just for persons of color, but your ethnic differences, sex, gender, sexual orientation, you name it. We want to represent the American people that we've sworn an oath to protect and defend, if you will. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the chance today to talk about what we're doing at DoD and talk about broader issues in the external environment. I just want to assure you and everybody else that while America is focused inward, rightly so, on issues of COVID and whatnot, at the same time, we're doing both. We're focused inward, helping inward, but at the same time, maintaining our national security capabilities and defending the country. And we see that as our top priority and are committed to continue to do so here as we move forward. So with that, David, thank you. And I look forward to a good discussion today.
Thank you. That covered a lot of waterfront there, and there's so much we could talk about. But I thought I might ask you to elaborate a bit more on really the defining geopolitical challenge of our time, which is obviously the rise of China and how to think about that from a national security perspective. In recent weeks, a number of your colleagues in the administration have made very significant speeches about China's role in the world and about some of the challenges. And you've talked a lot about reorienting the department towards this strategic competition. And so I wondered if you might elaborate a bit. What do you mean by that? What are the specific things that are underway, and how do you see that challenge evolving?
Sure. Now, first of all, I've been watching China's rise now since for many decades. I was a war planner, if you will, in the mid-1990s while still in uniform here at the Pentagon. My first assignment focused on what was then PACOM. And so I've seen this over time in my various roles, whether it's at think tanks or on Capitol Hill. I served on a U.S. Commission on Economic and Security Review Commission, if you will. So China's been on this path for some time now. On all forms, whether it's diplomatic, economic, and the military. And so I think the NDS rightly recognized that we are now in this era of great power competition, and it's time that we woke up and addressed it, and that we competed much more vigorously with China than what we have been. And so we have taken this whole of government approach. With regard to the National Defense Strategy, and by the way, I'll pause because I don't know if you all can see me, but I can't see you now. We may have a technical thing on my side, but we've undertaken a number of actions. So again, I said I focused the Department of China. We had to update our plans to be consistent with that. What I've done is turned the National Defense University. I've asked them to focus 50% of their curriculum on China so that our most senior officers have a good understanding for how China operates politically, economically, militarily, what their decision-making processes are, what their values, how the party's organized and whatnot. I've made China the pacing threat for our armed services, much like David, you and I would recall from our days during the Cold War. So we're now understanding better Chinese order of battle and things like that. I want to make sure it's taught in our schools. We're trying to expand our language programs, but clearly it's going to be the challenge of our time. I don't see China right now as an inevitable threat that we're going to have a fight with them, whatever the case may be. But we do have to compete, and we have to be much more vigorous in all domains, if you will, whether it's, again, diplomatic, informational, military, political. I've been speaking out since early days of my tenure here. I gave a major speech at the annual think tank event in Verkunda in Germany earlier this year and spoke a number of times. So look, it's a big challenge and we need to face up with it. And I think our hope is that we can get China on the right trajectory where they share our same values, where they at least respect international rules and norms and don't try and alter them, where they stop doing what we've seen them do to many of our partners around the globe, particularly in the Indo-PACOM, where they're twisting arms and using other coercive techniques to get their way and trying to play the regional hegemon. So it is a particular challenge. We need to continue to outreach to them, but we also need to recognize that we're in a new era.
Yeah, and you've spoken a lot about this, and I know one of your priorities was a very ambitious defense reform agenda, which you've laid out. And of course, as a former defense planner, you know that the challenge is to allocate resources so you're able to deal with the challenges immediately in front of you, while at the same time investing in a future set of capabilities that would be more aligned with dealing with some of the asymmetric threats that are evolving in China and Russia and elsewhere. Talk a little bit about that effort. And I don't know where I read it, but I also read about some of your efforts on the resources to make sure you were cutting out the fat with your, I guess, late night sessions in your office where you went line by line. So talk big picture and then go granular, if you will, about how you've tried to make that reform effort a reality.
Sure. You know, it's so much about making choices and prioritization. And I know you know that, others know that from their careers also. And look, first of all, we have a very generous defense budget from the American people. I still believe we need to maintain 3 to 5% annual real growth to keep it that way, to make sure that we're as ready as we need to be to face not just today's threats, but future threats. And that is the trade-off. It's the present versus the future. It is what do you need to fight today's fights? Because we have serious challenges. If you look in the Mideast with regard to Iran, other places around the globe, North Korea clearly is a challenge for us. But at the same time, I have to be thinking about the future. That's my role in so many ways. And so it's making those trade-offs on a day in, day out basis. The first week I came in this job over a year ago, we instituted a defense-wide review where we went through what we call the fourth estate, all the 29 plus defense agencies that make up the backbone, if you will, of the military, and found $5.7 billion that I could put into these national defense priorities. Because yes, we want to always go after fat. Sometimes you have to go after a little muscle too. And after the defense-wide review, we began a series of combatant command reviews, and we got about 6 underway right now, again, to reprioritize our resources, whether it's troops or money or resources or simply time, to focus on the challenges of Indo-PACOM. And to me, that's the fundamental thing when you talk about implementing the NDS is how do I make sure that I have sufficient resources, capability in that theater to compete with China, first of all, and secondly, deter any type of conflict. And third, if those two things fail, I got to be prepared to fight and win. And that means, again, making hard choices, pulling things from other theaters, if you will. And the China competition, by the way, is not limited to Indo-PACOM. It's a global competition. So we see them in all parts of the world. So it's multifaceted and it requires tough decisions. And look, we're making those tough decisions as best we can. I can't hear you, Dave.
Part of that you've talked about is innovation. And I wanted to maybe ask if you could go a bit deeper on that. I think if you walk the basement of OMB or down in net assessment, you'd probably see some dust on former transformation reform efforts, some of which haven't come to fruition in the ways that the originators had hoped. What makes this different in your mind? And what are the impediments that you see as the secretary to innovation within the Department of Defense and within the services?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we're clearly at a pivotal moment, an inflection point, if you will. I will tell you from my days as Secretary of the Army, and you would recall this as well, we were still living off the Reagan buildup of the 80s. The big 5 weapon systems of the Apache and the Abrams and the Patriot were all the same systems we were using, upgraded, of course, but still using. So I think we just reached a point where it was time to make that change. And across all services, you now see everybody doing this, whether it's the Air Force with a new stealth bomber, obviously 3 services with the F-35. The Army is moving out in new directions as well to upgrade. But if you step back, the underlying technologies are very clear, and we're putting a lot of dollars into this. And we have these 11 modernization priorities to get us there. And it includes stuff like AI, which I think will be a game changer in terms of our ability to maintain overmatch in the future. It's AI coupled with robotics and machine learning to do those things. Directed energy, hypersonics, quantum physics, biotechnologies, these 11 areas where we think are game changers in the future that we got to put big dollars into, and we are committing to. And when I talked in your previous question about reform, it's doing those types of reforms. It's ending legacy programs. It's curtailing activities that have a low ROI in order to free up that money to put it into those modernization either capabilities or technologies if we are going to continue to dominate the future and win the future. And win in the sense of just preserving the international global order the way it is, consistent with our values, so that everybody can live in security and prosper, much as we've done the last 70 so years.
One of the things that is related to that you and I have talked about, I recall a couple of times over the years, long before you were in this role, was culture and the culture of the military services. And when you think about the pace of change, if you believe the theory that these emergent technologies and the pace of change is accelerating, the question comes to mind about culture and whether the culture of our services is appropriately risk-taking, appropriately entrepreneurial to be able to adapt. And I know you've spoken a bit about the risk-averse culture, or the fear of it, I guess, that you've seen. How do you see that playing out, and how do you imagine we might evolve it if it is a real issue?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of gets to the second part of your last question that I didn't answer, so I'll address it now. Culture is dominant, right? It's what drives so much of our behavior in so many ways. And you asked before, what are the obstacles to modernizing the force to success? And I will tell you, in that regard, it's the culture of DoD, which, first of all, is we're heavily bureaucratic, and it is very risk averse. So you have people protecting their programs, protecting their activities, protecting their staff, and on top of that is the risk aversion of taking risks that should be taken. So I think on one, the big hurdle is again the bureaucracy, the culture. Sure, we have there are legislative obstacles that are put in place. There's things we have to do based on federal policy, but all those aren't the big issues. The big issues are all internal to us, and our willingness and ability to overcome bureaucracy. And that's something we could talk in great detail about. When you get down to the services, they each have unique cultures. Usually it's really good that there's that diversity of culture in there. And I will tell you, when it comes to warfighting, I don't see a risk aversion. I see a very cultures in each of the services where they're willing to take and manage risk, where they understand the mission and are willing to act boldly to accomplish it. And so I'm very encouraged from a warfighting perspective that we're building the right type of leaders, and that we're giving them sufficient guidance and coaching and opportunity to grow and learn. It's everything behind them, the bureaucracy, it's DoD writ large, the big agencies, where we really need to develop a different culture. And that means giving people room to fail. And that means that, if people fail, understanding why and then taking appropriate action. It doesn't mean that everybody loses their job because they took an appropriate risk. And so part of that is changing the leadership culture as well.
And how do incentives, promotion boards fit into that? As you and I remember from our days in uniform, there was a very clear path to being promoted, and that was ultimately what directed the choices that individuals made. How do you see that playing into your decision-making process?
Yeah, again, there's two different type of systems. You see, of course, you got the civilian system on one hand and the military on the other one. And certainly with the military, it's still fairly structured, if you will, in terms of a career path. But I think what we need to do, and I see the services taking this on in different ways. I'll speak to the Army because we were developing it then, and I know Secretary McCarthy and Chief of Staff of the Army, McConville, continue to develop it. But you have to take the approach where it's less structured and less rigidity in there. And it's based, and it's not an industrial age management policy practice, but a 21st century talent management process where you give the people the room, if you will, to pursue their interests, their ambitions based on their attributes, their skills, their behaviors, as long as it's consistent with Army needs and requirements. And you don't penalize them for going off track a little bit. What you tend to find is that the longer the more breadth people have in their experiences, that they end up having far greater value for you in the long run, particularly when you get to positions of senior leadership. If you allow them that room to kind of maneuver outside of a traditional career path and do things like go to advanced civil schooling or to take an assignment in another department or in another service. And that's why I think joint assignments are so great. We need to continue to encourage that type of broadening, if you will, of one's assignment history.
Thank you. I want to just shift topics, if I might, to diversity and inclusion, which is obviously on the national consciousness at the moment in a very profound way, but also something that you've really made a priority. And I was struck by some videos that came out earlier this spring of some senior enlisted leaders and senior officers talking about their experiences with prejudice in the military. And you started your comments by saying the military has been one of the great institutions for integration in our country, but also has room for improvement. I wondered if you might give us your assessment of the state of the military today in terms of race, and then also how you're dealing with whatever gaps there are in the kind of institution we want. Yeah,
it's a great question. It is a profound issue. As I said up front, I think the murder of George Floyd was a wake up call. It brought Americans out onto the streets to protest this discrimination that many of our fellow Americans, African Americans, experience. And it was a wake-up call for us as well as leaders. We know we're not immune to what is happening in broader society, that society that we serve. And look, it's clear because we bring young men and women into the service all the time, from all walks of life, all corners of the country, urban, suburban, rural, Black, white, Asian American, you name it, all types. And I don't think what everybody appreciated, at least me personally, is the depth of sentiment out there among our service members of color, particularly Black Americans, about how much the killing of George Floyd and the other incidents that preceded it and succeeded it had on them, and what they were experiencing in the ranks as well. And I'll tell you, within a week or two of that, I started going on the road to check out training. I did it as part of COVID to see how our recruiting and training base in particular was holding up under the stresses of COVID. And it eventually turned into listening sessions as well. So I've done 8, 9, 10, if you will, across the United States and abroad, listening to service members, various diverse groups, and you get a true sense of what they've experienced, anecdotes, story after story. And the good news, or maybe the bad news, is it's all consistent. Everywhere I go, regardless of service, regardless of location, same type of stories, same type of experiences. So look, we took it upon ourselves as a leadership team that we had to do better. We must do better. DOD had a history of leading on these issues, and it was time for us to step up again to really capture this moment. So I laid out 3 initiatives. Number 1 was to come up with what I call quick action items that we could do now to really make a difference and to get things moving. And I signed that on, I think, July 14th. July 15th was initiative number 2, where we stood up a defense board for diversity and inclusion, led by the Secretary of the Air Force, Secretary Barrett. She was joined by the senior enlisted advisor to the chairman, Colon Lopez, a very diverse team, and diverse not just in terms of having persons of color and different ethnicity, but we also want to get the persons different in ranks. So we got young officers, mid-grade officers, younger enlisted, mid-grade enlisted, because we knew they would own the future. They really had to kind of help us, lead us on this, and we wanted to be part of that. So that she's doing a 6-month sprint, if you will, to bring me back recommendations in December. The third piece, the longer piece, is the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Exclusion in the Armed Services, mirrored on the very successful DACOWITS, which took up the same charge when it came to women in the military. And we'll be standing that up probably end of November, if you will. But that'll be the long-term, enduring, independent, if you will, body that will look over time and really help us see ourselves better and help us make progress on issues of diversity, inclusion, and equal opportunity in the force. It's critical because, first of all, it's the right thing to do. But secondly, it's important to readiness. If we're going to deploy and employ a ready, capable force, we have to have Americans of all walks, of all colors, ethnicities, et cetera, filling part of the team and part of the team.
Yeah, you made the point that if anything, COVID has heightened our awareness of some of the challenges around diversity and inclusion. I also wondered, how has it affected, through your eyes, the readiness of the force? What are the strains and stresses that it's created? What changes in operational tempo, training, and so forth? And how do you see that playing out over time?
Yeah, so clearly when it hit early on, we could see it kind of coming. This is back to January, if you will, and it took some time to see the full effect by April, if you will. Quite concerned about our personnel and how they would hold up. And you obviously, as you know, you can't afford to lose a part of your force and perform your mission. So we were very careful in terms of issuing at this point now, I think 13 guidance letters on how to protect the force, how to protect one another, giving broad guidance to commanders and their staffs, their medical staffs, about how to do that. So we made that job number one, if you will, and it's held pretty well. Our rates of infection are lower than the population we serve. Every death is a tragedy particularly in the military. And thank goodness we've only lost one person, one active duty member to COVID. So I think with the measures we took in place held up as well. As a result, the force has been able to perform its national security missions inside the country, but outside the country as well. And we've tiered our force to do that. The areas where I became most concerned were twofold. One was can we recruit and can we bring young recruits in this COVID environment? And we made some adjustments to do that. And we can talk about that, if you will. But I think the services took slightly different approaches, but generally the same. And we're able to manage that pretty well. And I think we're going to hit our end strengths this year for the most part. The Marines may fall a little bit short, but that's been managed well, because if you don't, otherwise you could create a hole in the system that will take years to work its way through. The other one, which is a little more challenging, is a defense industrial base. And why do I say that? Because unlike the military, where we have a young, fit, healthy population that can withstand COVID better than most, the defense industrial base is an older, less fit, if you will, population that I'm more concerned about. And obviously, it's your most important resources, your persons, your people, their ability to fight and win, but they need that hardware, that technology, those instruments of war, if you will, to do their jobs. And that's where I have been concerned and remain concerned. A lot of credit to the team here that handle acquisition and sustainment under Secretary Lord, who's done great things to keep the defense industrial base afloat, to help them with progress payments, cash payments, everything we can do to keep those industries healthy, particularly, as you know, when you get into those third and fourth tier suppliers, they can't afford to take a month off. They can't afford to lose a contract without going completely out of business. So that was and remains my principal concern right now as I look at the impacts of COVID. That said, I will tell you there are silver linings in the COVID cloud that we found as well, and we could talk about that if you want.
Yeah, please. What are the silver linings?
Well, so, when I went to Parris Island to see the Marines and how they were adapting to COVID, they for example, took in a practice where they brought them in, and for 2 weeks, they would socially distance them in a separate barracks, separate area, if you will. And it was very successful in terms of limiting the spread of COVID. But what we eventually found, too, was not only did it reduce the COVID cases considerably, dramatically, we also saw fewer cases of other types of respiratory illnesses and other things that afflict young people when they all come together. So at the end of the day, we saw higher rates, if you will, of young recruits showing up for duty on a daily basis. Another example was, instead of giving young recruits a week plus breaks in between basic training and extended training, if you will, by only limiting them to maybe a long weekend, 3 days, we found that they came prepared for that second tranche of training. Again, more fit because they didn't take a week off. They weren't getting in trouble at home. They were more ready for the training. So we're seeing benefits in different ways. And I could talk to each of the services and show you how we found silver linings in each of these things. Even the Army said, a different type of training where they allowed the recruits for the first 14 days while they were restricted movement to do a little bit more bonding, if you will, under far less duress than they would normally have on day one. And what they found as a result, by giving them 14 days to bond and get to know one another, once they hit that traditional day one, high stress, high duress, drill sergeants in your face type of situation, we're seeing lower rates of attrition because they know one another, they can lean on one another, they've bonded already, and it's having a much improved impact on our ability to get larger numbers of folks through the pipeline.
I see. That's interesting. One of the things you mentioned earlier in your remarks that sort of related to COVID is, there's a math problem that we as a country are facing. And if you think of our economic might really underwriting our national security, we, as a result of COVID, have significantly increased our deficits, our debt as a percentage of GDP. And so there's, even under the most optimistic scenarios, there's a much different fiscal outlook. And it's not clear that we're at all done spending yet. A much more difficult fiscal outlook than there was, 3 months ago or January 1st. And so how do you think about that as sort of a national leader with your point about the 3 to 5%? And there's sort of the reality of our moment and how would you advise policymakers, members of Congress and so forth to think about those trade-offs?
Yeah, look, I give the president and Congress a lot of credit for coming up with these $1 trillion plus spending packages. The first one was $3 trillion plus, and we'll see what the next one will be to help Americans, to help the economy stay afloat, to do all those things we need to do. We're also all cognizant of the fact, I am as well, that as you noted, it adds to the debt and the deficit, which inevitably puts more pressure on the federal government, on DOD in particular, in terms of downward pressure on our budget. I said up front that in order to kind of sustain the great progress we made over the last 3 years, President Trump, year after year, we've seen increases in our budgets, which has resulted in increases in readiness and increases in our investment accounts and all those things. But to continue to expect that type of a generosity from the American taxpayer when we see discretionary spending rise, mandatory spending rise, means we have to be much more aware of what's happening in there over time as well. We were talking about this just yesterday when we talked about how do you grow the force, how do you grow the fleet, conscious of the cost it will put on the system. So that's why I continue to beat the drum that we have to be much more cost aware, cost efficient. We got to make those hard choices. We got to get rid of legacy systems. So many programs are important, but frankly, they're all, some are more important than others. And if it's not delivering a high ROI, as we say, you're just going to have to get rid of it because it's hard to sustain that level of spending. We just need to be realistic. I will continue to go out there and fight for it. I think it's important, but at the same time, the one thing I can control is how we spend our dollars. And I'm going to continue to emphasize that with the services and with the combatant commanders.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna pivot again to a new set of questions. For those in the audience, I wanted you to encourage you to put questions in the Q&A section, and we'll try to draw those questions into the conversation. Mr. Secretary, I hope we might turn to allies, alliances, and partners, which I know has been a very significant. I think your travel schedule is indicative of the priority you place on that. And they're key to our national security. I hope you might give us some context and background on the repositioning of troops in Germany. What's the thinking and the reaction within NATO, and how does that advance the national defense strategy that you described?
Yeah, no, look, allies and partners are critical. It's the asymmetric advantage we have over both Russia and China, hands down. our allies and our partners. So it's something consistent with our national defense strategy, line of effort number 2, that we've got to continue to strengthen the allies and grow new partners. So you're right. I've spent a lot of time on the road traveling, particularly to the Indo-PACOM theater, well over 200 or so meetings with foreign partners. Just in the past week alone, I've spoken to my partners from Indonesia to Brunei, Australia, you name it, the UK, the NATO Secretary General, et cetera. Got to continue to build those and strengthen them. We do it through not just diplomacy, but through arms sales, through training and exercises, all those things that make us a very capable strategic force. So very important that we must do that. In all those cases, we have to look for ways, on the other hand, to, I said earlier multiple times, free up time and resources to apply into our priority theaters. So I have these COCOM reviews underway, 6 right now presently. One of those that we began some time ago was the European Command one. And so I'd given General Walters some instructions, if you will, to kind of look, how do you look at your command? How do we reposition? How do you give me, as Secretary of Defense, more strategic flexibility and yourself more operational flexibility, as an example? Then in June, the president issued his directive that accelerated that with regard to pulling forces out of Germany. So we went at the task, General Walters in particular. I said, look, we got to meet the president's objective. I want you to follow these 5 principles. Number 1, enhance our deterrence of Russia. Number 2, reassure allies, partners. Number 3, strengthen the alliance. Number 4, give me greater strategic flexibility and your own operational flexibility. And number 5, take care of our service members and their families in the process. I think they did a really good job. The number they came back with was to pull 11,900 out of Germany. That would leave nearly over 24,000 troops still in Germany, still the largest country hosting U.S. forces. But what we did in the process and what will be underway is a way by which we made the alliance more capable. And I'll just speak to it in strategic terms. And with regard to Russia, what we'll end up doing is actually moving forces further east. In other words, following the trail of our newest members of the alliance. So we see putting more rotational forces into the Black Sea region, Romania in particular. And then my aspiration is also to put more forces up into the northeastern flank as well, both the Baltics and Poland. And if you saw in the past week, we announced the deal was made with Poland where we'd have 1,000 troops there, a forward deployed 5th Corps headquarters as well. But some of the things that he came up with were things that have been talked about for many years. For example, I think nobody can deny the fact that by aligning his headquarters, co-locating it with his SHAPE headquarters in Belgium is an efficiency that will allow greater interoperability between our staffs. Reuniting units that have been separated for years. So for example, moving the elements of the 173rd Airborne Brigade Combat Team from Germany down to Italy with their host units makes obvious sense. Same thing with combining other headquarters as well. Now, one of the things we're doing of those 11,900, 6,000 or so will come back to the United States, principally the Stryker units. But what that does is it gives me great strategic flexibility. Our ambition is to bring them back, but put them and other Stryker units back on the road. So whereas in the past, we may have had 4 deployed at any one time training 1 battalion, in the future, we'll have an enduring presence of a brigade. And by the way, as I said to General Walters, if you don't want Strykers, if you think you need an armor brigade combat team, we could do that too. Whatever it takes to meet those 5 principles. And we could talk about, the Air Force, rejoining Air Force squadrons. I think one of the things that's has been talked about for years when I first came on board was keeping the airmen. We have a refueling squadron and a special ops squadron or wing in Mildenhall, England. Keeping them there in England made obvious strategic sense in the wake of the NDS. So we're keeping 2,500 airmen there. So I think when you go through it, you'll see that these moves make a lot of sense when you put in the context of those 5 principles I laid out. I know it's a long answer, but I will say this much. I think the feedback I've gotten from my team that I've personally heard from allies or that I've been reported on from allies has generally been positive for most of them. And, Germany, to their credit, I spoke to my counterpart a week and a half ago now, obviously disappointed with regard to losing forces, but recognize the important thing was strengthening the alliance and doing those other things. And so, again, I think at the end of the day, and we'll make adjustments over time, we want to move as quickly as possible, but we got to be deliberate in it, that you'll see these things pan out just as I laid them out to you.
Well, and I think it's just as you've suggested, I think it's important to note also historically, there's been a number of ebbs and flows over the years as people in your position and military leaders have looked at the right force posture, including in the Clinton administration, where there were significant reductions in forces in Germany. So this continues that to some degree.
Look, and the other thing too, it deserves mentioning, I think you may have addressed it, is this issue about allies paying their fair share. And I've gone back. I either reading my predecessor's book, I've spoken to many of them. The Obama administration, to their credit, had the Wells Forum. It was in Wells where everybody agreed to meet this 2% target. So this has been an historical issue for the United States, getting the European partners to pay more, to pay their fair share. We said the fair share is 2%. Frankly, I think it should be more than that, depending on how wealthy a country is. And I've come to the point where I've kind of put that standard out there for all of our partners, whether it's in Asia or elsewhere, is if we're all going to work together, if we're all going to commit to collective security in order to protect the international rules and norms, in order to push back against countries that want to infringe upon individual rights or another country's sovereignty, then we all got to work together. We got to contribute together, and we got to understand what that means. And that means we all have a certain minimum level of commitment to get there, to deter bad behavior. And if we can't deter it, we all got to be ready to fight and win.
Can you spend a minute on Asia and the same question and the importance of the Quad? The Prime Minister of Australia was on yesterday. Obviously, Australia has taken a very different defense posture in recent months and years based on the rise of China. How do you see our alliances in that part of the world, and comment on the Quad in particular?
Yeah, it's a great question. It gets back to the first one you asked about China. So I think what we've seen with regard to what's happened in the last 7 months, coming as part of COVID, if you will, we've seen China become more aggressive, trying to use the tragedy, if you will, of COVID to their advantage for propaganda purposes. And I think they've really overplayed their hand. And we've seen them continue to try and exercise this muscle in the South China Sea. They sank I think a Vietnamese fishing vessel a few months ago. They continue to twist the arms of others. They deployed troops along the line of actual control in India. So again, we see them acting out in a way that is inconsistent with, international norms, rules of behavior, if you will. And many of our allies and partners are reacting as well. I give great credit to the Australians and in particular, the Brits as well, whether it's pushing Huawei out of their systems or the Australians with a brand new defense strategy that has a long-term commitment to funding. Secretary Pompeo and I just did a 2+2 with them where we talked about these issues. But what you see, and oh, by the way, another silver lining of COVID is because we haven't been able to travel as much, we're doing much more online, much like you and I and all of the Aspen members are doing today. So we've been doing Five Eye partner civets meetings. We've been doing trilateral meetings, if you will. And so what I hope, and what many of us, my Australian counterparts, Japanese counterparts, I think, have agreed to is we need to do more of those, and we need to multilateralize them. So as you know, so many of the relationships, unlike Europe, in Asia are bilateral, U.S. Korea, U.S. Philippines, U.S. Australia. We need to multilateralize those, maybe not officially, right? But in terms of knitting things up so we talk more as a group. That's the best way to push back against China and its bad behavior in the Pacific. And I see that as another positive outcome of, if you will, of us being unable to travel. We found new ways to communicate and to do it in a multilateral way. And I think we need to continue to advance that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I want to draw a question from our audience. This is from Drew Dornstadter. It's about alliances. He's a West Point grad. He put beat Navy in his question, so he came to the top of the queue. And it's related to what we just talked about, which Army Futures Command has many ambitious modernizations programs, such as the Future Vertical Lift and long-range precision fires. To what extent should we be engaging our international partners to strengthen their capabilities and enable them to keep pace with our own?
Yeah, early and often. I mean, one of the things that we did as part of the NDS strategy is my policy team has done a superb job. We have the first ever global outreach, if you will, when it comes to allies and partners. So we're doing stuff like expanding IMET by 50% over the next 5 years. IMET to me is, you can't beat the return on investment. It's international military education and training. But we're also looking at how we advance arms sales and weapon sales. So we build interoperability, we build relationships. That's one of multiple facets of this new strategy. So yes, we should be reaching out now to partners, whether it's advanced aviation, the Army. I recall from my time not too long ago that we're trying to restore mobile short-range air defenses, but not just missiles now on mobile platforms, but directed energy. We're trying to get longer range artillery, and what they're doing right now in places like Yuma, Arizona, what they're testing is just remarkable. It'll give us the range and precision we never had. So all those things we should be working closely with allies and partners, and I know we are. And so it's important to sustain that, and not just obviously for the Army, but for all the services. And that's just, again, that's the way how we further develop this asymmetrical advantage we have over the Russians and the Chinese when it comes to allies and partners.
Great. I'd like to draw another question from our audience. This is from Ambassador Sanders, and it's a question regarding Russia, maybe asking you to elaborate a bit on how you see the strategic competition with Russia, the potential threat. I know part of the repositioning you described with the move of the troops in Germany was designed around that. And then a second part to that question is if you could comment on Africa Command, in particular, some of the terrorist activity in Africa, some of which is apparently supported by the Russians. So if you could comment on both things, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so on the first one, obviously under Putin, Russia has taken on a much more aggressive posture out in the role. We obviously have seen them move into the Middle East, Syria in particular. They're playing multiple hands in various parts of the world. We see them in Libya. Obviously, they're in Africa too. So, and we know well their invasion of Georgia, annexation of Crimea. They're occupying part of Ukraine. They're stirring trouble up in the Baltic. So, look, it's focused the attention of NATO. It's unfortunate we're in this situation, but we have to stand up and deter them. We have to stand up to them. And that means committing funding, committing troops, committing more capabilities to deterring Russian bad behavior so that there isn't conflict in Europe, so we can continue to defend those democracies that we count as our allies. And that's my commitment. I served as a young officer in Italy as part of NATO, actually as part of the NATO Rapid Reaction Force. So I know the value of the alliance, and I know the value is greater than the sum of the parts when you work together. So Russia has given us that focus, and we need to continue to kind of to address them wherever we see them out there playing. So one of those areas is Africa, of course. You mentioned that. AFRICOM, I think, I just got off the phone a short while ago with General Townsend, the head of AFRICOM. He's doing a great job down there. As part of the reforms, what I've asked him to look at is, yes, we need to focus on the counter VEO threat in Africa. And there are groups in both, principally West Africa and East Africa, but we have to be able to distinguish between threats that are local or regional in nature and those that threaten the homeland and our strategic interests. So as we look through our reform options there, and we've made a number of changes already, he's focused on that. And what I've put, though, at the top of his list is focus on great power competition in Africa. Where do we need to be in order to address what China and Russia may be doing, whatever footholds they're trying to gain, whatever governments they're trying to influence? And so as part of that process early on, what I said was, look, I'm going to deploy parts of a Security Force Assistance Brigade. It's a new organization in the Army, which is geared to doing that type of assistance for other countries' militaries. And so he's moving out on that front. Well, part of the discussion we had a short while ago is other places where we may address, again, great power competition. But I've tried to give him a prioritization list, and he's working through that. And as we continue to review his combat command, I think we'll continue to make good progress when it comes to moving forward on the national defense strategy.
We've had a number of people raise a question about, I don't know if you're able to speak about it, what happened in Beirut. Are you able to share anything on that, or is that something where you're still still getting information?
Yeah, still getting information on what happened. Most believe it was an accident as reported. And beyond that, I have nothing further to report on that. It's obviously a tragedy. We mourn for the dozens, if not hundreds of Lebanese possibly killed and thousands hurt. And it's just Lebanon's struggling right now in a number of ways. And it's a shame to see it happen. When you see the video, it's just devastating. And you wonder, I mean, it's really, really bad. It could have been much worse. But we want to help. I spoke to Secretary Pompeo this morning. We're reaching out to the Lebanese government, have reached out. We're positioning ourselves to provide them whatever assistance we can, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, you name it, to assist the people of Lebanon. It's the right thing to do. It's a humanitarian thing to do in the wake of this tragedy.
Got it. And just prior to your session, we had Brian Hook interviewed. And so there was a lot of talk about Iran and the Iran deal and so forth, or actually the Iran deal rather. But I wondered if you just could talk about through the eyes of DOD and how you think about that threat and think about DOD's strategy and the national defense strategy in terms of being prepared to respond.
Sure. Now, look, first of all, we absolutely support the maximum pressure campaign. Iran has been a bad actor in that region since the revolution in '79, spreading malign activities, all the way from Africa across today into Afghanistan, the other stands, stirring up problems, controlling, influencing governments. And it's been really bad. So you have that aspect of it. You have hostage taking happening for many years. We know their pursuit of long-range weapons, missiles, and of course, to top it off, their pursuit of a nuclear weapon, which we absolutely cannot allow. So DOD's posture is again, continue to strengthen our allies in the region, whether it's Israel or partners such as the Saudi Arabia and other countries in the Arabian Peninsula, reassure them, make sure we can deter Iranian bad behavior wherever it happens, whether it's on the land in places, again, across the Arabian Peninsula or even into Africa. Certainly deter bad behavior in the maritime sphere. We saw last summer where they were, stopping ships, sabotaging ships, doing things that would disrupt commerce and freedom of navigation. And that's one of the key principles that the United States tries to enforce out there, uphold, is freedom of navigation, freedom of commerce, whether it's the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, or the South China Sea, where we do freedom of navigation ops. So there's that piece of it. And then you have Iraq, where we've been for many years now, trying to help Iraq get up on its feet, stay up on its feet in a very challenging neighborhood. We have full respect for their sovereignty. We're there as guests of the government to help them ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS. But at the same time, we don't want to see them captured by Iran. And we want to see a sovereign Iraq out there that can stand up for itself. So we're balancing a number of things. We're supporting the policies set forth, established by the president, implemented by the State Department. We stand there to support our negotiators and maintain the peace and really deter Iranian bad behavior. And again, if that fails, we're prepared to act as we did in December and January.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you a final question here, which draws a bit on what some of the audience have said, but also just something that I'm interested in, which is it's really two parts. One, I have some sense of what it's like through your eyes in terms of your, going to West Point and then serving as a combat officer and now having the great privilege of leading the men and women in armed services. So I wondered if you could reflect on the last year as Defense Secretary and just give us whatever thoughts you have on that. And also related to that, you've traveled around the world. You've met the men and women in uniform. We talked about this right when you took the Army Secretary job. And the thing that comes out just as it did today, but always when I talk to you, is just this admiration, love, respect, feeling of absolute commitment to the men and women in the armed forces. And I know sometimes when we talk about weapon systems and billions of this and NDS is that, sometimes it's easy to forget those young faces and all that they're doing for our country. So just ruminate, if you will, on both of those points as we close out.
Yeah. On the first one, I'd say you come into these roles and you know they're not going to be, you want them to be predictable, right? You want to be able to implement your agenda. And as I've said many times, my agenda was implementing the national defense strategy and the policies of the administration. And you want that, but it's going to be upset by reality, by what happens in the world. And so it's not unexpected to see threats happening, to have to deal with in Iran or, counterterrorism operations, things like that. But look, nobody a year ago would have predicted we'd be facing a global pandemic that has shut down the economies of the world, that has done so much damage, and of course the human toll, which is terrible. So that, and then we faced for a period of time civil unrest. So you never know what the world, what fate will throw at you. I've just been blessed to have a really good leadership team. Beginning with the Deputy Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who I've worked together with both previously. Great in terms of civilian secretaries and service chiefs, and the combatant commander. So we have a really good team that was flexible, adaptable. One of the things that I did when I came in was to break down the silos that we had at the time, where the service secretaries would meet in one meeting. You'd have a different meeting with the tank and the chairman and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You'd have another meeting with just OSD staff, and we immediately went to a format where we all sit together twice a day on a Monday. The morning deals with quarterly updates on things such as modernization or our people or readiness and things like that. And then the afternoon session with all those players plus the combatant commanders, we talk about strategy and how to implement the NDS and how to deal with Russia and China. And so we've really flattened the organization. That really enabled us to deal with COVID and things like that, I think, much more effectively. So look, you never know what the world's going to throw you. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? But we've had a good team, and I think we've held up pretty well given all that's happened. With regard to your second question, I mean, you're spot on. There's nothing that I enjoy more than going out on the road and spending time with our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. I mean, they inspire you each and every day. Their stories, where they came from, why they joined, what keeps them motivated, what their aspirations are, learning about their families, about their careers. As I so often tell them, particularly when I do swearing in ceremonies for brand new folks joining the military, I just say they're just such great Americans. They're willing to raise their right hand and swear an oath to the Constitution and give their life, sacrifice themselves for their fellow Americans in defense of an idea, of ideals that say that we're all free. We have these inherent rights that are guaranteed us in the Constitution, that we believe in democracy, and that this is what bonds us together. People from different backgrounds, ethnicities, against sexual orientations, gender, you name it. We all are bound around this notion of the Constitution, what it means, and they all raise their right hand and swear that oath and commit to give their lives to that cause. You can't help but be inspired by it. It chokes you up, and every time I go out there, it just kind of renews your faith in the future and the next generation coming behind us. I mean, I'm sure you and I both remember when we stood on the plane at West Point on a early morning in July, or probably a late afternoon in July, raised our right hand and swore that oath for the first time, and all the aspirations and potential we had. And you just get inspired that this next generation coming behind us is going to carry that torch and remain committed to defending the country, the American people, and all that we believe in.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Dave, thank you. Mr. Secretary, can I just thank you for what you just said? That was really stirring, and we thank you for your public service, and thank you for defending all of us in our country, and all best for the challenges ahead.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks to you and Dave. I've enjoyed our time, and thank you once again. I hope we can do it again sometime.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dave, thank you so much. And for those of you watching, we're going to take an adjournment until 2:45, 15 minutes before the hour. We'll be back with David Rode to talk about the deep state. Thank you very much.
Please welcome back to the session Ambassador Nicholas Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Aspen Security Forum. It's really a great pleasure for me to introduce my friend David Rohde of The New Yorker and Dina Temple-Raston, investigative correspondent for National Public Radio. I told David and Dina, we were talking just before this session, that as a career diplomat, a career foreign service officer, when I hear the term deep state, and that's the title of our panel today, fact or fiction, is the deep state real? When I hear that term, I think about some thuggish authoritarian regime, you know, Turkey in its worst days, Egypt under the dictators like Mubarak. I don't think of the United States of America. And as we begin today, since David and Dina are both really respected members of the American Press Corps, I just want to say how much we respect the press. The Aspen Security Forum would not work without journalists. Nearly all, not all, but nearly all of our sessions are chaired by journalists. And I think as a citizen, one of the saving graces of the United States is the First Amendment, the power of the press. I felt in government as a State Department spokesperson that the press was doing its job to challenge me and challenge my colleagues in the administrations in which I worked. And when we talk about deep state, we should never talk about the American Press Corps, because the American Press Corps is just part and parcel of our democracy. Dina Temple-Raston is going to chair this. As I said, she's an investigative reporter, very experienced for National Public Radio. David Rohde is here to talk about his new book on the deep state. I met David a long time ago during the Bosnia War. I met him after a very tragic and unfortunate incident when he was kidnapped by the Bosnian Serbs, by Karadzic and Mladic, and held for 10 days, mercifully released. He lived to tell the tale. He was also kidnapped, as many of you know, by the Taliban in November 2008 and held for 7 months. I don't know any other reporter who's been kidnapped twice, risked his life to tell the story to the American people. And what a career he's had. David won the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on the Srebrenica massacre of July 1995, the worst war crimes in Europe since the Second World War. He's won the George Polk Award, a very distinguished award for foreign reporting. A longtime New York Times correspondent, now with the New Yorker. I think this is going to be a fascinating conversation to talk about the deep state. And the last thing I'll say is I defended the press corps. I also want to defend the men and women of the US Foreign Service. When I heard President Trump say at a press conference with the whole nation watching, when he called the State Department the deep state, it was a disgraceful moment for the American presidency, because these are men and women of the Foreign Service who take an oath to the Constitution to serve their country. There's a lot of risk involved. And I just wanted to pay tribute both to the Foreign Service and to the press. David and Dina, as I turn this over to you. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What I wanted to start with, if I could, do I get in a big screen? Does Nick go away? What do I do? I think I just go
Dina, I'm
fire
going to
away.
go away and make this.
I'm happy to have you there, but excellent. Okay, so David, let me just start. I think that for most of us who have been following foreign policy for some time, this idea of this deep state, as Nick Burns said, as Ambassador Burns said, was sort of something that we associated with authoritarian rulers. Is the deep state in the United States a thing, a real thing, or is it sort of a figment of some people's imagination?
My first answer to that will be that it is a very real thing to the American public. And the poll numbers show this, and these polls are sort of a wake-up call to members of the national security establishment, you know, that are watching this, and also to journalists, to mainstream journalists. You know, I worked, as Nick said, at the New York Times and the Christian Science Monitor and the New Yorker. The American public doesn't trust us, doesn't trust the government officials, doesn't trust the CIA and the FBI, and it doesn't trust journalists like us. I started writing this book because there was a poll I found that came out in the spring of 2017, and 70% of Americans said they believed that groups of unelected officials and generals had too much power in Washington, that they were secretly influencing American government policy. So yeah, I never use the term deep state. It really hasn't been used in the United States until the Trump presidency, but we have a problem. And it would be naive of us to blame all this on Donald Trump. We need to think about how government officials and how journalists are communicating with the American public and how we can rebuild their, and regain their trust.
So you said 70% of the people polled thought that there was some sort of deep state. Were you in part of that 70% or were you in the 30%?
This is a good journalist, doing tough interviews. So I deserve every tough question I get. Look, the book concludes that I don't like the term deep state. I think it's political rhetoric. And I think it's a very effective tool that President Trump has used to discredit government officials, even members of his own administration, who contradict the president's narrative or political talking points. That said, there is a permanent government. I use the term institutional government that exists, no matter who is the president. There's countless laws and procedures that are supposed to keep them all from being political. I agree with President Trump that unelected government officials should carry out the orders of elected presidents. If they are legal and ethical orders, government, officials have to carry them out. We can't have, the will of the people being ignored after an election. But there is no deep state in the way Donald Trump uses the term. It's an exaggeration that he uses to discredit rival sources of information, and he uses it for political gain.
Well, so what's the difference between something like the deep state and Eisenhower's military-industrial complex?
So what's fascinating is that the government is feared on the right and the left, but they use very different terms. Liberals use the term you just mentioned. Liberals talk about the military-industrial complex. They fear a cabal of generals and big defense contracting firms that they feel are driving the country into war after war after war. Conservatives, a better term, a term they often use is the administrative state. That would be this ever-growing government that's incessantly invading our personal lives and taking away our freedoms and the personal information we should control. But there's a funny thing right now, we can talk about more of this later, there's sort of an agreement on both sides. There is one thing that the right and the left agree on these days, and that's how do we control these agencies? How do we control the big private companies that are collecting our data in the digital age and kind of maintain privacy while also, securing the country?
And do you think there's an agreement that these technology companies need to be controlled?
Yeah, we saw that, recently, and this is, one thing since I finished the book. We just had this hearing last week with the big tech companies, 4 companies that are worth nearly $5 trillion in value. Conservatives feel that they are censoring them. Liberals feel that they're not doing enough to stop the widespread, conspiracy theories that are online. And the second issue that makes this so important right now is the pandemic. We cannot get a consensus among Americans about how to counter the pandemic. How many people are dying? Conservatives think the government count is exaggerated and higher than it should be. Liberals think the government count is under what it should be. And, if, by some miracle there is a vaccine, I think we're experiencing an enormous crisis of information right now. And part of it's online, part of it's the press not performing well. But, if we can't agree on basic information and basic facts, people will refuse to take the vaccine. On both the left and the right, they won't believe government experts saying this vaccine can help you, not harm you.
Well, I think what's very strange about being a journalist today in this current environment is that in the old days, you used to get 2 administration officials who were in the room to tell you what happened. Maybe they didn't talk to each other. Maybe they were on opposite sides of the table. And this was enough for you to say, okay, I know what happened in the room. I can report it. But now these 2 administration officials may be completely honest. They may have leaked to you just the way you like it as a reporter. And then the administration says it never happened. How do we deal with a problem like that when you're talking about this information problem, this journalistic problem? I'm glad I'm not covering the White House right now. I don't know how I would do it.
I think and I tried and thought about this a lot in working on the book. So I want to repeat my core finding. There is no deep state in the way Donald Trump uses the term. He is using that term for political gain. and he's spreading conspiracy theories about a deep state that doesn't exist, again, for political advantage. So that is my finding. His claims about a deep state, which started with just the CIA and the FBI, when Pentagon officials, when President Trump was questioning some war crime investigations that were being carried out against soldiers, President Trump called the Pentagon the deep state. And now you have, Dr. Tony Fauci and CDC officials being called members of the deep state by the president's supporters. So it is important to call out falsehoods. I admire Glenn Kessler's work and the Washington Post work, and the fact checker, the facts he looked at his findings matched mine. So I think calling out false statements and exaggerations is key. I also think it's important, though, to not, there's plenty of columnists and they can say mean things about, the president or members of the House and the Senate. As reporters, though, we shouldn't get into the name calling and get trolled and exaggerate our findings. So if that makes any sense, like declare, false statements false, but don't spin and get caught up in the whole opinion cacophony that is just dominating so much today in the news media.
Yeah, it seems to me, I wonder what you think about whether Bill Barr is somebody who you believe is a proponent of this idea of the deep state. And in the book, you talk a lot about the idea of the deep state being very married to this idea of presidential power and what the executive's power should be. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, President Trump uses the term deep state for political advantage and to unfairly discredit others. Bill Barr, throughout his career for decades, has believed that the presidency was weakened too much after Watergate. He wasn't alone. There was a group of conservatives, Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld, who worked, with President Ford, felt it had gone too far. So did Ed Meese. So did Antonin Scalia before and after he became a Supreme Court justice. So there's a school of thought that the War Powers Act, the church reforms, we can talk about more, the creation of its Senate and House Intelligence Committees to control the CIA, the creation of inspectors general, of independent counsels, people like Robert Mueller. There's a view that all of those things weaken the presidency. And Barr, laid this out, very articulately and clearly in a speech he gave to the Heritage Foundation last fall. He said that this country needs a strong presidency to survive. He argued that if you look at American history, the Great Depression, World War II, some would argue right now the pandemic, the branch that saves the country when it faces a crisis is the presidency. It's the only branch that can act decisively and help save people in peril. And he believes that it's still weakened, that the presidency is too, far weaker than it should be, that all these investigations of Trump are just preventing him from using his justified executive powers. And let me just say, many other scholars I spoke to think that's a very extreme interpretation, that Bill Barr is wrong. The presidency regained the power it lost after 9/11, and Bill Barr is creating a dangerously high level of power right now for President Trump.
So we touched on this a little bit earlier about the effect that the deep state is having on the pandemic as we see it now. And part of the sort of undercurrent that you haven't actually said explicitly here, but you talk a lot about in the book, has to do with the distrust of experts and how that is sort of part and parcel of this idea of being against the deep state. Can you talk about how that has affected the pandemic and how we might be able to change the narrative before, if we actually have a break between the first wave and the second wave of the pandemic, how we might be able to change that narrative ahead of a second wave?
So I talked to, and none of this is in the book, but I'm working on this topic still and trying to write about it. A former White House official told me that the president, like many, conservatives and Republicans, felt that the private sector could respond to the pandemic quickly and more effectively than government agencies, and that's very common. But beyond that, the president, Trump does distrust government experts. President Trump doesn't really believe that, this is one interesting aside I got from an aide, that there are nonpartisan public servants. He doesn't believe that anyone is sort of truly nonpartisan. He thinks that government officials like one president more than another and work harder for some presidents more than others, that these bureaucrats like slow roll proposals they don't like. And, there's no question that, government officials fight turf battles. They want their agency to get more money and get the top billing and the best coverage, and that they leak to influence stories. Every president, to be fair to Trump, has come into office and said, they didn't trust government bureaucrats. Ronald Reagan felt the State Department officials weren't implementing his efforts to get tough on communism. Barack Obama didn't trust the Pentagon. He felt the generals were leaking possible troop increase numbers for Afghanistan and boxing him into a troop increase that was larger than the one he wanted. But again, no president has accused, career government officials, call them bureaucrats, a more pejorative term, of carrying out a coup against them. Donald Trump is the only president who has accused government officials of carrying out a coup, and I found no evidence whatsoever of that. And I had current Trump administration officials say to me, "You're right, there is no coup. The president I serve is exaggerating."
Right, and so how do we change this narrative, David? How do we make it? I don't want to say more positive because that makes me sound Pollyanna-ish, but how do we get it back something closer to reality, I guess?
I think we got to, journalists and members of Congress and have to respect the public suspicions that are out there. Don't dismiss all these online conspiracy theories. They're widely believed. I start the book talking about the Church Commission, which was created in the late 70s after Watergate, and then the Church Commission exposed this just rafts of abuses by the CIA around the world and inside, by the FBI in the U.S. itself. It was John Tower. Church was a Democrat, Frank Church from Idaho, John Tower, a Republican of Texas. And people can laugh at this, but it was a bipartisan investigation. It stuck to facts. I mean, clearly there's politics in all situations. We haven't had a sort of bipartisan investigation in years, but there have been successful investigations. The Iran-Contra investigation, the report was accepted by most Americans as factual. The 9/11 Commission, dealt with a national crisis and proposed reforms, and those reforms were carried out. So we need some kind of commission like the church reform, journalists to work like I've talked about, like sticking to the facts and not getting caught up in the kind of partisan brawl. That generation, the post-Watergate generation, had lost credibility with the American public. They regained it. There was folks who, William Webster took over the FBI and revamped it and wasn't anywhere near, reversed many things J. Edgar Hoover did. So it's possible. And I think that's what needs to happen today. And just back on the bipartisan issue, there's a funny alliance in the Senate. Rand Paul, the conservative libertarian, and Ron Wyden, the liberal Democrat from Oregon, both agree privacy is a huge issue. This came up in the tech hearing. It was just this last week, Republicans and Democrats actually agreed that we're way behind in legislating for the digital age. We need rules of the road for how we protect our privacy, how we secure the country, and there is a way for Democrats and Republicans to agree on this and move forward.
Well, there's a tiny glimmer of optimism. We're going to be taking questions now from the audience, and I just want to remind the participants that you can raise your hand to ask a question, even though we're virtual. Normally, I would call on you in the back of the room at Aspen, but I have this background so that we can feel that we're in Aspen. You're inside.
Nice.
So, okay. So I guess Vegan Jody, do you have a question for us?
Hi, thank you so much for giving us, and David, really enjoy or deeply appreciate your book. Great discussion. My question is, not everybody has the resources or intention or time to fact check everything which comes across their feed, and social media is a huge platform for getting information. People get a lot of media information from Facebook, social media, such. What's your recommendation regarding people not just imbibing whatever comes on a social feed, but fact checking or having critical thinking before they ingest and make decisions based upon things they see on social media?
Aside from listening to NPR or reading the New Yorker. Yes.
Oh, yes, actually, I love NPR. Thank you, Dina, for bringing it up. I love
plug. Okay.
That's the answer. No, I would, Vegan, this is a fantastic question. Let me just, you probably know this already, and many people might know this, but I think Section 230, which gives Twitter and Facebook and Google and all these online platforms, they have no legal liability for false statements and slanderous statements that are posted on Facebook and Twitter and all these online platforms. If Dina, slanders someone in her story, if I slander someone in a story in the New Yorker, I can be sued for libel. Some argue those laws are too loose. So I would realize that absolutely everything you're seeing online has not been fact-checked at all. And then this will sound hokey, but I mean it. If you are conservative and you're seeing these crazy things in your Facebook feed and you're not reading them in the Wall Street Journal, I would use the Wall Street Journal's news pages as your guide. What you're seeing on Facebook is false. The Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch. He also owns Fox News. Clearly, their editorial page is deeply conservative. If it's not in the news pages of the Wall Street Journal, it is false. And there's a value to journalism. Again, we have a crisis of information right now across the world. It is leading people to die during the pandemic and could lead to more people to die. If you're liberal and it's not in the news pages of the New York Times, and you're seeing it online, whatever you're reading, the conspiracy theory, the crazy claim about Trump, it is probably false. The New York Times would print it and if they're not printing it, it's not, they haven't been able to verify it. And it's kind of silly, like I'm not saying, trust the mainstream media, but we spend enormous amounts of time vetting stories, making sure we have multiple sources. And I know the president has intentionally tried to discredit us, but, and we've made mistakes. We make mistakes all the time, but lawyers read every story that appears in the New Yorker. And I think, I don't have an answer, but some forms of that danger of being sued has to be shifted over. So there's some form of vetting going on by Twitter and Facebook. Again, these companies are worth nearly $5 trillion now. I love the web. We shouldn't try to restrain it too much, but there has to be some sort of system to force them to the service they are providing. They're providing information to the American public. It shouldn't just be completely unvetted information online.
And I should just say, Section 230 is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which basically tells internet companies that they're just a platform and don't have editorial content. Therefore, they're essentially made immune from the kind of libel suits that you or I or our organizations might be open to. So our next question is for Drew Dornstadler. Go ahead, Drew. Did I butcher your name so much that you don't know who you are? Drew Dornstadter?
It's the dramatic NPR pause.
It is. This is the one thing we're worried about.
Not at all, Dina and David. Thank you both. You didn't butcher my name. I'm honored to speak with you.
Our names are butchered all the time too, and hard to pronounce. So.
No, thanks for your patience. I've got this question for employees of those departments in the executive branch that receive this sort of negative attention. Do you think those employees, do you think the departments have a responsibility to dispel these beliefs? If so, how? If not, what do you think the consequences are? Thank you.
A big focus on my book was the FBI, actually, and I think the quick answer is they do have a responsibility, and it's really important because I believe there can be nonpartisan public service. I believe there can be, nonpartisan journalism. And I believe I may regret this, but someone should sue me if they feel I've slandered them or been on, and it meets that legal standard. It's a good check that keeps me in balance. So I spent a lot of time around FBI agents. One of the main characters in the book is an FBI agent named Tom O'Connor. He was a cop in Western Massachusetts. He joined the FBI just before 9/11. He was actually sent to Kenya to investigate the bombings there. He embodies public service to me. He investigates the bombings also of the USS Cole. He responds to the Pentagon on 9/11. He and his FBI colleagues collect 3,000 bags of human remains from the Pentagon so that those families will know what happened to their loved ones. He serves in Iraq and he investigates the Blackwater shooting in Baghdad that killed Iraqi civilians. And in the last part of his career, he investigated racially motivated white supremacists in the US. So Tom O'Connor is a character in the book. He recently retired. He was the head of the FBI Agents Association. They're the closest thing they have to a union. And, you know, what scared me is that when I would talk to these, you know, FBI agents and other career officials was a sort of growing cynicism. And they weren't sort of mad just at President Trump. They were more and more kind of disgusted with our entire political system and very alienated from it. And so I think if these departments don't stand up for employees, you're going to have less people wanting to get engaged in public service. And so, you know, Tom O'Connor recently retired, and I said to Tom, well, what are you going to do now? Would you ever consider, you know, running for office and kind of cleaning up this mess in Congress? And Tom said, no, I want to do something that has meaning to it. And that's a terrible, terrible sign of the state of our democracy, you know, if that's how he feels after decades of service to the public. So it's important to protect government servants. It's important to police them, the Hatch Act, you know, all these things that are designed to prevent them from being political, but we have to defend them. We need them. We need Tony Fauci's, you know, experts who serve the public for decades and can help us when we face crises that we just don't expect.
We've got, I think, just time for one more question. And my old friend, Brian Fix, apparently is raising his hand. Brian?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Wonderful. Good to see you both. And Dina, all my best. The question is, with social media now using tweets so often, are tweets presidential papers? Must they be preserved? Can they be deleted? And what liability does any public official have after he's out of office for his tweets?
I'm no legal expert, but as a journalist, I would say yes. If anything, I want more records retained and more transparency. One of the disturbing trends in the Trump administration has been less transparency, you know, defying congressional subpoenas. And I would urge intelligence officials, current and former, and law enforcement officials, current and former, that are watching this, to be more transparent. You saw how when Edward Snowden leaked, you know, what was going on, all of those surveillance programs that Snowden talked about had been approved by the FISA court, had been approved by federal judges. But that showed you how deeply distrustful the American public is. So I'd urge you, I'm biased as a journalist, current and formal intelligence and law enforcement officials and government officials to preserve records, to make more records public. You know, secrecy and blanket secrecy just undermines public trust in you and in all of, you know, in our democracy. So yes, preserve those tweets. They're very important public statements and future generations need to see them.
So we've got a written question from Todd Rosenblum, and I'll just read it in my best radio voice. You said career officials must follow the direction of the president, which implies civil service servants are not governed by rules, laws, and policy, that they do not require them to execute lawful direction by political appointees. Do you have any evidence of this?
I might have misspoke earlier. I guess what I was saying is that there was some talk when President Trump took office that officials in the EPA shouldn't sort of carry out his policies, or in DHS, and so I might not even be misunderstanding. I mean, many characters in the book and they talked about the policies and procedures you're talking about, the Ethics in Government Act, the creation of the Senior Executive Service. So all those rules should be followed. I think they are mostly followed. And again, President Trump is exaggerating the idea of these rogue government servants. But I think at the same time, if an official, feels they can't serve a president, that just personally, it's better for them to resign than to, I'm not even saying this is happening, but it's better for an official to resign than to block or slow roll or sabotage a policy that they don't like personally. Go ahead, Dina.
And that's not new to the Trump administration, right? I mean, we know that a lot of what happened with James Comey and John Ashcroft and Director Mahler in that hospital room, what was threatened was that they would resign. And these threats of resignation actually sometimes do stop policies that maybe aren't wise from going forward.
Yes. We need all parts. We need bureaucrats or officials that are carrying out policies, and then elected officials with fresh mandates every 2 to 4 to 6 years.
Okay, I think Nick Burns is back. Did you want to have some final comments, Nick?
I wanted to actually ask two reporters a question. We're supposed to end at 3:15, but let's take a couple of more minutes. We can do that. I'm going to date myself by saying that when I came of age as a teenager, college student, the press was widely respected. Woodward and Bernstein uncovered the Watergate scandal. Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley, I'm really dating myself, were very much
Just kidding.
respected figures. And that's no longer the case. I mean, part of it is the explosion of information. It's hard, there were very few outlets for information back then. Part of it is this attack on the press by politicians, mainly from the right, not just from the right. And so how do you carry on, Dina, David, in a climate like this? And are you just reconfirmed in your career choice and the mission you have to tell the truth as you see it, or does it affect the way you work?
Do you want to go first, David? How about we'll give you the last word, and I'll just say that, so I teach at media law at Temple Law School with my husband. And what's really stunning to me as we talk about media law and we talk about Section 230 and things like that is how little today's, so they're a little bit older because they're law students. Today's students understand about what we do in terms of journalism. I mean, we go through the process. My husband takes the sort of legal aspect of it, and I take the practitioner aspect of the First Amendment. And they didn't know what we did as a living. They thought we just wrote what we wanted to write. And they had no idea that there was an editorial process, or that you have an editor that you have to say, yes, it's an unnamed source, but this is who it is, and this is how they know it. And I confirmed it with this person, and this is why they don't want to use their name, particularly in the current administration. So I think there's a little bit of a lack of understanding of what we do for a living, which has allowed forces that are against us to paint us as just pundits spouting off. And I think that needs to change. I think people need to understand a little bit better what we do for a living, as what you mentioned, David. I think that's one of the things. I don't know that, this is a great time to be an investigative journalist, to be frank. There are stories everywhere. There are just not enough hours in the day to do them. And that's not because we're gunning for anyone. It's because our job is to shed light on things that are not being done the way they're supposed to be. And there are a reasonable amount of things like that that are going on right now that are just not opinion, but true, just absolutely true. The facts show it.
Thank you, Dina. And David, as we ask for your comment, I think Dina's right. A lot of people don't understand the difference between the opinion page and the news pages. I read most days the New York Times, Washington Post, and Wall Street Journal. And frankly, when you read the news stories, if you were blindfolded just listening to these reporters, you wouldn't know who was reporting for the Journal or the Post or Times. Obviously, the editorial pages are significantly different, but I'm not sure that's understood by a lot of people. David, how would you answer that question?
I think there's been a failure in journalism of explaining that more clearly, and there's been an explosion in pundits. And I'm not against pundits, but I think there was a collapse in our business model, and so the answer was to tilt right or tilt left and to shout loudly. And we found that false statements and conspiracy, theories travel farther and faster online and on air than kind of balanced reporting. And I think we're finding our footing. We're succeeding as organizations, the New York Times and the Journal and even the New Yorker now. So I think it's to be a reporter and be a pundit, and not to mix the two. And it's too easy on social media to kind of sound off and say something quickly. And I tried very hard in this book to be fair, and I still try to be fair to President Trump. I mean, I think when he says a false his fake news and his claims that we're making things up are false. I think people are seeing that as time goes by. They're seeing it in terms of the impact of the pandemic. And I love being a journalist. I have no second, thoughts about it. It's a calling and an honor. And, I'm just lucky to be included today and to be part of this profession.
Well, David, all best with your book. I'm going to read it. I hope everyone watching this is going to read it. And Dina, all best to you. And thank you both for enlightening us today. It's been a real pleasure to have you on the Aspen Security Forum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next session begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be an important discussion with Tom Donilon and Steve Hadley, both national security advisors, one Democrat, one Republican, about the national security challenges we face. Stay tuned, 3:30. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the session Anya Manuel, Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our second afternoon here in virtual Aspen. I'm very pleased now to welcome to the stage Steve Hadley and Tom Donnellan, who served as national security advisors for our country in two immediately administrations following each other, and Jim Sciutto. And I'll just start with a quick introduction. There's Tom popping up. Hello, how are you?
Great, thank you, Anya.
Tom, and there's Steve. Hi, Steve, how are you? Tom, of course, needs no introduction. He's currently the chairman of the BlackRock Investment Institute and a senior counsel at O'Melveny & Myers. He served as the national security advisor to President Barack Obama and also headed the Obama-Biden transition previously. So he's a veteran of many Democratic campaigns and of course serves on multiple both corporate and nonprofit boards. Steve Hadley served as the national security advisor for President George W. Bush from 2005 to 2009 and is deputy from 2001 to 2005. He's now a partner in a great little consulting firm called Manuel, and also the chairman of USIP and involved in just about as many bipartisan causes as one can be in Washington, D.C. So thank you, Steve, for all the bipartisan work that you are doing. And here to interview both of them, we have Jim Sciutto, who is CNN's chief national security correspondent. You've all seen him on TV. He reports throughout Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and even the Arctic. And he has a book out coming out next week with his virtual book tour called The Madman Theory, which I just looked at it online, Jim, and it looks fascinating, although not like a very relaxing beach read, but we all look forward to reading it when it comes out next week. And let me just pick it off. Steve and Tom, you know, we've had conversations behind the scenes about the whole panoply of issues facing our nation. And no matter who's elected in November, by January 2021, when the next president is inaugurated, we will still have the pandemic crisis, the economic crisis, as well as all of the issues facing our country. We were in the green room that in the forum so far, we've had a lot of conversation about China and Asia. It's really top of mind, a lot of conversation about Iran. We've talked less about Russia. We've talked less about alliances, less about what's going on in the developing world. So I will open it to Jim to discuss any topic you want, but if you wanted to touch on those, I'm sure our audience would love to hear about them. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Anya, and thanks to Stephen and Tom. It's a real honor to be grouped with you. 7 years together as national security advisors, but many years, of course, beyond that in government and dealing with these issues. And in my interactions, as I'm sure many folks listening today will say, both Stephen and Tom prove themselves to be not only smart and knowledgeable, but also very fair and open-minded. I've certainly always appreciated that. So I look forward to hearing your insight on so many of the things that we're facing today. I just only wish we were in Aspen, but you know, 2020 is the year of the endless Zoom call. So here we find ourselves again. I might ask just to begin is to imagine yourselves back in your roles as national security advisors to the next president or a re-elected president, and a meeting with them the day after the inauguration 2021. And what would you lay out to them as the biggest threat? Famously, Barack Obama communicated to Donald Trump in 2017, it was North Korea, most immediate, biggest national security threat. So picture yourselves in that position the day after the inauguration 2021. What would you say to the re-elected president or the new president is the biggest threat to the country, and what would you recommend? How would you lay out the world to them in that conversation, in brief, if you can? And Tom, if I could start with you, just since you happen to be next to me in the window, and then Stephen next.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jim, and Steve. Nice to be with you today. Thank you, Anya, for the introduction. Jim, you've got to get the book a little more centered in the picture here, so people can see it there. There we go.
I'll just put it on my shoulder.
There we go. Okay, super. Jim, I have a couple of responses to that good question. One is sitting here today, I hope we move through the challenge we have in front of us here, which is really through a very important moment for our democracy and the pressure on our democracy, and that is to have a competent and vibrant election with an agreed upon outcome and strong support for the next president, whoever that is. I think that's really our challenge right now. You know, our leadership in the world is really in many ways dependent on both our being and our being seen as a vibrant and importantly competent democracy. Competence has been a very important part of the United States' place in the world, its authority in the world from World War II until today. So that hopefully we will get through that moment. On January 20th, when Steve and I have both had these sessions many times with presidents, I'd have two or three things. I'll do it very briefly. We can come back to them. One would be even if it's a national security briefing, the focus would have to be on domestic renewal and meeting what is still going to be, I think, the tripartite challenges in finance, economics, employment, and health and social justice. These will be with us going into next year for sure. That, I think, requires an investment agenda for the country. Both Steve and I and Anya have written about this, and it's interesting. I think that a sharply targeted, smart investment agenda can actually address a number of the challenges that we have, including the economic challenges, including China, and we'll come back to that, I'm sure, during the course of this discussion, and climate, in terms of climate investment in climate infrastructure and technology. Second would be, and what will be, I think, the most important diplomatic national security challenge, as far as the eye can see in this century, would be to develop a coherent and comprehensive approach with respect to China. I know we'll come back to that, but I fear we're too reactive, defensive right now, and we're not using all the elements of national power. And I would think, as a national security advisor to the next president, developing that kind of comprehensive power approach to the China challenge would be absolutely critical. I'll just mention a couple of others which haven't gotten a lot of attention, I think, but would be certainly in my mind if I were giving this briefing. Next would be cyber. We don't talk about it a lot of late, but if you look at the Director of National Intelligence threat assessments for the last 5 or 6 years, it's at the top of the list. I think it's even greater today. I say that for a number of reasons, including, by the way, exemplified by the way in which we're having this meeting today. We have a lot of our nations and indeed the world's GDP online right now and virtually with all kinds, I think, of vulnerabilities. We have increased tensions with states that have high caliber cyber capabilities like Iran, China, Russia, and Iran. We have an entire new area of attack space growing and the Internet of Things. So I think we have not given this attention, and we're not really structured, I think, the way we should be in the White House on this. Is cyber. I would be looking at non-proliferation as well. Now, I heard that it was touched on during the course of or addressed during the course of the session to date. I think we're on a path right now which could end up with more countries with nuclear weapons and more nuclear weapons, period. And this includes, obviously, I would have moving to redo or re-up the New START treaty. I think, you've seen the reports today. Reuters reported on a UN report today on North Korea making progress on its program during the pendency of the negotiations with the administration. Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon today than it was 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't think we're working as hard enough on fissile material and locking it down the way we should. And last couple would be, well, not the last, but climate would be an important focus, I think, should be an important focus next president. It's interesting. The United States has kind of been out of the climate, addressing the climate policy game for the last 3.5 years. That's not where the world is right now, though. If you live in the investment world and the economic world, talk to Europeans and even more so increasingly in Asia, climate is at the front of the agenda, right? I mean, increasingly, CEOs around the world see climate risk as investment risk, and we should certainly see it as a risk here. And the last two things I'd say is this: it hasn't gotten a lot of attention. One of the great kind of firestorms coming out of COVID is in the emerging world. We obviously have to deal with our issues here. But going forward, the emerging world and the Southern Hemisphere especially are in the middle of a perfect storm on COVID. We're going to have, I think, a debt crisis for a long time, require a lot of international work. And last, I think we need to look at reinvigorating, kind of restoring our national security institutions. And maybe we can talk about that later. That would be the briefing I would give if I were there on January 20th at whatever time in the morning the president comes in. I had it a little easier than Steve. George W. Bush came in very early in the morning.
Stephen, your briefing.
So I would agree with everything Tom said, but I think before I got to those, I would have a little conversation. Mr. President, what's going on in the world right now? Why so much chaos? And I think I would step in through with what we've all know, that the international order and international system we've had for the last 70 years is really under attack. And it's under attack for the things we all know: the reemergence of great power competition, the reemergence of an ideological struggle between authoritarian state capitalists on the heart of Russia and China versus the Democrats, new technology challenges that are increasingly revolutionizing our world beyond our ability to cope and adapt, global challenges like pandemics and climate that we don't seem to be in a position to manage. So all of these things are going on, but more fundamentally, we have a problem here at home. We have a democracy that does not seem to be delivering what democracies deliver, not only the best, a way of life that is consistent with the highest aspirations of the human spirit, but democracy used to deliver economic growth and administrative competence. And we don't seem to be doing that so well right now. And there's a certain crisis of confidence among our people, in our institutions, in our system. And if you look internationally, our brand doesn't look so good. Yeah. And in addition, the American people have gotten a little tired of American leadership and always leading the way. So if you put all those things together, we're at one of these inflection points where the system we lived with is really breaking down. And as always inflection points, you have choices. And in some sense, the choice we have before us is this going to be 1919 or is it going to be 1945? Are we going to pull back from the world, focus internally, look to our own problems and let the world in some sense deal with its own? Or is it going to be 1945 where we are going to help found with our friends and allies a revised and adapted international order? I would hope we would make that second choice. But if we're going to do that, we need to fix our institutions at home. We need to reconnect with our allies. We need to start leading and engaging in the world. We need to start revising, adapting international institutions. And we need to start, in some sense, refreshing our brand in the world and our values in the world. Yeah. So, Mr. President, you have a huge task before you. And we've got to address all the things Tom talked about. But we have to somehow explain to the American people what is this moment and what the most fundamental choice is. And then you have to make a case to the American people that fixing at home, engaging abroad, and leading the world is still in America's interest.
Thanks to both of you. Thought-provoking on so many levels. You know, it's interesting, as you were speaking, I recalled a conversation at Aspen, I believe it was 3 years ago, and I did it with Jim Clapper. And he raised a concern then, I mean, this is 3 years ago, about the fragility of U.S. institutions. And that, you know, because I had asked him at the time, I said, kind of apply your intelligence brain that you often apply to other countries, you know, measures of stability, et cetera, to look at the U.S. and what concerns you. And that was his concern. And listen, I think borne out in the last several years about crisis of confidence, et cetera. So to that point, I mean, Aspen is a continuing conversation. So I certainly felt that there. Okay, it's a lot to cover, and I do, you know, we will in a few minutes get to participant questions. On the question of Russia, Tom and Stephen, as you know, there is a discussion now, often led by the president, of another reset, finding a way forward. I've had long conversations with Fiona Hill about this, that at the root of a lot of President Trump's outreach to Russia is his conviction that he can somehow get this relationship right, which is he's not the first president to believe that. Tom, you first, and then you, Stephen. Is there the groundwork now, the potential for somehow improving that relationship? How does that match up against Russia's increasing aggression on so many fronts? What's your view? And then, Stephen, I'll get yours.
Yeah, great. 10 seconds on your point, Jim, on Jim Clapper's observation. It's exactly right. If you do kind of an old-fashioned net assessment of the United States' position in the world, you would bet on the United States moving forward here for sure, right? But there are challenges, and you can't take it for granted. And we have system issues that, Steve, the system breakdown. We have investment issues. We have inequality issues in the United States. We have some big policy choices on things like immigration to ensure our demographic advantage going forward. Those are choices. They're all in front of us, though, as Steve said. So we work from a strong base, but it can't be taken for granted. On Russia, a couple of things. I would put it fairly directly. Number one is that Russia is actively hostile to the United States pretty much across the board right now. We have had this latest reporting on the bounty issue in Afghanistan, but it's well beyond that. And virtually across the board, we can talk about the individual instances. And by the way, that's not the first instance in Afghanistan. You had General Nicholson talking about this publicly with respect to supplying arms to the Taliban. So they're actively hostile across the board. And I think that at least the public presentations from our intelligence community seem to be unanimous that we can expect additional attacks and interference and try to upset the United States elections in 2020. First point. Second point is that I think that the United States should address Russia from a better position of strength. Dean Acheson had that phrase, in his memoirs called "Situations of Strength." The United States should build situations of strength in Europe with respect to Russia, and that means. And I heard at least saw press reports about Ambassador Bolton's conversation at this forum today, speculating about whether or not a second term of President Trump would have him pull back further from NATO. This is dividing the United States from Europe has been both the goal of the Soviet Union and indeed Russia for a long time. And pushing back on that and addressing that, I think, is really quite important. This will depend, I think, going forward here on Russian conduct. I think we should move forward to build, obviously, to this position of strength. But Russian conduct will matter a lot, I think, during the course of this election. And I do think we do in the cooperation category. We do have an opportunity, I think, to get back to the table and renew the New START agreement, which provides for a renewal period of up to 5 years if the two sides agree. For the life of me, I don't know why we wouldn't do that. We have a discussion going about whether or not we should add the Chinese to some sort of very complicated tripartite global arms control agreement. That's not on the table right now. But what is on the table is, I think, to not have us get to a place for the first time in half a century without any constraints. So I think those would be the elements of an approach that I'd put forward. Thank you, Jim.
Stephen?
I don't disagree with much of that. I think, though, it needs to be put in a framework. So if you're talking to the president, one of the questions is, well, what can we expect of a relationship with Russia? What should we be shooting for? I think they are hostile. They are a spoiler almost across the board. And so what is the kind of relationship we can hope for with a country that really has become an adversary? And I think the American approach to that has been really of long-standing administration after administration, and it's not complicated. It is basically to cooperate with a potential adversary where we can. We cooperated with arms control in the worst days of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. We should have a strategic stability conversation with Russia to develop all of these issues. So cooperate where we can, oppose them, and stand up for our principles where it is in our interest to do so, but manage those differences so that they don't result into permanent confrontation or military conflict. That's kind of the formula we have with adversaries. We're off the page with Russia on that. The question is, can we get Russia back on that page? I think a couple things required. One, they've got to not interfere with this election. If they interfere with this election as they did with 2016, we're going to go into the deep freeze again. Second, we need to try to make progress on beginning to solve Ukraine, initially addressing the Donbass issue. I think there's a possibility there. There's a ceasefire in place, shaky though it is, that should be addressed. And again, I would try to begin things like a strategic stability dialogue. But at the same time, we have to deter Russia from their intervention and interference with the neighbors. That means a strong relationship in NATO. And that means being more aggressive ourselves in checking Russian behavior. And it's not that hard. Putin has been brilliant, taking tactical advantage of situations and enhancing Russians' interest with very modest investments. We can counter that. So it is trying to engage Russia in a sensible way, but also deterring and in some sense taking away the free ride Russia has had in some areas for their interference. This is something we can do.
You know, it's interesting listening to just the overlap between both of your analysis and emphasis, right? What is notable, of course, right, is that we have a president who disagrees on many of those fundamental points. I mean, one being the importance and sanctity of alliances, and that extends to NATO. We're still in it. Bolton's concerned about leaving it, but you know, just general questions the president has raised about, for instance, Article 3, you know, defending NATO partners. I mean, but not just limited to NATO, right? I mean, you've had you know, a weakening of the South Korean alliance, just a dispute there again over money. Will the U.S. withdraw troops as a means of you know, applying pressure? But even again, you know, raising questions about the U.S. nuclear umbrella, for instance, for Japan, right? So you have a current administration, or at least the top of the administration, that questions the immutability of those alliances, but also the importance of them. So I wonder if I could ask both of you, what is the lasting damage to those alliances from those questions being raised, right? Because, I mean, they're confidence pieces, right? And confidence is easily lost and difficult to regain. Stephen, perhaps I start with you on this one, but is there long-term damage? Can it be turned around with a new approach, a new president?
I think it can be turned around whoever is elected, whether it is Biden or Trump. And I think Jim and I will Tom and I will probably disagree a little bit on this. Look, I'm less worried about a reelected President Trump pulling out of these alliances. I think there are a lot of people who in his administration who understand that, particularly in a competition with China, the big advantage we have is our system of alliances, treaty allies, but also friends and folks with whom we have security and other relationships, that this is a huge and important U.S. Resource. So if you're worried about competition with China, the last thing you want to do is throw it away. What the president has tried to do is to get the allies to do more. That's been an objective of Republican and Democratic administrations for the last 20 years. The president has been willing to be much more forthright about it and threatening about it. We can discuss about whether that was the right tactics or not. In some respects, he's gotten some results out of NATO in terms of their increase in their defense expenditures. But I think, look, this is a president who was elected to be a disruptor on oh so many ways. He has been a disruptor. I would hope both a Biden 1 administration and a Trump 2 administration, the president would become a bit of a builder now, having disrupted relationships, renew those relationships, and then use our close allies with us to address these challenges we have. It's the only way we're going to address them successfully. And I think people around the president understand that. And I hope both Vice President Biden and President Trump understand that in their bones.
Tom, do you agree?
Not with everything, but a couple of, I agree on the fundamental analysis. You know, one big point is that at the end of the day, presidents typically get the people and the policies that they want. And that's, I think we've seen that during the course of the Trump administration as we've moved from, he won't pursue a lot of the things he said he was going to pursue during the campaign because he'll have advisors around him who may mitigate that and bring back and place different perspectives. That hasn't been the case, obviously. Ultimately, a president, I think, will drive towards what his goals are. And the president has a different view of alliances. I think that's a fair assessment. I don't think that's a partisan statement. I think that if he were in the chat room with us right now, I think he would say that. That in fact, it doesn't seem that it's a more transactional approach. It doesn't have the same sense of history and the same sense of importance to the United States in terms of the global, as Steve pointed out, the global benefits to the United States we get from alliances, including in any competition with China, not just security, but also in trade and economics as well. The administration's chosen a different way. It's chosen bilateral trade approaches, and it's chosen a more unilateral approach on security issues. So this transactional approach is a very different approach than you've had by presidents over the last half century. And by the way, that doesn't put aside the issue of, Steve said, of contributions by allies. You know, it was President Obama in 2014 at the Wales NATO summit who put in place the goal of having a 2% contribution of GDP for defense. The other thing I worry about here, Jim, is popular support for the alliance in allied countries. That has dropped. And that's not healthy for the United States, and it's not necessary. So I do think, as Steve said, I think whoever gets elected president, there is an opportunity to come back in and kind of reinvigorate our alliances. But there's been a different tack taken in the last three and a half years. And again, it's very straightforward difference in approach, which I don't think works to our long-term advantage. It is this more, don't you think? It's this more transactional approach on things, and so you have, so if I'm dealing with the head of an allied country or an adversary, it's kind of the same thing, and it's not the same thing when you think about kind of the long-term interests of the country and what we've gained from these alliances over the last 70 years.
Well, it's interesting for my book. By the way, I interviewed only folks who served in the Trump administration, and when I asked everyone to boil the president's foreign policy approach down, transactional was the most common description. And some see that as folly, and others see it as wisdom, right? As you described, getting more out of those relationships, whatever the pressure of pride applied. We're 2 minutes away from going to the audience, and folks, just so you know, you'll use your raise hand function to do that. Before we get there, I wonder if just very briefly I could ask each of you what is a big picture question. So I'm being a little bit unfair to you, but if you can, on drawing down U.S. troops from not just in Afghanistan, but Syria, ending the endless wars or finding a way to extract ourselves from them. Can each of you make an argument that it is time, for instance, to come out of Afghanistan, for instance? Tom, perhaps you first, and then Stephen.
Yeah, a couple of points on that. I have argued for if you will, a rebalancing of our defense forces globally. And I think, again, we've gone a different direction, frankly, during the course of the Trump administration. The president has argued for and argued in the campaign, no more endless wars. And that was part of the core message that he put forward during the course of the 2016 campaign. But in fact, I think we've sent, you'll check me on the numbers, 40 or 50,000 additional troops to the Middle East during the course of the Trump presidency. My own view is that takes attention from the kind of defense and security rebalancing we need to do towards Asia, frankly, where I think we have not put in place the kind of the proportion of assets, the doctrine, weapon systems, coordination systems I think that we need in Asia. So I am for a rebalancing out of the wars in the Middle East. The second piece of that, of course, is it's exceedingly expensive. I think that the so-called OCO account, the account of the defense budget that is devoted just to the war efforts in the Middle East, I think, again, someone in the audience will check me on this, I'm sure, but I think it's around $19 or $20 billion a year at this point. That is close to the entire budget of the State Department. So it is tremendously expensive. And so I do think it makes sense to take a hard look at this and to rebalance, draw down to what's essential, probably having the key policy focus on counterterrorism, frankly, and kind of and keeping your eye on that threat. Last 10 seconds on the Middle East, I would say, is that you're in these jobs, and you have to decide what's important, right? What's important in the Middle East right now, I think, is the Iranian nuclear program, and we can talk about that maybe in the chat. That is, if you're going to make a list of what's important there, in addition, obviously, to getting the troop levels right, and I am for moving those troop levels down. I think that's the correct direction. I think the Iranian nuclear program is, from a U.S. perspective, the most important thing in that region right now.
Stephen, your view.
So, we talk about these bringing an end to the endless wars. And at one level, those endless wars are already over for the United States because we have already done a lot of the rebalancing Tom has already talked about. We have something like 5,000 to 6,000 troops in Iraq. We're down to about 8,600 in Afghanistan. We have literally only hundreds in Syria. So in some sense, we've already rebalanced, and it is our allies, the strategy which we developed of working by, with, and through other allies is now what we're doing in those areas. Now, I don't minimize the fact that our men and women in uniform are at risk, and some of them are being killed, and every one of them is one too many. But from the fact is, from the U.S. perspective, we have already rebalanced. And if you look at those deployments, if you're concerned about Iran, not just the nuclear deal, but also Iran's disruptive behavior in the region and threat to Israel and all the rest, if you're going to check Iran in the region, Iraq is one of the few places you're going to be able to do it in terms of U.S. troop presence, and a country that actually wants to be freer of Iranian influence. In Afghanistan, you have the first opportunity in 20 years to see if we can get a peaceful settlement of that war. The last thing you want to be doing is dramatically reducing our forces and undermine the ability of an Afghan government and an Afghan society to negotiate with the Taliban. And in Syria, I would say we have too few people. And the tragedy of Syria, people say that Iraq shows the consequences of a sin of commission. I think Syria is consequences of sin of omission, and the destabilizing migration flows that almost destabilized Europe. So I think we're in some sense under-resourced in Syria if we don't want that situation to even be worse. So I think we've already rebalanced. We have it about right. We can afford it, and it is proportional to our interests.
It's done a lot of work on the military's effort to maintain just the smallest foothold in Syria, to do as the maximum they could do with the and try to push off the president's desire to pull everybody out. And it's it's tough. It's been tough, but they managed to keep some on the ground. Listen, thanks to both of you. I learned a lot, even in that 34 minutes right there before we go to the audience. So we're going to go to the audience now. And the first person who I see raising his hand is Chad Mansky. And I believe if you're ready for your question, we'll all be able to hear it. Hey there, Chad. Here's your chance.
Hey, hi. Thank you very much. Very thought-provoking presentation. I'd like to ask the two gentlemen, based on their experience as national security advisors, in addition to the briefing items that they noted at the outset of the presentation, what kind of recommendations would they make regarding the size, structure, and organization of the National Security Council to best serve the next president?
So Tom has, I think, probably more developed views than I. I would just make a couple points. One, I think it needs to be rethought and restructured. People talk about we need a whole of government approach, bringing all elements of national power, diplomatic, economic, military, to bear on a problem. If things like the competition with China, we need a whole of society approach, because the private sector the civil society. There are a whole series of societal groups are going to be required, including individual citizens, as we resist China's efforts to disrupt our politics. So it's going to require a concerted effort, and we don't have the institutions to pull together a whole of society approach. We have a big issue about how, since China is going to affect almost everything, how do you organize the National Security Council to deal with the issue of China? A China czar? Does that really make sense? Or is it actually something that has to be top of the mind for all the National Security Council principles? The impact of technology, which has revolutionized how we do business. And I think we still haven't caught up to where the technology is. So I think there's a huge amount that needs to be done. We need to rethink how we do business, both in the interagency, but also, I would say, in the individual agencies. And a number of people have talked about and written about what should be done at the State Department, for example.
Yeah, I have Chad, thanks for that question. I have a couple of points on it. I'm not so sure the National Security Council is too big. There are, we can go back to the history of this, and it's taken on a lot of additional coordination responsibilities over the years, including Homeland Security and some of these all of government issues that Steve talked about. Specifically, though, I do think there needs to be some restructuring and re-emphasis around 3 or 4 items. Item number 1, Steve references technology. We do not do a good job in the United States government today of integrating technology and national security policy. It's some of it is because of the kinds of people, frankly, that are in policy and the kinds of people who are in technology. And bringing them together, I think, is a really important aspect. I think we'll have a ton of issues of first impression. It is absolutely essential in our effort to meet the China challenge to get this right. We have all manner of issues with our technology sector in the United States that affects national security. So my recommendation would be to have an assistant to the president level, a deputy national security advisor who coordinates these issues for technology and cybersecurity. As someone who can use the 75-year-old or 70-year-old muscle memory and kind of institutions and processes of the National Security Council to try to get that together and do that right. I don't think, for example, today we have that kind of really kind of broad-based look at the technology competition with China, for example. So technology, cyber, and health for sure. I think that you'll need to have in the National Security Council a much more focused effort on health issues, international health issues. And I think the refurbishing of international institutions will be an important focus of the National Security Council going forward. So I'm not so sure. I'm in a minority on this. I don't think, as I look at it, the National Security Council is too big. There are a lot of issues that need to be brought together, and you cannot drive these big cross-cutting issues except from the center. I know that my agency, and I've been the chief of staff of an agency at the State Department. I understand that dynamic between the White House and the agencies. But the truth is that the president's policies need to be driven from the center on an interagency basis. And as Steve said, I think with another challenge, which we need to give a lot more thought to, which is how do you get other stakeholder input as well as all society effort. But I don't think it's too big. I do think it should be reorganized around some of these key challenges we have, particularly in technology.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. You see technology and government at loggerheads, right, rather than cooperating now more and more. Guys, we're down to like the last minute. I did want to get to one more audience question. Stephen Keenan has his hand raised. Maybe, Stephen, you could just keep it quick and given the time, if you have one of our guests more in mind to ask the question. Otherwise, I'll give them both a chance for a quick answer.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for an informative discussion. I've been busy with Ukraine, but I also was in Afghanistan. Remember Afghanistan before the last 42 years of war started, and was there when the war started with Soviet Union teaching English. Both of you are familiar with the word loya jirga. You both worked on encouraging Afghanistan having loya jirga. We have a president right now that prides himself as being the great communicator. I came up with a word one time at the end of the Cold War after '89, when the Berlin Wall went down, thankfully, of telejirga the jihad. And what I mean by that, with the 1,100 clans inside Afghanistan, why don't we have the president give each of those clans a telephone and encourage that, even though we live in a democracy where we have one vote for each person here in the beautiful, wonderful United States, that's not necessarily how Afghanistan relates to things. And I
Okay.
think that if we gave them the telecommunications capability as a gift, a satellite, free mobile service, telephones to each of the clans, and we could create a modern day lawyer juror for them that they could have every week if they wanted to. I'm not a big fan of the Taliban, but I feel that we need to stay with some sort of presence. But I think now, especially with President Trump being gifted as being a good communicator on TV, especially, this could be a good time for that. How do you feel about that, please?
Okay, Stephen, you want to take that one?
Well, the specifics are interesting, but I think the broader point you're making is that technology offers enormous opportunities that we did not have before. And one of the things we're learning in this post-COVID-19 world is how to be more adept at using technology. And you've just given one example. There are lots of examples. And that's why I think Tom is right, that we really, the next president, whoever it is, needs to have someone at the NSC at senior levels who can work at how to utilize technology both within our government, but also in our diplomacy.
Yeah, we really do need to bring science and technology back really to the center of policymaking in the United States, as we did, by the way, after World War II.
Yeah.
Yep.
So sadly, we have an anti-science movement going on now, but that's on another topic. Tom and Stephen, thanks to both of you. I enjoyed taking part. I'm going to throw this back to Anya, who's going to help wrap things up.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Jim.
And thank you, Tom and Steve, for kind of a masterclass and a tour around the world. We lost Steve, but I want to throw one last question. I guess we lost Tom too. Well, with that, I will close us out. We had a great discussion covering everything from the Middle East to Afghanistan to restructuring the US government, from two former national security advisors. Now, in just about 1 minute, we have coming up a session with Tony Blinken, who was our Deputy Secretary of State for President Obama and is now a close advisor to former Vice President Joe Biden. So we look forward to hearing from Tony next. Thank you very much.
please welcome to the session Ambassador Nicholas Burns, the Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Aspen Security Forum. We're going to have a session now with my friend Tony Blinken and my friend Jerry Seib called Foreign Policy Choices for 2021. Let me introduce both of our panelists. Tony Blinken really doesn't need an introduction to most people who are watching this. We became friends and we worked together long ago for President Clinton at the National Security Council. He's had a very distinguished career in public service. As many of you know, he was staff director for the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the Obama administration in those 8 years. He was assistant to President Obama and principal deputy national security advisor. He was the national security advisor to Vice President Biden, and he was deputy secretary of state for President Obama and Vice President Biden. He's now senior foreign policy advisor to Vice President Biden and the Biden campaign. And it's great to have Tony Blinken with us. He's going to be interviewed by Jerry Seib. Jerry is executive editor, Washington editor of the Wall Street Journal. He writes a weekly Capital Journal column, which I read and all of us should read. Jerry's had an extraordinary career. He has reported from the Middle East in the 1980s and 90s for the Journal. He covered the White House at the end of the Reagan administration, the entire George H.W. Bush administration. He's interviewed every American president since President Reagan. He's part of the team at the Wall Street Journal that won the Pulitzer Prize for their reporting on the crisis of 9/11. And he has a book coming out, which we just talked about briefly, on August 25th, Jerry's book, We Should Have Seen It Coming, about the conservative movement and Republican Party, will be coming out, a book to read. Really a pleasure to have Jerry here. And Tony, so great to see you here again at the Aspen Security Forum. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Tony, let's start with the scenario. Joe Biden walked out of the White House in January of 2017 as vice president. Let's say perhaps he walks back into the White House in January of 2021 as president. How will the world have changed in the intervening 4 years? How will he have changed in the intervening 4 years?
Jerry, first, it's great to be with you. Nick, thanks so much for having me. Wonderful to be with all of you virtually. So Jerry, what has changed? I think in a word, pretty much everything. The vice president's talked about this. If he's elected president, he would inherit a divided country at home and a world in disarray. And the two are inextricably linked because our own ability to be a force for progress in the world, and so to protect and advance our own security, our own prosperity, our own values, depends a lot on the strength and vitality of our democracy at home. And that's very much challenged in this moment. But I think globally, we have a time of, to state the obvious, extraordinary economic, demographic, environmental, geopolitical change. Just over the past 4 years, technology and information have accelerated a shifting of power and alignments among nation states, a diffusion of power away from nation states, and growing challenges of effective governance within them. So I think what's changed is the need to do two things. We have to approach this with equal doses of humility and confidence. Humility because we now face the most challenging and complex international security landscape, I think, in decades, and we can't just flip a switch and make everything right. But confidence because it remains within our capacity to shape a better future in which our people are more secure, more prosperous, and opportunity is safeguarded. I think the big thing, though, the elephant in the room is COVID-19. And arguably, Jerry, that is the greatest challenge the United States has faced since World War II. It's killed more Americans than died during World War I. And more Americans have perished than in every war the United States has fought since 1945, plus 9/11 combined. The recession unleashed represents, I think, the deepest downturn since the Great Depression. Millions of Americans unemployed, threatening entire sectors of our economy. And of course, there are so many tails that could wag the COVID dog. We're looking at emerging markets, debt crisis, food insecurity, more migratory upheavals, humanitarian disasters, more protectionism, more nationalism, more xenophobia, all of which can ricochet back on the United States. And so I think that in a sense, the biggest and most acute change, driven even more by COVID-19, is kind of a central dilemma. On the one hand, this should be a wake-up call that our own fate in the United States is inextricably linked to events beyond our borders. But the dilemma is this: when we have mounting transnational dangers, unprecedented interdependence, we have to find collective and sometimes even global responses. But we have rising nationalism, eroding faith in government, faltering international institutions, the diffusion of power that I mentioned, and resurgent great power competition, making that very cooperation increasingly difficult to achieve. So we have a lot of work to do if there is a Biden presidency. And very quickly, I'd just say a couple of quick things in thinking about this environment and how we address it. I think the vice president believes that true security for our people requires investing in them, investing in our democracy, investing in our solidarity with the rest of the free world, and investing once again in our global leadership. So we have to start to rebuild the foundational strengths of the United States, promoting innovation, reinvigorating alliances, and partnerships with other democratic nations. And that in turn becomes the core for collective defense and high standards international cooperation across the whole range of policy issues. And it would give us some negotiating leverage and the attractive pull of a strengthened community of democracies to try to shape more cooperative responses to these very, very big challenges.
So, Tony, as you just suggested, and by the way, Tony and I will talk for about half an hour, and then I'll pivot to questions from the audience, so keep that in mind. As you just suggested, you know, when the coronavirus is dealt with, we will still be left with China as the paramount strategic challenge, the most important bilateral relationship in the world, and one that's become much more troubled. And as the Trump campaign will remind us endlessly over the next 90 days, a lot of these adverse trends, South China Sea security problems, intellectual theft, happened on Joe Biden's previous watches in the Senate and in the White House. So the question is, how will Joe Biden as a president view China? Partner, competitor, rival, enemy, what and how?
Probably some combination of all of the things you just said. China clearly poses a growing challenge across a multitude of dimensions, economically, technologically, militarily, diplomatically. Arguably, the biggest challenge we face from another nation state writ large. And as you suggested, we have to contend with one dimension of this, which is an increasingly assertive China that uses its economic might to coerce others and reap unfair advantage, that tends to ignore international rules to advance its own interests, that asserts unfounded maritime and territorial claims that threaten freedom of navigation, represses its own people, a democracy in Hong Kong. So this is a huge, huge challenge. But I think here's where we have to start from. We have to put ourselves in a position of strength from which to engage China so that the relationship moves forward more on our terms, not theirs. And the problem is this: right now, by virtually every key metric, China's strategic position is stronger and ours is weaker as a result, I believe, of President Trump's failed leadership. Think about this, Jerry. The president has, in effect, helped China advance key strategic goals: weakening American alliances, check; leaving a vacuum in the world for China to fill, check; abandoning our values and giving Beijing a green light to trample human rights and democracy in Xinjiang and Hong Kong, check; and then, maybe worst of all, debasing our own democracy by attacking its institutions, its people, its values virtually every day, and so reducing its appeal with regard to the competition with China. And that's almost checkmate. So the problem is this: I think we have to think about it this way. In many ways, the challenge posed by China is less about their strength than it is about some of our self-inflicted weaknesses. Put another way, this challenge is about us, the competitiveness of our own economy and workers, of our democracy and our political system, of our alliances and partnership, of our values, all of which I believe President Trump has done so much to undermine, but all of which are actually fully within our control. So what would a Joe Biden do? Make sure that we're investing in ourselves, in our workers, in our technology, in our companies. Make sure that we're renewing our own democracy to show its resilience, to show its attractiveness. Make sure that we're working with our partners, not against them, and putting values back in the center of our foreign policy. That's how you engage China from a position of strength. And by the way, that's also the best basis upon which to advance cooperation with China on issues where we clearly have mutual concerns, whether it's climate change, global health, non-proliferation. I don't think it's too late to be smart and tough at the same time. That's what we need to do.
So one of the items that was supposed to fill the vacuum that you just referred to was the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, negotiated by the Obama administration, championed by Vice President Joe Biden. The Democrats walked away from it, wasn't sent to Congress for ratification. President Trump has ditched it. What does a Biden administration do? Does it come back? Does it come back in its current form, or after some prolonged renegotiation, is there an attempt to relaunch TPP?
Well, I think the Vice President's spoken to this before, and he said that if we were going to re-engage TPP, we'd have to renegotiate it. But the problem is the world and the other original TPP partners have moved on, and they have worked in agreement with China. Many of the provisions that we negotiated into it were negotiated out. That's usually problematic. I think the idea behind TPP is a good one. Its realization may have fallen short in some ways, but the idea behind it is a good one. A high standards, a race to the top agreement in which the rights of workers, the environment, transparency are all front and center. And by the way, if even in its original conception, it applied to China, that would require China to take steps to undo some of the unfair advantages it gives itself through state-owned enterprises. So that's positive. And I think the other idea behind it that would have to, again, be realized in a different way is China needs to face a choice. If 40 or 50% of world GDP is together in a high standards race to the top agreement, if that could be achieved, then China has to decide whether it wants to be part of that or left out. And if it wants to be part of it, it would have to adhere to those high standards. But at this point, given where we are, given some of the deficiencies, something like that would have to be renegotiated. And whether that's possible or not, I don't know.
So that's an if question. You said if it's going to be revived, it would have to be renegotiated. That's not a commitment to do that.
That's correct.
So it's possible TPP just vanishes forever in a Biden administration.
Well, I think the principles behind it might be resurrected in and moved forward and made better in some other form. That's certainly possible. But the larger point is this: if you're dealing with some of China's excesses in commercial diplomacy, in trade, or for that matter in technology, which is obviously a vital chapter, are you better off going it alone? Are you better off inflicting a massive tariff war that does more damage to yourself than it does to China? That's what happened in the case of President Trump. He started a tariff war. It did terrible harm to our own farmers, our own manufacturers, our own consumers. If you look at some of the numbers, and Jerry, you know this, the numbers I've seen about a $1,200 loss in average American real household income, canceling of the temporary benefits for American families that they got from the tax cut. Farm bankruptcies were up, I think, 20% last year. Farm income was down almost $1 billion, even after taxpayer-funded subsidies. And then, of course, the manufacturing recession that was wreaking havoc even before the pandemic. So do you do that? And at the same time, do you alienate the countries that should be with you because they are similarly aggrieved by some of China's practices by starting tariff wars against them and by constantly insulting them? Or do you work together with other democracies and similarly aggrieved countries to set the highest possible standards and then take that weight and apply it to dealing with China? I think the answer is self-evident.
So one more China question, then we'll move on. But in the Middle East, where I used to live and work, people talked about creating facts on the ground. In a way, China has been creating facts on the sea, in the South China Sea, artificial islands, territorial claims. Is that a fait accompli, or can those be rolled back? Is there a way to roll that back?
Well, I don't think it's a fait accompli, but it is a big challenge. But I think again, what you have to do is a few things. You have to reset the foundation to be able to approach China from a position of strength. And as I said, that requires, in the first instance, actually investing in ourselves, reinvesting in our own alliances, making sure that we have the appropriate deterrent capacity. By the way, you'll recall that the rebalance to China under the Obama-Biden administration did those very things, including, for example, deploying about 60% of our naval assets to the region. And then I think you have to be very clear, very direct, and make your views and what you're going to do known. Let me give you a quick example. During the Obama-Biden administration, China unilaterally declared an air defense identification zone, basically requiring airplanes flying through international airspace, not Chinese airspace, to identify themselves to the Chinese government. Vice President Biden went to Beijing. He saw President Xi Jinping, and he said to him very matter-of-factly, we will not recognize the air defense identification zone. We're going to fly our planes through it. And that's exactly what we proceeded to do, flying our bombers through it. Similarly, with freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea, which the vice president was a strong advocate of. So I think if you're clear, direct, and you back up your words with deeds, the government in Beijing will respect that.
Let's turn to Iran. The nuclear deal, JCPOA, is it back on day one of the Biden administration?
Well, let's think about where we are first, because there's a lot of digging out to do. When President Trump walked away from the JCPOA, the Iran deal, an agreement that was verifiably working to block Iran's path to nuclear weapons, he promised, in effect, a better deal. And he also said that the pressure he would exert would make Iran less dangerous. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened. Iran is building back its nuclear capability. President Trump effectively freed Iran of its commitments, and Iran now admits to enriching uranium at higher levels. It's using more advanced centrifuges than ever before. And by the calculations I've seen, the breakout time necessary for Iran to have enough nuclear material to create a weapon has decreased from more than a year under the deal to a handful of months now. And it will get shorter and shorter if we continue this way. Inspectors have been blocked from some Iranian sites. All of this under President Trump's watch. And then at the same time, in withdrawing from the deal, the president has isolated us from our closest partners and also encouraged Russia and China to move closer to Tehran, thus undermining our own ability to work with the very countries we need to check Iran's destabilizing actions beyond the nuclear file. The president, as you'll recall, Jerry, also promised that pressuring Iran with new sanctions that our allies oppose would stop its aggressive behavior in the region. Well, what did we see? The opposite. It became more aggressive, not less. It responded to President Trump's sanctions by targeting oil tankers in the Gulf, infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, US troops in Iraq, downed an American drone. And as all of this was kind of spiraling up, President Trump brought the United States pretty close to a possible war with Tehran on several occasions. He sent thousands of additional US forces to the Middle East at a time we should actually be ending the so-called forever wars. And then you'll remember this, after Iranian-backed attacks on that Saudi oil facility and the death of an American contractor in Iraq, there was our own retaliatory strike against Qasem Soleimani. No tears shed over his demise, but that's got to be done in the context of an actual strategy. Well, Iran then launched a dozen ballistic missiles at a US base, traumatic brain injuries to more than 100 US service personnel. The bottom line, by walking away from diplomacy, by acting erratically, President Trump has made conflict more likely, and the nuclear program is actually now advancing instead of being stopped. Which brings us to something I think that's happening right now, because this is going to be important too, come next January. That's the arms embargo, which expires in October. Secretary Pompeo has been talking about now the US launching an effort to extend it indefinitely at the United Nations. As best I know today, and maybe this will change, but as best I know today, not a single ally is on board with that indefinite extension. So Russia and China can probably keep their veto ink dry at the Security Council. And the administration may complain about the sunset of the conventional arms embargo, but it was a main element, or rather I should say a main element of that embargo was negotiated and put in place by the Obama-Biden administration through the hard work of disciplined and competent diplomacy. And of course, we insisted in the JCPOA itself on powerful sanctions snapback provisions. There's only one catch. Snapback needs to be invoked by a participant to the nuclear agreement. And in pulling out of the Iran deal, the administration literally headlined its press release, ending US participation in the JCPOA. So legally, maybe it'll make whatever arguments it wants to make, but legally it seems to be on pretty shaky ground in being able to use the very snapback provisions that we negotiated. And so there's a lot of irony in what I'm hearing from the administration, blaming the Obama-Biden administration for the sunset of the conventional arms restrictions, because much of that was actually put in place by our administration in the first place. And we could have probably extended those prohibitions from inside the deal through a unified front with our allies. Now we risk blowing up the United Nations Security Council with implications for North Korea and other policies vital to our security. So that's the long backdrop. That's the foundation. So if Joe Biden's elected president, what he would do, he's been very clear about this, is he would seek to build on the nuclear deal to make it longer and stronger if Iran returns to strict compliance. And then we would be in a position to use our renewed commitment to diplomacy to work with our allies, as I said, to strengthen and lengthen it. But also, we'd be in a much better position to effectively push back against Iran's other destabilizing activities, because we would once again be united with our partners instead of isolated from them.
More broadly, if you look at the Middle East and the Trump administration's approach to it, President Trump's personal approach to it, it seems to very clear that his goal is to shrink the American footprint, to recede from the region, on the not unreasonable logic that Americans are tired of what you refer to as endless wars. Would the Biden administration continue that trend line?
Well, President Trump has said he's doing that, but if you actually look at the numbers, he's increased our forces in the greater region, I think at last count by about 14 or 15,000 over what he inherited. So it's a strange way of saying you want to end these wars by actually increasing our troop presence significantly. At the same time, there have been these almost schizophrenic, erratic actions where, seemingly on a whim or following a conversation with President Erdogan, the president unilaterally, apparently without consultation too with our own Defense Department, never mind our allies, never mind Israel, immediately concerned, announces a withdrawal of forces from Syria. A small number of forces who are leveraging their presence in very, very important ways to make sure we can not only defeat Daesh, but keep it defeated. So, I think we're already in a sort of head-spinning position between what the president says and what he actually does. But I think it's fair to say that if you look hard at our interests, if you look hard at where the world is going, we are, generally speaking, over-leveraged in the region. And there are ways of achieving our security and advancing our interests with a lot less. And I think, for example, we have to distinguish, Jerry, between massive deployments of US forces indefinitely without a clear exit strategy into conflicts that really aren't about us in the first place, to, for example, having a small presence of primarily special operators in very small numbers who are leveraging 10, 20, 100 times their numbers in local forces who take on a problem that may affect us. And Syria is a very good example of that when it comes to Daesh. We had, I think at its height, a couple of thousand special operators and support in country. They were leveraging 60 or 70,000 Syrian Democratic Forces. And that successfully took the fight to Daesh, took back Raqqa, eliminated the geographic caliphate. We need to be able to distinguish between those kinds of things.
Let's turn to Russia. Still a hugely important bilateral relationship, but an increasingly troubled one. Narrow question for starters. The Trump administration, one of the issues in that relationship is the need to renew the START agreement.
Yeah.
The Trump administration has argued that at this point, given the strategic importance of China and its advances as a strategic competitor, those talks ought to include not just Russia, but China as well. Do you agree?
That's an excuse for never getting to a renewed agreement. Yes, there is an issue with China and its own arsenal, although it's infinitely smaller than ours or Russia's. But if we tried to do that, whatever the benefits would be, it would take forever. It might get nowhere. And meanwhile, New START and the advantages that it brings would expire. So no, the first thing that we should do, and that a Biden administration would do, assuming that Russia wants the same thing, would be to extend New START. Strategic stability, for all of the huge difficulties, profound difficulties in the relationship, is a positive. It's good for the United States. We should extend it.
And more broadly, is it time for a reset with Vladimir Putin? And if so, how do you do it?
So, you know, I was doing some reading the other day, and thinking that Russia might come up. I just want to read you something very briefly, a quote, and this will be a foundation for answering the question. So, the quote is this: at the bottom of the Kremlin's neurotic view of world affairs is traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity. Russian rulers have invariably sensed that their rule was relatively archaic in form. To this was added, as Russia came into contact with an economically advanced West, the fear of a more competent, more powerful, more highly organized societies. For this reason, Russia's rulers have always feared foreign penetration. Russians will participate officially in international organizations where they see the opportunity of extending power or of inhibiting or diluting the power of others. Efforts will be made to disrupt Western national self-confidence, to hamstring measures of national defense, to increase social and industrial unrest, to stimulate all forms of disunity. Poor will be set against rich, black against white, young against old, newcomers against established residents. So that quote is from George Kennan in his long telegram from 1946. And it sounds eerily up to the moment. Against that backdrop of what has been a constant thread in Russia's attitudes toward the world that existed in some manifestations before Vladimir Putin and probably will continue after him, but that Putin has added an accelerant to in many ways, what do we have? We have, unfortunately, tragically, and inexplicably, President Trump standing with President Putin on the world stage and saying that he took President Putin's word over that of our own intelligence agencies when it comes to interference in the last elections. We have the president, of course, taking a 2x4 on a regular basis to NATO, treating it like a protection racket instead of the most vital and important of our alliances. And we, of course, have maybe the most egregious behavior that I've seen and really can't explain, which is when confronted with evidence from the intelligence community that Russia was placing bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan, the president ignored it. And maybe even worse than doing nothing, what did he do? Apparently, he spoke to President Putin a half a dozen or so times after this intelligence appeared in the president's daily brief, the most important intelligence the president received, and by the president's own acknowledgement, did not raise the issue once, and even invited President Putin to Washington and tried to invite him back into the G7. So we have a big problem here that is almost inexplicable. So what is to be done, to coin a phrase? I think a Biden administration would, first of all, confront Mr. Putin for his egregious actions, not embrace him, as this president has repeatedly done. We would not trash NATO. We would seek to strengthen it, strengthen its deterrence, invest in new capabilities to deal with all sorts of challenges in cyberspace, in outer space, under the sea, artificial intelligence, electronic warfare, some of which come from Russia, others are more broad, and of course, provide robust security assistance to countries like Ukraine, Georgia, in the Western Balkans. We would look to impose real, meaningful costs with coordinated actions and sanctions, exposing corruption. And you need to be very clear and specific with Mr. Putin about what's at risk. But there also might be some incentives as to what he could gain through trade, through investment, through a seat at the table, if Russia changes its actions, that would help relieve their growing dependence on China. We would need to build our own resilience by hardening election infrastructure, by getting dark money out of politics, by pushing tech companies to deal effectively with disinformation. We need to focus on strategic stability, again, as you started with, by extending New START. And then finally, I think we have to look at new ways to engage people-to-people ties, to support civil society. Very, very complicated because Russia makes it so hard, but there are ways to do that. So there needs to be a comprehensive approach to Russia that has much more clarity, much clearer declaratory policies, and a president who doesn't have an inexplicable relationship with Vladimir Putin.
I have about 10 more questions I'd love to ask you, but let me not occupy the time. We have a lot, you won't be surprised, a lot of hands raised for questions from the audience. So let's start with Charles Seegers and then go to Lori Garrett. I think you need to make sure that your computer is unmuted and that your video is on as you seek to ask a question.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Charles, good to see you.
Very good to see you. Thanks you for all your hard work. It's been quite informative. Quick question. Not a lot has been talked about the African continent and the emerging nations in Africa. How important is that to our national security, and where has Trump administration failed in the foreign policy there today?
Well, I think it's usually important in ways that we tend not to, unfortunately, to focus on. I think when you look at it, this extraordinary growth of a youth population, that in and of itself, if a quarter of the world's population in the coming decades is going to be from Africa, by definition, we have a need to engage it more positively, more productively. At the same time, I really worry deeply about the effect that COVID-19 may have, particularly in Africa, with less resilient health infrastructures. Although with a younger population, maybe the consequences won't be as grave with COVID-19 itself. I hope that's right. We'll see. But we do need to be thinking in ways that are very different from the way we're approaching it now, because frankly, it's the continent's mostly being ignored. So some of the things I think we need to do, and I know that President Biden would do. First, I think we want to try to engage a multiplicity of African countries as actual partners in pursuing some of the interests that we have in common on the security front, global health, climate change, freedom and democracy, shared prosperity. The Vice President's talked about actually convening a summit with African leaders, as well as U.S.-Africa business leaders regularly during his administration. This is building on something that we did during the Obama-Biden administration. And if you do that regularly and have that kind of connectivity, and then have the need, when you have these meetings, for actual deliverables, that's one way of making progress. I suspect President Biden would travel to Africa pretty early in the administration and try to re-energize some of these relationships. But also, we need to re-energize our own diplomatic corps and actually fill key ambassadorial positions and other positions at the State Department and make that a priority. There is a huge economic challenge, Charles, as you know. Africa has slipped into recession for the first time in 25 years because of COVID-19. And that stalled growth is threatening to roll back years of progress in terms of reducing extreme poverty. So I think there's an imperative for us, but also for other countries, as well as the relevant international financial institutions, to work with governments in Africa, to work with the US private sector, to try to jumpstart growth across the continent so that they can return to becoming some of the fastest growing places in the world. But last thing I'd say is this, and I come back to the first point. I think by last I checked, the population is something like 1.3 billion people across the continent. The median age is 19 years old. There's an incredible resource there in the continent's young people. So that's, again, something that we tried to engage in the last administration. But I think we need to put those kinds of efforts on steroids, including working with the public, the private sector, civil society partners, to try to jumpstart initiatives, economic opportunity, to harness some of the innovation and energy. I remember being in Nigeria a few times I guess it was 2015, 2016. And one of the striking things there was, I think there was something like, at last count, almost 70,000 registered NGOs. There is an extraordinary talent pool of young people, extraordinary minds, and we have a huge, huge incentive to try and channel some of those minds and that youth and that energy into moving the continent forward and moving our own relationships forward.
So we'll go to Laurie Garrett and then Ambassador Deborah McCarthy after that.
Thank you. There's quite a lag time in getting it to the unmute. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Tony, clearly there is no strategic plan for confronting COVID-19, the current administration. But I've also scoured every bit of Biden campaign literature and can find no evidence of a strategic plan on the Biden side either, although there are large shopping lists of tactics. Any strategy begins with, what is your strategic goal? Would the Biden administration support a strategic goal of eradication, elimination, containment? What would it be? Thank you.
Thanks, Laurie. Well, good to see you, and thanks for the extraordinary work that you've been doing for a long time on these issues. I'm not sure I would fully subscribe to the premise of your question. I think I think there is clearly a strategic approach there. I'm gonna dig through the new website and make sure that if it's not there, it's put there. But you've forgotten more about this than I'll ever know, and I don't pretend to be an expert. But I think there are a few basic principles that make some sense. First of all, with regard to where we are now with COVID-19, we have utterly botched the initial response. In the absence of therapeutics, in the absence of a vaccine, the measures that needed to be taken to protect populations and to protect the economy have been woefully, tragically absent. And so, for Biden administration, first of all, a lot would depend on where we actually are come next January with regard to the virus. Do we have a vaccine? And then if we do, or vaccines, plural, do we have the right plan to manufacture, distribute in the right way? In the absence of a vaccine, hopefully there are therapeutics, but then I think we have to see whether the various strategies with regard to testing, to tracing, to stockpiling, all of the things that we needed to do that we didn't do, can still be put into effect. But stepping back from this, look, thanks to some of the work that you've done, work that others have done on this, previous administrations saw pandemics as a growing, emerging threat to global health and to the United States. And we worked to put in place programs and people to prevent, to detect, to deal with them as best we could, including in China. And so our administration, the Obama-Biden administration, had a strong CDC presence in China. We famously had a dedicated White House office within the National Security Council focused on pandemics. We had, as you know very well, a program literally called PREDICT to try to detect the emergence of pandemics. So I love it when I hear from President Trump, this was unpredictable. Well, I guess if you eliminate, as he virtually did, a program called PREDICT, maybe that's right. The problem is the administration came along and underfunded or dismantled virtually all of these efforts. And I'm not saying, because we'll never know, whether any of this would have actually helped us in some way to deal with this particular pandemic. But when you take down the defenses you put in place, the early warnings you put in place, the mitigation things you put in place, then you've got a problem. And of course, we had one. Then, when the virus struck and the Chinese government withheld critical information, denied access to international experts, this was the moment to insist that China live up to its responsibilities as a great nation and as the apparent point of origin of this virus. But instead, President Trump repeatedly praised their transparency and cooperation for the better part of 2 months when they were doing exactly the opposite. And then, and this again goes to a strategy point, he walked away from the WHO in the midst of a pandemic instead of working to reform it from within ceding our leadership to China and making it less likely that the WHO could be a vehicle for actually, for example, investigating what happened to make sure that we can learn lessons from this pandemic and put in place measures and strategies to make it less likely that it happens again, or if it does happen again, to much more quickly mitigate the downsides. So, I think we would look and act on putting in place these people, these programs, and the resources on prevention, on mitigation, on detection. We would look, and this is I think a different area. We would look at our own resourcing to make sure that critical supplies and critical technologies could be sourced in the United States in the event of the reemergence of a pandemic, so we weren't dependent on anyone else for them. And we would actually implement international cooperation and leadership. Again, something that's been totally AWOL. Let me end with this. When we had past crises, well, nothing's really been of this dimension, but when we had large global challenges in the past, the United States, whether it was a Republican administration or a Democratic administration, took the lead in working to forge international cooperation and coordination. I'm thinking of HIV/AIDS and the extraordinary work that the Bush administration in that moment did, saving, I think, millions of lives. I'm thinking of the financial crisis in 2009, where American leadership and engagement, bringing countries together in a coordinated response to the economic crisis, I think significantly mitigated its downsides as bad as it was and allowed recovery more quickly. We've been totally AWOL internationally from dealing with COVID-19. That needs to change too. That also has to be part of the strategy.
I should note here that we're originally scheduled to end at 5. Tony's kindly agreed to stay on for a few extra minutes, so we'll go to about 5:10, if that's okay. So we have time for a few more questions. Ambassador McCarthy, and then Maxwell Bone. I think.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I guess we're going to Maxwell Bone. Go for it.
Okay. Hi, thank you, Mr. Blinken. A few days ago, you said that the Biden administration would oppose any efforts to single out Israel, be it at the UN, be it through BDS. I'm curious where you personally and where you think President Biden would draw the line between criticism of Israel for things such as annexation of the West Bank, an increase in settlements, and where you would stand up against criticism that you may deem to be unjust of the state of Israel. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Look, I think the vice president starts from two propositions. One is that he resolutely supports the relationship between the United States and Israel and has what he would call an ironclad commitment to Israel's security, a commitment, by the way, that's been there, again, through Republican and Democratic administrations. Israel has never been, until now, unfortunately, a partisan political issue. And I think it's very bad for the United States and for Israel that some would try to turn it into one. But the vice president equally believes that the best way, maybe the only way, to guarantee Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state and to make sure the Palestinians have a state to which they're entitled is through a two-state solution, as distant as that may appear. And so for him, any unilateral action by either side that makes that already difficult prospect even more difficult is something he opposes. And he's been very clear in his opposition to annexation, in his opposition to settlement expansion, precisely for that reason, as well as to his opposition to things that the Palestinian Authority does or doesn't do to make the chances for two states more distant than they are. And with regard to BDS and with regard to actions that he sees as unfairly singling out Israel, he opposes those too, but he also fundamentally respects the right of Americans to free speech. So people should be able to say what they believe. And he will say, if he disagrees, what he believes. He also believes that we should do our best to have our criticisms and conversations with our closest partners like Israel between us and see if we can get change and move things in a better direction that way. So that's how he'd approach it.
I think we have time for two more questions, so we will do Michael Polt and then Stephen Keenan. Michael.
Okay, am I on?
Hi, Mike, I can hear you.
Hi,
Good to see you.
I'm sorry, I haven't done, okay, my video here. Very briefly, thank you very much. This was an impressive tour d'horizon that you're giving us. Quickly back to strengthening alliances and dealing with Russia. The troop withdrawals from Germany.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could say a few things about that and where you would stand on that issue and how the vice president sees that move.
He's been very clear on this. I think he sees the announcement of these troop withdrawals as incredibly short-sighted, incredibly counterproductive, and in effect instigated by President Trump's pique at Angela Merkel and at Germany, not the strategic interests of the United States. And it is going to undermine the NATO alliance. It's going to harm U.S.-German relations. And it's a gift to Vladimir Putin. So I don't think we could be any clearer about that. Secretary Esper tried to do an ex post facto justification and put some strategic lipstick on the pig, but it's still what it is. And, you know, the president was very clear that moments after Secretary Esper tried to rationalize what was being done, the president came out and admitted that he did it because he believes Germany is, quote, not paying its dues to NATO, which, as I think everyone in this audience knows, is a profoundly misguided statement, one the president's made repeatedly. So that's what this is about. And ultimately, it just is part of a long continuum of actions that have undermined the alliance. And basically, the president tends to treat it as a protection racket. They pay or we don't stay. Never mind the profound interests that we have in being there, in strengthening and sustaining the alliance. This is not a gift that we give to others. It's profoundly in our own self-interest. So, you know, one of the, to me at least, most profound tragedies of the last few years has been the dissing of our allies and closest partners and the embrace of autocrats around the world. And it's particularly, Mike, acute at a time when, you know, democracy to some extent is in retreat. We have a democratic deficit. Of the 40 or so countries that have been rated fully free for decades by Freedom House in the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, fully half are sliding back on various metrics of democracy. So this is the very moment when countries, democracies around the world are calling out or looking to the United States to be a leader of the free world. And at that very moment, by constantly embarrassing and insulting allies and embracing adversaries, honestly, President Trump seems to have suited up for the other team. I don't understand it, but it's weakened us dramatically, and it's also taken the floor out of the perception of the United States in the world. Look at the surveys that Pew does on a regular basis, others. Right now, the United States, in terms of who you trust, which leader you trust to conduct world affairs in a responsible manner, we are now on par with Xi Jinping in China and Vladimir Putin in Russia. And in terms of respect for leadership, that has dropped by 60, 70, 80 points among most of the world's democracies from where it was under President Obama to where it is now under President Trump. And that is a grievous problem for our own security, for our own prosperity, and for our own values, and it needs to be corrected.
So one final audience question from Stephen Keenan.
Thank you for a very great conversation. And once again, the Aspen Institute has shown itself to be truly bipartisan. But, at this moment, I'm not. Tony, I wish you the best of for getting sanity back into the White House. I don't think that we need to look at the 2016 elections for Russian involvement with President Trump's personal life. It goes way back. And he's clearly in Putin's pocket, in my opinion. Most likely, we have the first time ever in the history of the United States where a sitting president knows the minute that he's a private citizen, the Southern District of New York has an indictment waiting for him. And that's a pretty dangerous situation. But my question to you, Tony, is that I just read recently, I'm in Colorado, and we're one of 6 states that have done very successful mail-in balloting. But I'm not seeing anything from the Vice President Biden campaign. And I'm a big supporter of Susan Rice being his selection. Susan can patch up our international relations. President Biden can do what he's great, where he's got empathy and heal the nation, our nation. But my question to you is that it seems to me, looking at 2 congressional races in New York, and it's been a long time and the voting is not finished yet, don't you think that the campaign needs to be, just as you're not knocking on doors. Jen Ryder is an excellent selection to be doing your that position, but you're not knocking on doors. Don't you think and I think that's a good idea. Don't you think that the campaign should be reaching out publicly, encouraging all the states to gear up for a massive amount of mail-in ballots? I like the idea that someone mentioned earlier in the forum that we know by 11 o'clock election night that we're going to have a sane president again. Thank you.
Tony, don't pass up the chance to tell us who the vice presidential choice will be.
Well, I don't know. And if I did know, I couldn't say. I can just say generically that Susan Rice, there is no one tougher of mind or warmer of heart than Susan. I worked for her for 2 years. She's a remarkable person, but I have no idea where this is going. The vice president will make his decision on his time, and I know, given the people who are in contention, it's going to be a good one. But to your point, look, I couldn't agree more. And here's what I can tell you: our campaign has the most comprehensive voter education and protection program of any campaign in modern history. We are spending more money. We're deploying more people than ever, including in 2008 or 2012 or 2016, with these very clear objectives: making sure the American people have the opportunity to vote, whether it's by mail, whether it's early, whether it's day of. And I think you'll see increasing manifestations of that effort, including a very significant information campaign in the weeks ahead. The first vote is, I think, 5 or 6 weeks from now, as states begin early voting. But you're right that there are incredibly unique pieces, to state the obvious, to this election. We already had a fragile election infrastructure, but that's been massively compounded by COVID-19. Normally, you would think that whoever the American president is, he or she would be leading a national effort, working with governors, working with states, municipalities, localities, to ensure that we could have a safe and democratic election in November. That's what every past president would have done. That's what this president should be doing. And of course, that's not at all what is happening. So there are significant efforts that are underway, and that will, I think, be more and more visible to register folks, to educate folks about how to vote. We have vote by mail that, of course, is endangered in part by the failure to replenish the Postal Service's budget. Democrats in Congress are fighting to make sure that happens. It's unbelievable to me that the American people would accept the gutting of the U.S. Postal Service. It's one of their, forget the election even, it's one of the lifelines that we have in the midst of COVID-19. We obviously have lots of interesting challenges. You're right that these primaries have sort of put on full display. I mean, small examples. One is in some jurisdictions, a lack of scanners. So you get, a huge influx of mail-in ballots that the locality is not prepared to deal with because it doesn't have enough people. The way you normally would deal with it is to have a scanner so that you can pretty rapidly move through them. But if you don't have a scanner, or you've only got one instead of 5 or 6, then you've got to count everything by hand. And then if you don't have the people to do that, especially because COVID-19 has made it harder to attract seniors who typically are folks who work the polls, you've got these problems that are feeding on problems. Anyway, a long way of saying, I think not just us, not just the Democratic Party, but a whole host of groups have identified these challenges, are putting resources to them. But, this should be a national effort. Democrats and Republicans and independents should be working together to make sure the vote goes forward safely and democratically. And it boggles the mind that there is not a national effort being led by the President of the United States to make sure that happens.
Tony and Jerry, thank you for this illuminating conversation. Tony, I know you've got probably your 18th Zoom meeting of the day to go to. I just wanted to say, I thought it was so important that you started. One of the first points you made, you started with getting our own house in order, building America. And when you talked about US-China relations, it's not just what the Chinese are doing. What are we going to do at home to strengthen ourselves to compete? And to me, that's probably the most important national security issue right now, starting at home. So thank you for explaining that. Thank you for giving us a very good sense of what Vice President Joe Biden stands for in this campaign. And Jerry, thanks for being a great moderator. I hope everyone's going to buy Jerry's book, which comes out on August 25th. Thanks to you both. We'll be back at 6:15, a discussion and debate, Liz Economy, Min Shin Pei, Michael Pillsbury, to talk about the US-China relationship. And then Audrey Tang, Taiwan's digital minister, will be with us at 7 p.m. She's the woman who helped to block the Chinese cyber offensive against the recent presidential elections in Taiwan. We'll see you at 6:15. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a short dinner break and are rejoining us, possibly with a cup of tea or even a beer for our evening discussion on China. We have had some discussion of China already, including Ambassador Cui Tang-kai yesterday, the Prime Minister Morrison of Australia, Tony Blinken talked about China. I'll introduce that in a little bit. But now we have a wonderful panel, really the all-star of China experts in the United States. And I'll just introduce them briefly, and then Joe Nye will lead the discussion. Liz Economy is the Director for Asia Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, soon to be also of the Hoover Institution at Stanford, where we will welcome her out in California. She's actually doing this for us tonight, even though she's moving tomorrow. So she gets the MVP award. And of course, Liz has written a lot on Chinese domestic and foreign policy, including her recent book, The Third Revolution, on Xi Jinping and the New Chinese State. Min-Shin Pei is one of the foremost China scholars in the United States. He's a professor of government at Claremont McKenna College, and he also focuses on economic reform and governance within China. Mike Pillsbury is the senior fellow for Chinese strategy at the Hudson Institute and has been a high-ranking government official in the Reagan administration and elsewhere, and is a regular commentator on China and beyond. And Joe Nye, of course, who's our moderator tonight, but who is a China scholar in his own right. Let me just set the scene for us. Ambassador Cui Tang-kai was with us yesterday, and he, amongst other things, denied that millions of Uyghurs are being held in re-education camps. He said very little about postponing the Hong Kong elections, but he emphasized again and again that a new Cold War with the US is in no one's interest, and cooperation is. We had the foreign minister of Singapore this morning, Dr. Balakrishnan, who was very thoughtful. Singapore continues to walk this tightrope between China and the US. He took no position on the South China Sea because, of course, Singapore isn't a claimant. Prime Minister Morrison of Australia was far more forward-leaning. They're doing a lot to build up their defense forces. They've clearly opted into the Quad alliance. They're very worried about what's happening in China, even though, of course, there's lots of trade between Australia and China. And so you're seeing a lot of different perspectives. And so we're now very excited to turn it over to you and hear a US perspective on US-China relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. I must say that we have had a lot of China, and today we started with Foreign Minister Balakrishnan, but I was also asked by about China by Gideon Rockman in the interview I had this morning, and he asked me about, is this a new Cold War? And I said the trouble with these historical metaphors is they can mislead us, because it's really it's a rivalry, but it's a different kind of rivalry. Whereas we had very little trade or social contact with the Soviets, we have a lot of both with China, and therefore it's a very different type of arrangement. In addition to that, you have some issues like climate change and pandemics where we can't do anything unless we do cooperate with China. So we have something that's quite new, what I call a cooperative rivalry, in which you have to pay attention to both sides of that at the same time. And that's not easy. Rather than pontificate about it from Washington's perspective, we have, fortunately, 3 people who are really expert on what's happening in China. And in that sense, with the 30 minutes of presentation that we have, we don't want to waste it on historical metaphors about the Peloponnesian War or the Cold War. I want to ask questions about what's going on in China and what can we do about it. To what extent can we shape Chinese behavior? And to what extent do we understand enough to be able to make the right strategy to shape it? So having these 3 experts, all Mandarin speaking, who know a lot about China, gives us a great advantage to make progress in this direction. Let me start with Min-Shin, who has written a very interesting article recently in Foreign Affairs, and who has taken a rather pessimistic view from the Chinese point of view of their future, which echoes something that was said by an economist at our Aspen Strategy Group last week, who said that in 20 years, we would be seeing a China in decline. That's certainly very, very different from the sort of assertive wolf warrior China we're seeing today. Nixon, what do you see happening inside China, and how's that going to affect our ability to shape Chinese behavior?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I think for the short term, probably there's a little bit of boost for Xi Jinping's authority. He overcame the initial difficulties of dealing with the pandemics, and even though there was huge misstep on the part of the government, and he was shaky in his leadership at the beginning, the quick response and the effectiveness of the full mobilization model appear to have helped him. Secondly, the escalation in US-China relations has also boosted his temporary authority because there is a rallying around the flag effect. But this, he's spending his political capital not in terms of designing a long-term strategy dealing with this radically different environment. He's spending his political capital on the next party Congress, on securing his third term, moving his people into place, and getting rid of the biggest headache, political headache domestically, that is actually Hong Kong. Now, with the passage of the national security law, he appears to have at least temporarily dealt with that issue. Within the regime, I do see that there is full realization that China is now in an open-ended conflict with the US. Rhetorically, they do have a problem how to tell the Chinese people about this, because this is a very somber message. And also, at the very senior level, they have another difficulty of how to communicate their strategy, their intentions, their goals to the outside world. So we see quite a bit of mixed messaging going on within China. But in terms of strategy, my reading is that a long-term strategy, a very mixed one, seems to be emerging. The fixed part is that the party will maintain a very solid, iron, brutal control on domestic within China. That is, repression will remain as intense, if not more intense, in the coming years, both to defend Xi's authority through internal purges or suppress societal challenge to the Communist Party's rule. On the economy, there's a lot of debate about the future direction of China's development strategy. Xi Jinping floated the idea of relying mostly on domestic growth, but there are a lot of different voices challenging this assessment. So this is a strategy, a pillar of the new strategy that is still being debated. And the third pillar is, what will China's new geopolitical strategy look like? This is the one that is unsettled. And it seems that China has the most difficulty formulating a new strategy in response to American shifting its policy. And my analysis is that it's politically very difficult because a shift would imply repudiation of Xi Jinping's policies for the last few years. And that's something he cannot accept. And secondarily, an adjustment will entail a lot of domestic policy adjustments, especially on the issue of human rights, domestic repression, economic reform. And that's something that will, again, be unacceptable to Xi Jinping. And third is that a lot of the hardline stance, like wolf warrior, the hiccup with India, and Hong Kong, actually reflect Xi Jinping's own philosophy and ideas. So that's difficult to change as well. And Xi himself is actually a pretty weak leader when it comes to leadership judgment capabilities. He's fairly mediocre in terms of experience. And he has a he has an inflated sense of Chinese power. he just as a person, he suffers both from overconfidence, excessive risk taking, and also deep sense of insecurity and inadequacy. And on top of that, China currently has a very flawed policy-making system based on over-centralization and the dominance of yes men, quite mediocre people in the system. And Xi Jinping himself is just not really adequately briefed, understood. I just want to share, I end with a little anecdote told me by a really well-placed Chinese academic who used to advise the government. This person used to advise Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao. Last 7 years, he's never met with Xi Jinping. So I asked him whether Xi Jinping actually is in touch with the reality. He said he doubts. Secondarily, he revealed to me that 2 years ago, Xi Jinping himself was shocked that the US-China relationship took such a bad turn. And he saw that China was very poorly served. So this means that probably, given how bad things are, the US can do a lot to shape Chinese behavior, to at least to communicate to the Chinese leadership through various channels the severity of the problems they face, and also the potential. That is, there are a lot of things China can do to improve its ties both with the US and slow down the pace of confrontation. I think I'll just end here for now.
Thank you very much, Ming-Hsun. Let me turn to you, Liz. And I learned an enormous amount in reading your book, which I also endorse Anya's suggestion everybody should read. But we know that the party in the past has derived legitimacy from a high rate of economic growth. We know that the growth rate is now slowing down, even before COVID. And does it then wind up turning to nationalism as its alternative source of legitimacy? Does that explain sort of this wolf warrior approach where they've blown the opportunity after the initial COVID problems? And what does this slowing growth rate mean for Xi Jinping's foreign policy initiatives, such as the BRI or the now quieted 2025 plan and so forth? And what could we do about it?
Okay, in the next 5 minutes. Okay, thanks, Joe. It's great to be here with you and also with Ming-Hsun and Mike to have this chance to talk about China. Never a dull moment, that's for sure. You know, I guess I would say that overall, the pandemic and the slowing Chinese economy have had less of an impact on China's pursuit of its foreign policy ambitions than I would have imagined. You know, even in the midst of the pandemic, Beijing was, pushing ahead with its sovereignty claims in the South China Sea. You know, it sunk a Vietnamese fishing boat. It named 80 new features, 55 of which were underwater. It had the deadly border conflict with India that Ming-Hsun mentioned. It sailed its ships into Japanese territorial waters for more than 100 days straight. Of course, it legislated and brought into force the new national security law in Hong Kong. The BRI lending actually continued. Even at the height of the pandemic in the first few months of 2020, BRI lending went on. Now, BRI investment fell off fairly significantly. And I think we are going to see a shift in the nature of the Belt and Road initiative moving forward, away from so much hard infrastructure, emphasis on hard infrastructure like ports and railroads and highways, and more toward the digital Belt and Road, satellite systems, e-commerce, fiber optic cables, and the Health Silk Road, which has really come into its own as a result of the pandemic. And we've seen China really pushing this notion of the Health Silk Road. So, constructing hospitals, sending out teams of doctors, enabling countries to sort of follow in the path of China's contact tracing, surveillance technology, actually advancing traditional Chinese medicine. And that has the health and digital Silk Roads have the advantage as well of not being as reliant on the state, on state-owned enterprises, but also engaging a lot of Chinese private enterprises. And of course, Beijing announced an impending new strategic partnership with Iran. So I think there's a lot that has happened over the past 6-7 months that really surprised me, because one would have anticipated perhaps that Beijing would take a step back and focus much more on what was going on at home. I think the one area on the global stage where China is really likely to take a step back is on its climate change commitments. I think the Minister of Ecology and Environment announced that the targets was going to have to take China would have to take a step back from its more ambitious environmental targets. And we've seen that CO2 emissions have jumped back up to pre-pandemic levels already. So they were supposed to deliver a new action plan this year. That's already been postponed, I think, at least until the end of the year. Some people are suggesting they'll wait until the new U.S. administration to see whether there's going to be renewed interest in the U.S. getting back on board. In terms of the wolf warrior diplomacy and the turn to nationalism, I think absolutely. And with the slowing economy, Xi Jinping was forced to forego his, doubling income, meeting the doubling income target. It looks like they're not going to meet the poverty alleviation target that he had set out. So those are two big hits. So where do you turn when you are, forced to move away from what was going to be this, very significant announcement of success on Xi Jinping's part in terms of, economic and the economy. And I think you turn to nationalism. And certainly the US enabled that in part. The Trump administration with its constant, hitting on the China virus and the Wuhan virus, et cetera, I think, as Minchin suggested, served to sort of rally people around Xi Jinping and around China at a time when, again, in those first few months, there was an enormous amount of criticism of the regime, right? And it was the first time, frankly, that I had seen that kind of civil society activism and energy and engagement via the internet, with people, communicating, trying to get sort of trusted, verified information about what was going on. You had all those citizen journalists flooding into Wuhan. It was really exciting to see, I think, in January and the early parts of February, what was going on. But then there was the crackdown. And again, you had the US pressure coming in and this sort of sense of, okay, well, we're not going to criticize ourselves when we've got the United States criticizing us too. So wolf warrior diplomacy, very unattractive. I think it undermined what should have been a win for China in the end. China did manage to get the virus under control. It was able to provide the PPE for much of the rest of the world, and yet they ruined it. They shot themselves in the foot by going out there and demanding thanks from other countries, or threatening Australia, and banning beef and putting tariffs on barley because Australia called for an investigation into the origins of the virus. So I think, it was an instance where, really Xi Jinping, snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. I'll stop there. I guess maybe I would just conclude by saying, in terms of where all of this leaves China and its global standing, I would say, to my mind, it's really, the pandemic has just reinforced how countries already viewed China, right? So what was their predisposition beforehand? So if they were largely supportive of China, say in Italy or Hungary, they tended to laud China's success and welcome its PPE. If countries were more skeptical and concerned about the lack of transparency, and human rights repressions, for example, the United States or maybe even the UK, I think that you got a very different response. They tended to focus on the downside of how China managed things.
Thanks, Liz. Let me turn now to Mike and say, Mike, you've been a long-term and eloquent writer and observer about China's strategy. And I'd be interested to know, from your perspective, do you see a bright future or not? Is this economist I quoted from last week too pessimistic about China going into decline in 2 decades? Can China's behavior be constrained and changed? And if so, how? So, Mike, what do you think?
Well, my view of Chinese strategy, Joe, has been in all 3 books that they debate strategy. There's no single monolithic Chinese view. And it's very much in our interest in these debates that certain certain points of view win and other points of view lose. Part of my own experience in the government in large part has been with net assessment over about a 40-year period. And you always want to look, one thing Andy Marshall taught us always is look at your own strengths and weaknesses and then the other side's strengths. In the case of China, especially weaknesses. And Min Shin's written 2 books on the topic, highlighting weaknesses, problems. The other side is the World Bank, the IMF forecast, the Goldman Sachs forecast, that whatever the source of these Chinese growth rates, we don't seem to understand what are the levers we would have to apply to change the Chinese growth rate, that is to slow it down. For example, if intellectual property theft is a major portion of their growth rate, choking that off, which the phase 1 trade deal has enforcement mechanisms about that, should slow the growth rate. And the so-called Thucydides trap of fear will never happen. But when you ask economists, and we paid a lot of money to a lot of economists to tell us what exactly are the sources of Chinese growth, what you find out, they all pretty much say the same thing. Well, it must be capital, wherever they're getting their capital. Well, could that be choked off? The answer is yes. Demographics. And here I was checking your own book, Joe, on page 198, 199. You go into how our demographics are one of the few countries in the world on the growth side, and China is decreasing the size of its workforce. Thirdly, productivity. And that's where the economists all get into fights with each other. Productivity is kind of a buzzword, which I think means I don't know. Somehow technology, science, certain procedures, operations research, in the case of the Japanese, somehow this magic factor works. And in the Chinese case, they have had enormous productivity growth. Again, can we somehow affect that? Or as Liz kind of hints in her foreign affairs piece last year on neo-Maoism in China, are the Chinese their own worst enemies? Are they going to make mistakes? Back to your question about can we induce change? One of the things that's come out of the first phase trade negotiations process, we learned 2 things. Number 1, tariffs work. Remember, there's great doubt about that, an enormous opposition. But we learned from the Chinese themselves that they had their own list of reforms they wanted to implement, and our pressure, and this is a concept the Japanese used to tell us about too, outside pressure that strengthened the hand of the reformers. The guys who wrote in the party Congress, the market is the decisive factor, which really isn't the case in China. But that led them to sign up to 95 pages of detailed promises with an enforcement mechanism. So that's clearly change took place in China with reformers helping us. Some of these delegations were 30 people from various, it's like an interagency nightmare where they're all watching each other. But progress came out of it. Now, I'm more concerned, as you know, about the military side of things. And our own plans, as publicly announced, are to really build up Guam, to have a very good 360-degree defense on Guam, maybe $20 billion over the next few years. It's called the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, for lack of a better word. That is one of the things we're doing. Will that affect Chinese military decision-making? Will super hawks in China say, oh my God, the Americans want to come at us in the first island chain with Guam as their base, which some Americans have unfortunately publicly stated. Americans who have 4 stars on their shoulders, Joe. The other thing we're doing is talking about missile defense being more comprehensive, not just Iran and North Korea. The Chinese instantly pick up on that, and State Department's disavowal that a missile defense against China is not our goal, that looks hollow to certain Chinese in the debate I mentioned to you, that they fear the American nuclear strategy seeking what they call absolute superiority over China. They have thought they had a second strike capability, but it's beginning to look like there's a debate about that as well. So they did not show up June 24th in Vienna, despite the president's own personal invitation. to participate with the Russians and the Americans on either a cap, or at least could they accept the concept of strategic stability, confidence building measures, all the things that you lived through that had to do with START and SALT. The Chinese say, no, that's not for us. And their explanation is fascinating. We're too weak. We're not at the point yet where we're at the same nuclear delivery level as the Russians and Americans. So sort of come back, and then the American side says, and the Russians are helping us, well, gee, when did you plan, for us to come back? And they won't say. How many nuclear warheads have you got? They won't say. Why do you think you have a second strike capability? They won't say. This is after 15 years of track 1.5 and track 2 talks. So these military areas are sometimes looked down on by great scholars like Liz and Min Xin. But to me, the doing or undoing of a Cold War and a Thucydides trap has a lot to do with these military issues and how the Chinese perceive what the Americans are up to. My own view is bipartisanship is our only hope. The Chinese are exquisitely sensitive to political conflict in Washington, D.C. They know everything about Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro and, is Larry Kudlow more of a hawk than Steve Mnuchin? They fill their papers with this kind of detail. Most of our China experts can't name all the members of the Standing Committee of China. They have no idea of politics at the very top. So there's an asymmetry in analysis of being able to understand how are we affecting their debate. We have a lot of American experts who say there's no debate in China. They're a sort of a Nazi party, and it doesn't matter what these debates are all about. I don't agree with that, but how to influence them seems to me involves understanding how we're perceived in China and how that debate focuses on what we do. So bipartisanship helps us enormously. It's our multiplier, if you will, because when they see, oh my God, all the Americans, from James Stavridis over to Mattis, over to you name a superhawk, all agree on this. For example, build up Guam, or China, you come to the talks on nuclear arms control or else you'll be punished. That really has an impact and I think will induce change in China. But the more polarized we are, the more we attack each other, the less hope there is of our influencing China.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Mike. We have now reached the point where participants get to use the last 15 minutes to raise questions. And I have a number of people on the list already. Let me first turn to Nassim Kader. And Nassim Kader, if you can unmute yourself and make sure your video is on, you will have the floor. And it's going to take about 10 or 15 seconds for it to all register properly. But Nassim, give it a try.
Otherwise, let Min Xin say some more.
So, Nassim, if you're not there, then I'm going to turn to Jeannie Nguyen. Jeannie Nguyen, can you unmute?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, speak up.
My question is to Dr. Min Jinping. What do you think Xi Jinping and the PRC look at Vietnam and its role in their overall strategy of the China's trim? Would Xi Jinping allow Vietnam to be more democratized, more independent, and lean forward with the Americans and the international, the free world? And what techniques, what has been most successful for the PRC in their coalitions toward the Vietnamese leaders?
Well, I think China's long-term strategy for Vietnam is that it remains a one-party state, independent from big powers. It will what I call strategic neutrality is what, and then political autocracy will serve China's interest the most as far as Vietnam is concerned. I think the biggest question is really for Vietnamese leaders. Do they want to fundamentally improve the quality of their relationship with the US by taking the next step? Vietnam has already moved faster than China in terms of political change, and it can actually do a lot more and make some even more fundamental changes that will solidify, that will lay an ideological or value-based foundation to its long-term strategic relationship with the US. And China really cannot do that much in terms of influencing that aspect of Vietnam's decision-making.
Thank you. Next on my list is David Shambaugh, and he's going to be followed by Mike McFall and Chris Stone. So David, unmute and let's hear from you.
Hi, greetings. Thanks, Joe and colleagues. Good to see you all. Greetings from Northern Michigan. So Mike Pillsbury spoke about China's weaknesses, and both Min-Shin and Liz have talked about the messaging issue. Min-Shin talked about China's internal messaging, Liz, the wolf warrior issue. So I'd like to ask all of you, including Joe, because you've written about soft power somewhat. You were the father of soft power, Joe. How do all of you see China's messaging in the U.S.-China competition framework? You know, the competition between the U.S. and China is going to play out in multiple domains, including the perceptual information domain. And that's an area where I think China has a lot of weaknesses, as Mike referenced. They live in what I think is an echo chamber, and they're not very adroit at adjusting their messaging. So I'm just kind of curious. I'll throw a softball question to all of you, including Joe. How do you see this playing out? How the U.S. could take advantage of China's inept messaging and weak soft power, and vice versa? Thanks.
Let me ask Liz, then Mike, then Min-Shin, and then I'll put a footnote on if there's time.
Thanks, David. So I think we know China's soft power is weak. You know, soft power is organic and emanates from a culture and the ideas and what makes a country attractive to others. And I think the Chinese leadership finds it very difficult to not make it more of a government-oriented effort. So it has to have control. I think this is especially true with Xi Jinping. You know, frankly, it's astonishing to me, given how challenged the United States has been over the past 3 years with its own soft power, with the Trump administration and with our relations with our allies, just how little China has been able to accomplish when you look over the past 3 years in terms of winning over some of the United States' partners and allies. So to my mind, you know, in some respects, Xi Jinping and his desire for control and just the ugliness and the repressive nature of the regime was really the greatest gift to the Trump administration, and really salvaged us for the past 3.5 years in our own standing on the global stage.
Mike?
There's a book called The Beautiful Imperialist by a guy. It couldn't be you, David Shambaugh. He has the same name, David Shambaugh, but it couldn't be you because you look much too young to be the author of that book. But it's the first real study of debates in China. And it argues that the professors were more ideological than the frontline warriors, if you will, at the New China News Agency, and the think tanks were sort of in between. This hurts China's soft power capabilities because of their system. You could find out by living in Beijing for a year and keeping track, and you could write the book to assess the issues in the debate. But Chinese themselves, when they're on soft power missions, they can't do that. So the fact of their kind of intra-party democracy going on, and the fact that they have different views, and they're not all wolf warriors, there's some globalists, and words fail me for other debate voices. So they're handicapped by their own lack of democracy. And if Liz is right about the neo-Maoists have arrived and are not leaving, then China's handicapping itself, except for money. This is where they have it. I mean, there's stories all over Africa of a Chinese coming in with a briefcase, a large briefcase. It's $1 million in cash. to do X, Y, Z. So I don't know if Joe, as the father of soft power, included cash bribes, but the Chinese have had a lot of success in that. Frankly, if they came to me and said, here's $10 million, could you say Xi Jinping is the greatest, leader in the world? I'm sure I would say no and turn down the money, but I'm not sure all other China experts would be so ethical as I would.
Great.
Yeah.
Nixon.
Just a quick word. I think the U.S. can do a lot more by living by its own values and examples. I think what could have happened much more in favor of the U.S. in the last few years is U.S. simply will just live up to the expectations of what people around the world think the U.S. should be doing. I think that did not happen. Just think how different the world would look like had the U.S. Pursued a policy that truly reflects American values.
And my footnote, David, is that I think Chinese soft power is greatly overrated. If you look at this London index, the soft power 30 that's published every year, China comes out about 27 or 28 of the 30 countries. And they have two inherent limitations. One is very hard to be attractive in Delhi if you're killing Indian soldiers on the border in the Himalayas. And the other is that if you insist on tight party control, you undercut civil society, which is a great source of a country's soft power. If you have a genius like Ai Weiwei and then you expel him, you undercut your own soft power. So I think Chinese soft power is actually quite limited. Next on the list is Mike McFall.
Hey, everybody. Great conversation. Thanks for letting me in, Joe. I'd like to get a little bit more perspective on what Minchin said about Xi's erratic risk-taking behavior. Let's just say for purposes of argument, we all agree with that, although the Trump administration's latest speeches don't seem to agree with you, Minchin. They have a much more strategic assignment to Mr. Xi Jinping. But in the spirit of the debates, could you all tell us what we know about debates about that erratic behavior? Within the party, within the government, within the business community? Do people agree with it? Are they despondent? Give us some flavor in the spirit of Mike Pillsbury's assessment that we need to pay more attention to these debates. Tell us what the debates are to the best of your abilities about Mr. Xi Jinping's erratic behavior.
Yeah, first I have to admit that these days it is really hard to do China watching. China is more opaque than any time in post-Mao history. So we now with not just economic decoupling, but what I'm afraid the scholarly cultural decoupling, it will become even harder in the future. But let me just point to two examples. That is the two very controversial examples. So what's actually three? They're all signature Xi Jinping moves. One is the announcement of the air defense identification zone in East China Sea. The other is the building of artificial islands in the South China Sea, and the third is Belt and Road. That is various sort of the ideas did not originate with Xi Jinping. The ideas were out there long time, long before Xi, a considerably long time before Xi came to power. But it was really on the Xi's rule that in very quick succession, 2013, November, then April 2014, and then I think it's also 2013, they were rolled out very, very quickly without adequate deliberation about the pros and cons. So that's just a data point I can supply. And the other is that the Chinese awareness of this fundamental shift in US policy occurred about 2 to 3 years ago. And you did not see real change on the part of Xi Jinping. And that's a big puzzle, is why didn't that happen?
Let me try, if we are quick, to get Chris Stone in the 2 minutes that we have left. Chris, are you there?
Anya's kind of the grim reaper. When she shows up, it's
I am.
Um,
Like the person with the long hook.
Hey, it looks like we've run through our time. Chris will have to apologize. And
no worries. Thank you.
anyway, let me take the chance to thank our panelists. We had little time, but I think we covered an enormous amount of territory. And I hope we threw a little extra light on what's been a full day of China here. Thank you all very much for joining the Aspen Strategy Security Forum, rather. And I'll now turn it back to Anya to go on to our next talk on Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Joe. If I could maybe just throw out one last question just to Liz, a really quick one. We've been having a bunch of China watchers discussions in the background, and somebody said recently, well, the Trump administration's belligerence with all of the policy speeches that we've heard one after the other is actually securing Xi Jinping another term, and that his position actually wasn't so secure and now has been made more secure by US behavior. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I mean, I think a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, there were a lot of discussions about internal discontent with Xi Jinping at the topmost levels. But do I think that the Trump administration's policy secured him his third term? I don't. I think that that determination was made the day that he managed to upend the second term, the limit on the 2 terms of the presidency. To me, that signaled his power, his control, at least at the moment, over the top leadership. So I don't think we helped matters, but I don't think we're responsible for Xi Jinping's third term.
Mike or Minchin, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think we made it easiest, materially easier for him. That is, he would have have to make a much stronger case, but now it seems the party is rallying around him.
The criticism I've heard of Xi Jinping is that he has provoked the Americans too soon, unnecessarily. He's beginning to create a coalition against China. He's beginning to have Chinese capital and technology cut off. And all of this would have been fine 5 to 10 years in the future, but it's not a good idea right now. You hear that even from the military, that they just aren't ready to confront the US military yet. So he's under pretty harsh criticism. I think that's what Liz is referring to, aren't you, from a year or two ago? I think it hasn't gone away. So Xi's problem is the softer side, you might say, that say, look, we could have had the whole world, but now you've activated this opposition to us. I don't think they believe it's just Trump. I think they read the rest of Washington, D.C. as signing up for a great deal more conflict with China than cooperation.
As Napoleon warned, don't rouse a sleeping giant, but he was talking about China, and we're talking about the U.S.
Exactly.
And allies.
We'll leave it there with those wise words from Joe. Thank you all so much for joining, especially right around dinner time. Thank you, Mike McFall, for chiming in from California, the West Coast presence, and we look forward to seeing you again at a future session. Thank you all. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a few more minutes for our session to begin. Minister Audrey Tang from Taiwan should be joining us in just a moment. She's just having a little trouble logging on, but she should be here any minute. So please be patient for just another minute or two. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you still tuned in to hear from Audrey Tang, who's the digital minister of Taiwan and is really at the forefront of working to counter Chinese disinformation in Taiwan. She is trying to join us. She's just having a little trouble getting into the session. Technical issues coming all the way from Taiwan over here to the US, even virtually, turns out to be a little complicated. Please give us just a few more minutes. Thank you. Welcome, Minister Tang. Such a pleasure to welcome you here. And I know it must be very, very early in the morning for you. And we had a little connectivity issues, but we're glad you are with us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still in the audience, thank you for being with us. We now have the great privilege to welcome Audrey Tang, who's the digital minister from the Republic of China, otherwise known to us as Taiwan. She's a leading open source programmer, and at age 35 became the youngest ever minister in the government of Taiwan, where her responsibilities include citizen engagement online, the e-response to COVID-19, and where also with several technology companies, she worked to battle disinformation from actors in Taiwan's recent presidential campaign. Minister Tang, thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, I'm Audrey and really happy to be here, and good local time, everyone.
Thank you. I'm on East Coast time, but our West Coast friends are all still watching because it's only 4:30 there, which is great. Let me start by asking you a little bit about the sunflower movement. You were involved in that movement in Taiwan in 2014. It started with some protests against the ruling KMT over the passage of a service trade agreement with mainland China. Can you explain how you got involved and what the movement really was and how that brought you into public service?
Sure. So at the time, the students occupied the parliament for 3 weeks in a demonstration for the idea that we should deliberate more with the society, like with the people, not just for the people, when deliberating important trade agreements such as a cross-strait service and trade agreement or CSSTA. And at the time, the parliamentarians were refusing to deliberate, as they would actually for any international treaty, because for them it's not constitutionally an international treaty. And so they tried to ram it through. And so in the 3 weeks that ensued, I helped, along with people from the Gulf Zero movement, to ensure that more than 20 NGOs deliberate each on one aspect of the CSSTA in the occupied parliaments. For example, there was one aspect that's whether we need to allow PRC, People's Republic China government components in our then new 4G infrastructure. So the clean path argument that we had on the street was 500,000 people, and the consensus was no, because there's no private sector companies in PRC. And that's actually heeded as one of the rough consensus at the end of the Occupy, which the head of parliament ratified. And so it was a success. At the end of that year, the mayoral election, all the mayors that supported this kind of open government deliberations won, sometime without preparing an operation speech. And all the mayors that did not, did not. And so I was then recruited as a reverse mentor, that is to say people under 35 years old, social innovators that work with existing ministers to design ways to deliberate such issues without occupying the parliament again necessarily, but we can do so online and with the same sunflower technologies.
That's great. Well, it's interesting that you brought so many young people into politics in Taiwan. We're trying to do that here in the United States as well. So maybe you can give us some pointers. But of course, since 2014, there's been a sea change in politics in your country, including President Tsai Ing-wen of the Democratic Progressive Party won re-election in January of this year in a landslide. And it was partly, I think, because of her strong response to Beijing's increasing pressures on Taiwan. There are many reports that in that election, there was some disinformation campaign by the Chinese and possibly by other actors. Of course, that's particularly interesting to a US audience because, as you know, in 2016, Russian actors were very active in our own election. Now, we just heard from two experts yesterday, Laura Rosenberger and Renee DiResta, who's at Stanford, that we're seeing that again in our own 2020 election. It's not just the Russians, it's also the Chinese. We're seeing it in lots of different places. In our own system, the Russian disinformation campaigns have been far more sophisticated than what you see from China and other actors, to the point where they're so convincing with false personas and things that the Russian IRA actually got Jack Dorsey to retweet misleading information and Donald Trump Jr. What we see in the US from China is not quite as sophisticated. How did you see that in your election? Which state actors were involved? And tell me a little bit more about how that disinformation campaign unfolded.
Sure. So in Taiwan, I'm glad you used the term disinformation because that's the term we use. I never use the F word, right? So to describe news. And disinformation in Taiwan is defined as intentional, untrue information that causes public harm. So not like harming the image of a minister, which is just good journalism. And because we never do administrative takedowns, we just like in fighting the pandemic, we never do lockdowns either. And that is why we have to kind of race with the disinformation. So whenever there's a piece of disinformation, not even 2 hours after which the responsible ministries, which have what we call hashtag officers, participation officers that engage the public, will roll out internal internet memes that are always very humorous, very funny, but also contains clarifications in a way that's more viral than the disinformation. So that's humor over rumor. And as for the disinformation campaigns that actually occurred during the presidential election, well, you see, because we negotiated with Facebook and other multinational social media companies to make sure that they conform to our norms of campaign donation and expense, meaning that all the advertisement from the ads library that pertains to political or social issues need to disclose its full like targets, the price paid, and so on. And it can only come from domestic sources, not from foreign sources. And so it's easier for us to do attribution, which is always the hardest. And so we also work with Facebook so that when people flag something as possible disinformation, there's also a lot of civil sector like Kofacts, Dr. Message, and so on, just like Spam House as a spam fingerprint clearinghouse. We also do a disinformation clearinghouse. So last November, there was a disinformation piece that I'll use to illustrate a point, which says Hong Kong thugs compensation exposed, and I quote, killing a police and earn up to 20 million, unquote. And that is a actual piece of disinformation making the rounds on Taiwanese social media. It even has pictures to go with it, except of course the picture is actually a Reuters picture. And the Taiwan Fact Check Center, which is part of the International Fact Checking Network, traced this disinformation piece down to the Zhongyang Zhengfa Wei, the PRC's Central Political and Law Unit on their Weibo. So it's not something that's covert. It is a overt narrative that they just push on using local proxies and so on. So instead of taking it down, we just made sure that we attribute it.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
Yeah, sure.
But can we just dig in a little deeper? You just said a lot about all the amazing things that I wish our government were doing, that you're doing to combat the disinformation. But can you say a little bit more about how it actually works? Who do you see in the system? Are they trying to influence, were they trying to influence your election directly? Or were they sowing general disinformation? Who do you think it was? Was it very sophisticated? Was it ham-handed? Was it just flooding social media? Was it thinly disguised personas and bots? Or did you see something more?
All of the above. All of the above. Well, it would be easier if I can illustrate by sharing my screen, which currently is not possible, I guess, in this format. But I will just say in very broadly terms, I think there's a few things, right? As I just showed, using our strategy of notice and public notice instead of taking down, people learn generally that these are sponsored by, well, the PRC, and they do not hide from it mostly. They just post it publicly on their Weibo account. And a lot of the work that we see, for example, there was another piece of rumor that's making the rounds immediately before the counting process, but right after the voting finishes, is that, quote, the CIA made this special ink for ballots. So no matter who you vote, Tsai always wins. So answering your question, this is basically saying...
The CIA doesn't do that, I think.
No, right. But the point is that instead of attacking a candidate, it's essentially attacking the democratic process. It's undermining people's trust in the democratic process. So no matter who wins, we lose. And I think that is, after all, what the playbook is all about, is to sow discord in the democratic process itself. And we counter it using radical transparency. The counting process can be recorded and even live streamed by YouTubers. And we invite YouTubers into the counting stations. And we, because we use a paper-only ballot, it's actually a kind of social ceremony with more than 70% of people going to the voting booth. The counting process actually bring the YouTubers a lot of views. And so the fact-checking, the counting, and so on, because it's participatory accountability, there's less room for the conspiracy theories to spread, because if there is invisible ink appearing and disappearing, you'll surely not miss it on the live stream.
That's amazing. It's very interesting because there's just a cultural difference, I'm guessing, between the understanding of privacy in your country and what we have in the US. A lot of these ideas that are brilliant ideas from my perspective that I think could work here in the US, we wouldn't be allowed to do. Like, you wouldn't let a YouTuber into the counting because it would be seen as an invasion of privacy. But tell me a little bit more about, you said you're trying to fight it with humor, and that you're doing it from the government. Now, the US government is known for many things, but not for its sense of humor. So maybe you could teach us a little bit.
Certainly. So, but first of all, before the Sunflower Movement, the live streaming was not allowed in the counting process either. Actually, recording, unless you're a professional hired by one of the parties, was not allowed either. So civic journalism is really the thing that becoming a new political norm after the Sunflower Occupy. I'm not advising anyone to occupy their parliament, by the way, but it really is a very effective way. And anyway, so sorry, back to the humor over rumor. So I think the humor over rumor strategy worked because we were forced to innovate, that we cannot do takedowns. So we look at how the conspiracy theories spread, and they mostly travel on outrage. And now if you have seen the movie Inside Out, literally in one person's mind's control room, one cannot feel simultaneously outrage and joy. So if we bring joy into the political discourse, then that makes people more deliberative instead of just antisocial social media. And so one example, during the pandemic, there was a rumor, a disinformation, really intentional one, that says, quote, because we're ramping up the facial mask production from 2 million a day to 20 million a day, the rumor says that it's the same material as tissue paper, so we'll run out of tissue paper soon. And so people would panic buy. And I mean, it was a stressful time. People do feel stressed. And so outrage travel very fast. Like maybe it has an R value of 3. Every hour, every person on average share to 3 other people. And so within a couple of hours, our premier, Su Zhenchang here, rolls out this internet meme, which is brilliant. And you see his backside, his bottom, wiggling it a little bit, and a very large font that says, each of us have only one pair of buttocks. And it's a wordplay. In Mandarin, 囤 buttock and 囤 stockpile sounds the same. And so basically he's saying in this tissue paper package meme that there's no way that you can use all that tissue paper you stockpiled. And then a table saying the tissue paper came from South American materials and the medical mask came from domestic materials. And so, right, you just laugh about it, meaning that you cannot feel outrage about this anymore. You're vaccinated, so to speak. And this went absolutely viral, like our value of 5 or more. And so within a couple of days, this conspiracy theory just died down. And then we persecuted the 3 people that started this rumor. Turns out they were tissue paper resellers.
And is your ministry behind these memes? You guys put them together.
Right. So in 2017, we initially trained the public servants, higher level officials, participation officers in this idea of hashtag engagement and mimetic engineering. But it would not gain much currency until after the 2018 election, where we see a lot of disinformation. At the time, Facebook was not revealing the precision targeted advertisements during the election campaign. And so that led to a lot of social distrust, because unlike our control yuan, which is a separate branch that publishes the donation expense, who actually went into those Facebook and other social media targeted advertisements is anybody's guess. And so because of that, this mimetic response, this humor over rumor start gaining currency. And then we got all the social media companies on board. Google and Twitter, for example, simply refused to run political advertisements during our presidential election. So it's a norm shaping move. And also, I think very notable because we did not pass any law to do that, just as we did not pass a law for the spam either. We relied on the civic sector's pressure, that's the threat of social sanction to the social media companies.
Interesting. And you just mentioned micro-targeting of ads, which is such an issue in our election, which is how you really dice and slice the electorate and give people the outrage that they crave, as you said. So are you saying that the social media companies in Taiwan are not allowed to micro-target?
That's exactly right. And if they do, I mean, during election for political and social issues, and if they do, they must always review it the same way campaign expenditure is reviewed. That is to say, revealing the money, the target criteria in real time, like it's while it's airing in the ads library and even after it's aired. And so lots of civic sector watchdog groups and so on would publish any dark patterns, and that will actually lead to social sanction too. So during the presidential election, nobody tried, not even the legislative candidates tried any dark patterns.
Wow, very interesting. Let me change subject just a little bit. You brought it up with the masks and the tissue paper, but you know, Taiwan has also had a huge success in containing the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you know, here in the United States, we opened up briefly. Now we're all shut down again, which is why I have a nice virtual background of Aspen behind me rather than being in real Aspen. You have done something really amazing. One, I understand Taiwan's Central Epidemic Command Center that was set up after SARS in 2003 has been enormously helpful. And then you used a digital fence system, which sort of enforced people's quarantine in a gentle way. Can you talk about some of the e-enabled ways that you helped to contain the pandemic?
I like that word, e-enable ways. The early response when Taiwan responded last December was enabled by e-participation forums. In Taiwan, we have this PTT, which is the equivalent of Reddit, but it's owned by the social sector, operated by students of National Taiwan University. When Dr. Li Wenliang, the PRC whistleblower, posted that there were 7 new SARS cases that got reposted immediately, actually at the same hour as he got inquiries from his institutions. And so while he was being, quote, harmonized, unquote, in the PRC in Wuhan, in Taiwan, it's making the rounds, it's upvoted, and our medical officers immediately noticed the post and issued an order saying all passengers flying in from Wuhan to Taiwan need to start health inspection, and that was the 1st of January. And so I think this is very important that the civil society has this absolute freedom of speech, that they can talk about a SARS outbreak in the public forum, and that the government trusts citizens enough to take it seriously, treat it as if SARS happened again, something we've always been preparing since 2003. And the CECC that you just mentioned is a live press conference that went on for 140 days or so until that we're like post-pandemic now for I think 4 months now. But 4 months ago, they were doing daily live streams, answering all the journalists' questions, working with journalists. And the toll-free number 1922 is, I think, one of the most important pieces, because anybody can pick up their phone, call it with a more than 90% pickup rate, and just inform anything that they see from the ground to the CECC, which will then make into the rounds into the next day's live conference. So just one example, one day in April, a young boy whose family called saying that my boy doesn't want to go to school because when you ration mask, you don't get to pick the color, and all he had was a pink medical mask. And so the very next day, so he's like, I'll get bullied, I'm a boy, whatever. So the very next day, everybody in the CECC press conference started wearing pink medical mask, making sure that everybody learns about gender mainstreaming, and it's a social innovation. And so this kind of fast response ensured that the boy, now the most hip boy, because only he had a collar that the heroes wear, that builds the trust between the government and civil society. And the digital fence that you just mentioned basically said anybody returning from the abroad to Taiwan, they can choose either go to a hotel for quarantine, that's how we keep the hotel business open, or they can, if they live in a larger home with their own bathroom and they don't share it with vulnerable group of people, they can choose to place their phone, or if they don't have a phone, we hand them one, into this digital quarantine. And it's basically reusing this earthquake warning that we send people.
Required? So if you, so if I'm flying into Taiwan from California and I have to quarantine, I have to put my phone in digital quarantine,
or you can choose the hotel, or I mean, it's your choice. You either go to a physical quarantine, in which case you're physically barred from leaving, or you go to your own home, but then your phone is put into the digital quarantine. There's a choice between the physical and the digital, but there is no choice of no quarantine. Well, you can choose to break the quarantine, I guess, but then you forfeit the $33 per day stipend, and you have to pay back 1,000 times more up to, and so you will fund 1,000 people's quarantine, I'm sure. But so very few people did that, and so
but it's an amazing system where culturally in the US, it would just be impossible. We're having people protesting against wearing masks indoors and things. So,
well, there's something Taiwan can help there too. I mean, we very early on put out a poster, came from the premier, that basically says the masks are there to protect yourself from your own unwashed hands. And I think that idea travels much better than pretty much any other incentive design. And we also make sure that we have a spokesdog that reminds people that, which is less, I guess, controversial. And so this is literally the spokesdog of the CECC. And the dog says, wear a mask to protect you from your own unwashed hands, and please use a soap. And that's very important.
That's great. We should tell Dr. Anthony Fauci to get a spokes dog. I think that would help here as well. I know our time with you is short. I could keep chatting with you all evening, all morning for you. We have one question from Christy Campbell, who's in the audience. So if we could unmute Christy, that would be great. Just takes a few seconds for her to be able to unmute herself. Hi, Christy.
Hello, I'm here.
Great.
So I actually work for a corporate company, but deal in the media. And one of the things that really struck me is that, yes, the humor and rumor, but I'm wondering about the skepticism scale in Taiwan, because I think what we're finding here in the US, we tend to be a trusting bunch. If you see it on social media, this concept of disinformation is almost hard to believe. And I think this kind of recent political piece has been something to try and educate a wider range around the fact that not everything you see, not everything you read, not everything you get in an email, not everything that you see it texted to you is true. How did you break through that?
Well, we offer that too, and it's in our K-12 curriculum, actually, and it's called critical and creative thinking. But I think there's a difference though. In our K-12 curriculum, we do not teach media literacy or digital literacy. We teach media competence and digital competence. And the difference is that instead of treating very young people, primary schoolers, as a consumer of information, we treat them as producer of information. Indeed, many of them maybe have more Instagram followers than I do because I rarely post on Instagram. But anyway, the point is that they are potentially part-time journalists. A lot of primary schoolers actually interviewed me as a kind of intern journalist, and many of them actually fact-checked our president candidates back in the presidential election because the journalists invited everyone, including primary schoolers, to join them online to help transcribing, doing newsroom work of checking the sources and so on to make sure that we can hold presidential candidates' words to account. And once you participate from the side of journalists, from media producers, I think one would then learn that journalism is about truth finding together, and that will create a much more symbiotic relationship with the journalistic branch instead of a adversarial relationship. I think that's our main difference in terms of curriculum design.
How many people are participating in that program? It's really interesting.
Thousands and thousands if you're referring to the presidential candidates fact-checking.
Interesting, amazing. Let me turn to Hector Fuentes. You suddenly have you've sparked a lot of questions, so I hope you can stay with us for just a couple more minutes.
I don't have a hard stop, actually.
Great, thank you. Hector?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tan, or Mrs. Tan, I have a question for you. I'm from Venezuela, and here the problem is actually the opposite. It is the government who is constantly misinforming and playing with information. Which role do you think can civil society play to ensure that the information we get is trustworthy, and how can we combat skepticism from civil society? Thanks.
Yeah, and that's what the sunflower movement is all about, because people back then were fed up with this. I still remember back in 2012, the first YouTube advertisement done by the cabinet back then, the Ma Ying-jeou presidency, was a economic booster plan promotion. And in the advertisements, you see 4 ordinary citizens of all different job class and looking at the booster plan floating past them, not understanding any words, and a voiceover says, "Oh, you don't have to understand, just do it." And so that's like brainwashing or something. And I'm sure that they mean it in a tongue-in-cheek way, I mean, with no malice, but what people perceive when you see it on YouTube is just that the government doesn't trust its people. And so they're working very hard for the people, but not with the people, and certainly not after the people. And so that's what the Occupy is all about. I'm not suggesting you to Occupy, I must say it again. But on the other hand, what we did before the Occupy was essentially culture jamming. Is to take all the government ideas and digital services, building in each and every digital service something that gov.tw, a shadow website, something that g0v.tw that delivers the same service but from a civic participation perspective. So it's what we call fork the government. careful with the pronunciation. So when we all fork the government, it offers alternative visions, and we don't even have to push out advertisements as a Gov0 movement, because people will just then change one letter to one digit on the browser and get into the shadow government. And moreover, we always relinquish the copyright involved, for example, on the budget visualization, on the air quality visualization, and so on. And so when the middle layer public servants, career public servants, actually see it making rounds on the news, they have a much better case to talk to the career politicians, saying, you know, this is something that's for free, maybe we can do a reverse procurement. And that's reverse procurement culture really build solidarity between the public servants on one side and the civic movements on the other, kind of ignoring, bypassing the top level politicians. So that's something that you can consider as well.
These are such interesting ideas for us to consider. And we're literally in the US government just nowhere on any of these. So we may ask you to come over to train us. Let me turn to one last topic while we've still got you. And that is, in the US, of course, there's a huge worry now, a national security worry about the technology race with China. And the Trump administration has taken very tough line. You know, recently the Commerce Department came out saying TSMC and other semiconductor companies where the chips are partly designed in the US can't sell to Huawei and others. Semiconductors are a key strategic area for us. How do you see that in Taiwan? Do you think the US government is right to restrict these sales to Huawei? Do you think
when it comes to 5G core infrastructure, I mean, we had that deliberation 6 years ago, except it's 4G. But the consensus on the street remains true to this day, actually even more true, which is to say that there is no private sector company in the PRC. When needed be, the Dang, the party, can always, through their party branches, embed it in the large companies, or even swap the leadership through non-market means. And so at the time, our consensus was that we need to just ban in a clean path from end to end, all the 4G supply chain PRC components. I think we're the first one to do that on a National Security Council and National Communication Commission level. And that's because the popular mandate from the Occupy was so strong. So in a sense, we welcome US on board, I guess, in joining us in such considerations. But we also would emphasize the means about which we arrive to these conclusions as people with all the different stakeholder groups actually coming together and deliberate. And so this was not seen as something President Ma Ying-jeou unilaterally imposed on the market. Rather, this is all the telecom operators, all the experts, all the people who are interested in cybersecurity and proficient in cybersecurity and so on, coming in a public debate live stream to the entire country. And they eventually, after 3 weeks, agree on that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it has been very unilateral from the administration here in the US. I write about this a lot. I have a lot of friends both on the West Coast and East Coast who do as well, both to do exactly what you're saying, is have real consultation with the private sector on rational restrictions rather than imposing them. And then another idea that I'd want to get your take on is more and more of us, I wrote articles on this, I have friends writing them now, to think through how do we coordinate better with our friends, including Taiwan, South Korea, Germany, in some instances, on these big technology issues, so it's not each country unilaterally. Do you see any of that happening informally? And if not, would you be in favor of more of it?
Yeah, of course.
Coordination between
Yes. And I think we've already had a US-Taiwan joint statement on countering coronavirus, and that led to directly the COHAC, which you can interpret as coronavirus hackathon or collaboration hackathon, your choice. And then it led to actually a lot of really good ideas from like 7 countries, 53 teams. And the idea is that we, again, use the same AI moderated conversation, the POLIS method, to make sure that the different norms across UK, Germany, Hungary on one side, Canada, USA on the other, Japan and Taiwan in the middle, I guess. Well, that's how we paint the map, and can arrive to the middle. And so there were like different norms that were controversial, but the good thing about the AI moderated conversation is that we can always settle on the things, ignoring really the ideological differences and settling on the things that people have brought agreement on. So like we just said, okay, these are the places cases where the US norm, the European and Taiwanese and Japanese do not agree. But these are the things that people do agree most of the time with most of their global neighbors on everything. So the CoHack Hackathon led to innovations such as the logboard, which traces your own phone's movement, your temperature, whatever, but it doesn't transmit it anywhere. It works entirely in airplane mode. And when the contact tracers come to you, you can, with one click, generate this one-time link that contains only the de-identify information that the medical offices need to do their work without divulging more private details of your friends and family. So that's privacy enhancing technology.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Let me just ask you one more. Since you're a former, you're an open source coder, you're a big
still a civic hacker.
Many of us are as well, and we're big believers in it. There's a new controversy now, especially on the West Coast of the US, about artificial intelligence and open source. As you know, so many new things in AI are just put out immediately on open source because the field is developing so quickly. Now people say, well, the Chinese mainland researchers often mine this information, but they don't contribute in kind, so we should stop permitting this. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, there's, I think not entirely everything is open source, like the GPT-3 model, I believe, is not yet open source, the huge transformer thing, right? And so, I mean, there's the source code part, which is essential for academic research, but there's also the data, the model, the actual trained material, and things like that, the processes. And I think in Taiwan, we mandate open API in our procurement, that is to say, providing the accountability and value alignment for assistive intelligence products. But we do not say that it has to be entirely open source, because if we do that in the procurement laws and regulations, people will just hide everything on the stack beneath it and just open source this very thin code above that, which is not what we want to encourage. We want to encourage people to get into the habit of seeing AI not as artificial, but assistive intelligence, and start with the design with the social norm in mind. And in that sense, then mining the social norms is not that big a problem, because it's essentially qualitative data of what people would agree the AI to do. That's value alignment. And then you implement proving that you align to this value in a way that instead of Internet of Things, you can build an Internet of Beings, which is part of my job description anyway. So that will then make a more norm-based innovation. And I think this dilemma only occurs when the private sector innovate, as you said, on a breakneck speed, but without taking this full social input in mind.
Absolutely. That's a very good answer. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I know it's very early for you, and I hope at some point post-COVID, we can welcome you in person, either out at Stanford where I am or at Aspen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Live long and prosper.
Thank you. You too. To our viewers who are still with us, thank you so much. It has been a wonderful day. We started with Australia, we finished with Taipei. We have a lot of great programming to come for you tomorrow. We will begin tomorrow bright and early again at 8 a.m., where we will hear from Shankar Menon, who is the former National Security Advisor of India, and Tanvi Madan, a great India scholar here in the US. Then immediately after that, we have Larry Summers talking about the COVID economic recovery, and then Senator Mark Warner again to bring through our thread on technology and national security. Thank you all very much and have a wonderful night. We will see you bright and early in the morning.